This was Xiao Chen's worst day. His wife and brother-in-law betrayed him and quietly transferred away the company's tens of millions of assets. All his savings vanished overnight. The debt weighed on him so much that he could not breathe. Finally, he chose to jump off a building to end it all. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in 1996. That day was the day he was supposed to marry his ex-wife. He broke off the engagement without hesitation and turned to marry his ex-wife's best friend, Xiao Chen, because in his previous life, she was the only one who was willing to accompany him through his hardships when he was at his lowest point. But Xiao Chen's parents rejected him mercilessly. Faced with difficulties, Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all and decided to start from a street stall. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he accumulated wealth step by step and eventually became a multimillionaire. Just when he was about to live a happy life with Xiao Chen, his ex-wife suddenly showed up and asked for half of their property. Chapter 1. Xiao Chen felt dizzy and heard noisy sounds in his ears. The world began to blur in front of his eyes. He wanted to struggle, but he felt weak all over. He asked himself, "Am I not already dead?" As he regained consciousness, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This was the place where he had committed suicide by jumping off the building. Was he dead? No, he was actually still alive. Xinjia village was still bustling with people, watching something in groups of 2 or 3, laughing. "Why did you hit the groom?" The matchmaker screamed, her voice piercing, breaking Xiao Chen's contemplation. He raised his head slightly and was stunned. He was still alive, and that familiar figure made his heart tremble. It was Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had a cigarette in his mouth, his face full of disdain, and a group of relatives and villagers followed behind him. Seeing him, Xiao Chen was filled with endless disgust and pain, which was a past that could not be erased. Xiao Jun sneered. "He deserves it. He didn't even prepare the red envelope for the opening, and he wanted to forcefully marry my sister. He deserves death." Xiao Chen's heart tightened, and a painful light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Jia, the woman he loved with all his heart, actually had such a deep connection with this boy. His chest was filled with anger and hatred. Once, he gave everything for Xiao Jia, but what did he get? Betrayal. For 20 years, he tried his best and gave everything for Xiao Jia's future. But she still put everything into Xiao Jun, the parasitic brother. Even though he founded his own company and his assets exceeded 10 million, Xiao Jia was still willing to devote herself to that boy. And this time, fate brought him back to this day, as if nothing had happened. Am I crazy? Xiao Chen's heart almost collapsed. His mind went blank. He had given everything for Xiao Jia, but she and Xiao Jun had put him into an endless dead abyss, and he eventually chose to jump off a building and commit suicide. Now he is alive again. He looked at Xiao Chen beside him, the girl who had been with him for many years. The pain and regret in her eyes made his heart ache. She gently wiped the blood from his forehead, as if nothing had ever happened. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, feeling bitter. Xiao Chen, the person he never cherished, was the woman he should love. But fate brought him back to this day, the day he married Xiao Jia. Xiao Chen, are you on their side too? Xiao Jun sneered, provocative in his words. You don't want to help Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly explained, I'm just thinking about your sister. If we delay any further, the wedding will be delayed. Xiao Chen looked at this scene, and anger and guilt surged in his heart. Xiao Jia, Xiao Jun, everything was the reason why he shouldn't have made such a mistake. He knew very well that the wrong love in the past had led him astray. Now, everything will end. If you don't prepare 10,888 red envelopes today, don't even think about getting in to pick up the bride. Xiao Jun's voice pierced Xiao Chen's ears, and his heart skipped a beat. He had given everything for Xiao Jia and the Chen family, but in return he was betrayed and despised. So Yun, shuts up. Xiao Chen suddenly shouted angrily, her tone firm. Xiao Chen has already given you 10,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, plus the 3 golds. Where is the extra money? Xiao Chen closed his eyes, feeling mixed emotions. That's enough. I don't want to live in the shadow of Xiao Jia and Xiao Jun anymore. He whispered, his tone firm and resolute. He turned around abruptly, holding Xiao Chen's hand tightly, his eyes firm. Luo Xue, you don't need to take any more money. I've decided to let it go. Let it all go. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Mr. Zhao, do you know what you're saying? Xiao Jun's eyes flashed with anger, and his angry gaze was like a knife, pointing directly at Xiao Chen. His clenched fists seemed ready to pounce on Xiao Chen at any time. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Feng Fong rushed out of the house, pointed at Xiao Chen's nose, and said in a sharp and piercing voice, "If you hadn't agreed to my daughter's request and given a betrothal gift of 10,000 yuan, I would not have agreed to your marriage." What do you mean now? This sentence was like a thunderclap, and the surrounding villagers were in an uproar. A betrothal gift of 20,000 yuan was almost several years' salary for an ordinary person in this era. It was simply a sky-high price. The villagers all looked at Xiao Chen with complicated eyes, obviously unable to believe what they saw. "Are you crazy?" they thought to themselves. Xiao Chen apologized to them quickly and don't let the wedding go on. Xiao Luoxue whispered anxiously, pulling his arm. She was eager to stop the situation from getting worse. But Xiao Chen didn't seem to hear her, and his eyes were always focused on Xiao Luoxue. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen showed a warm smile on his face. It was a smile after making up his mind. "Yes, you made it impossible for me to get married, Luo Shui. So?" He paused and spoke slowly. His voice was low, but it exploded in the silent air. "Will you marry me?" Xiao Luoxue felt as if struck by lightning, and she felt dizzy. Her mind went blank, and she almost lost all her rationality. She looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. The villagers around were also stunned at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened, and time seemed to freeze. Xiao Luoxue and Xiao Chen have been neighbors since childhood. When she was 10 years old, her parents died while fishing, leaving her and her grandfather to depend on each other. The whole village isolated her and called her a disaster star. Only Xiao Chen did not despise her and always accompanied her, treating her like a sister and bringing her warmth. Xiao Chen's parents also took care of her like their own daughter, which slowly grew love in her heart. As Xiao Luoxue grew up, more and more men began to pursue her. Matchmakers frequently came to her house, not only from Dashi village, but also from Qinjia village and surrounding villages to propose marriage. But she only had Xiao Chen in her heart. She had been waiting silently, willingly waiting for him to marry her. However, Xiao Chen suddenly told her that he was going to marry her best friend, Xiao Jia. Xiao Luoxue's heart was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and she was stunned. She finally decided to attend their wedding. She thought to herself that after Xiao Chen got married, she would no longer bother him. At the wedding, Xiao Chen suddenly said to her, "I don't want to marry Xiao Jia. Will you marry me?" Xiao Luoxue's heart was in turmoil, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time burst out instantly. She wanted to marry Xiao Chen, but this meant that she would ruin Xiao Chen and Xiao Jia's marriage, and then everyone in the village would talk about her. "Xiao Chen, who do you think you are? You can marry whoever you want." Zhao Jun sneered. Xiao Luoxue has already promised Boss Wang's son that she will give him a dowry of 10,000 yuan, plus a 3 electric car. Can you afford it? The villagers of Qinjia village turned their eyes to Xiao Luoxue and talked about it. The 3 electricities in one rotation refers to television, air conditioner, refrigerator, and motorcycle, which were luxury goods in that era, and ordinary people could not afford them at all. Feng Fong immediately shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, don't you want to marry my daughter? Get out. Your family has already prepared the banquet, and all the relatives are here. What are you going to say?" The relatives of the Chen family were also indignant, as if they were ready to attack Xiao Chen at any time. However, Xiao Chen seemed to have not heard them at all, and only stared at Xiao Luoxue, waiting for her answer. Xiao Luoxue hesitated for a moment, and Xiao Chen felt a little anxious. Even if she loved him, it was a wedding scene now. If he suddenly changed his mind, Xiao Luoxue might think he was treating her as a backup. He said softly, "It's okay. You can think about it again." However, just as Xiao Chen was about to turn around and leave, Xiao Luoxue said firmly, "I do." Xiao Chen suddenly stopped and locked his eyes with her. "What did you say you do?" Xiao Luoxue lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and she nodded shyly. Xiao Chen smiled happily, feeling relieved. He swore that he would never let Xiao Luoxue suffer any injustice in his life, and let her live a happy life. This decision seemed to be a complete reversal of his rebirth. The Chen family relatives around were suddenly in an uproar, and those women began to accuse Xiao Luoxue. "Who did you come from, you bitch, to steal Xiao Jia's man? You stole my groom, and you think you're my best friend? You bitch, you dare to steal my man. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson." These evil words stabbed Xiao Luoxue like knives. Xiao Luoxue's face turned pale, and she was terrified when she saw those women rushing toward her ferociously. At this moment, Xiao Chen roared, "Get out of the way!" He instantly stood in front of Xiao Luoxue. His eyes were sharp, and his angry aura shocked everyone, and the Chun family relatives couldn't help but retreat. Zhao Juanza angrily took out a wooden stick from somewhere and rushed towards Zhao Chun arrogantly. "Want to break off the engagement? Then don't blame me for taking action." He swung the wooden stick in his hand toward Zhao Chen's head with a fierce look on his face, as if he wanted to smash Zhao Chen to pieces. The Chun family relatives around him sneered and looked at Zhao Jun's actions, as if they had foreseen Zhao Chen's defeat. However, Zhao Chen was not afraid at all. He took the initiative and quickly grabbed the wooden stick and kicked Zhao Jun in the abdomen. Zhao Jun was immediately kicked away and hit the door. The pain made him roll on the ground and scream. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Zhao Chun to be so decisive. Feng Fong hurried forward to help Zhao Jun up, glaring at him. "How dare you hit someone?" Zhao Chun sneered. "If he wants to hit me, of course I can fight back. Is this the upbringing of your Qin family? Fortunately, I didn't marry Zhao Jia. Otherwise, my life would be over." Zhao Chun looked around at the Chun family relatives who were watching the fun. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him directly. No one dared to stand up and speak for Zhao Jun. Zhao Chun turned to Xiao Luoxue and gently took her hand. "Luoxue, let's go back to Dashi village and meet my relatives." Xiao Luoxue's heart was beating like a drum. She lowered her head and blushed, nervous and expectant. Just then, a petite figure in red hurried out of the house, saying in a weak voice, "Zhao Chun, do you really not want to marry me?" It was Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia has a sweet appearance, a petite figure, a look that men want to protect the most, a soft voice, and every word can make people soft-hearted. But after the rebirth, Zhao Chun is no longer moved by her tricks. "Zhao Jia, you know better than me where all the money went." Zhao Chen looked at her coldly and said indifferently, "Your mother and your brother forced me into a desperate situation. As for me, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Your mother and your brother are doing this for my own good. Can't you give in to them?" Zhao Jia pretended to be pitiful and said, "Marriage is very important to me. If you love me, you should give everything for me." Zhao Chun laughed, laughing at how he was tortured by this mama's girl. He looked at her and said resolutely, "Your mother and brother are doing this for your own good, right? You are the one who hurt me. Now, let's part ways and live happily ever after." He took Xia Luoxue's hand, turned around, and left, no longer paying attention to Zhao Jia. Feng Fong hurriedly stopped Zhao Jia. "Daughter, don't be silly. Why would you marry such a poor boy?" Hearing Feng Fong's words, Zhao Jia stopped in her tracks. A hint of hesitation appeared on her face. Finally, she covered her face with her hands, tears rolling down her cheeks, tears like crocodile tears. In the Zhao family yard in Dashi village, 7 or 8 banquets have been set up, and Zhao's relatives are sitting there, smiling and waiting for the groom to come back with the bride so that they could start the feast. "Old Zhao, I heard that your son wants to marry the girl from the Qin family. You want a dowry of 10,000 yuan and 3 golds. It's a lot of money." Village Chief Chun Jiangwo said with a smile while smoking a pipe. "You have spent all your savings over the years, right?" The relatives nearby also looked at Zhao Chen's father, Xiao Shan, and seemed to be silently calculating the expense. Xiao Shan had a complicated expression, but he forced a smile. "The child likes it, and, as a father, I can only do my best. Money can be earned again, but the child's happy event cannot be neglected." Zhao Chun stood at the door, looking at his father's hunched back, his eyes moistened. In his previous life, in order to collect the wedding gift, his father took out all his savings and owed foreign debts, and worked hard to pay them off. But in the end, lung disease came to him, and his father died of lung cancer within a few years. "Zhao Chen, why are only you and Luo Shui back? Where's the bride?" Zhao Shan looked at Zhao Chun and Xia Luoxue puzzledly, with worry in his eyes. "Zhao Chun, what's wrong with the wound on your head?" Xiao Luoxue's grandfather, hurried over and asked with concern. Zhao Chun frowned slightly and replied, "It's okay. There was some trouble at the Chun family last night. I heard that Zhao Jun from Chunjia village asked for 10,888 yuan bonus packets. Otherwise, he would not open the door." "Is it true?" Xiao knocked his crutches angrily. They really went too far. The villagers from Dashi village nearby were also indignant and started talking about it. Zhao Chen nodded and said calmly, "Yes, that's true." After hearing this, Xiao was furious. Such a good child. They actually treated him like this. It's too much. Xiao Shan was also angry, and the villagers nearby were even more indignant. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Xia. Xiao Chen's eyes swept over the three of them, and suddenly his tone became serious. Before, I was too foolish and loved Jia wrongly. It was not until today that I saw the true colors of her and her family. So, I decided not to marry her anymore. I want to break off the engagement with Xiao Jia. Okay. Dad will support you no matter what you do. Xiao Shan nodded with a serious expression. After hearing this, the villagers expressed their support, and the atmosphere gradually became warm. What a pity it's wasted. Liquiwa Siga. What a waste. Today is the day my son escapes from that woman. So I'll give you all a happy feast. Xiao Shan said with a smile. Eat to your heart's content, have a good laugh, and take your share of the money home. Wait, Xiao Chen suddenly interrupted. Today's wedding banquet will not be held. It will be an engagement banquet instead. He took Xia Luoshue's hand and slowly knelt in front of Xiada in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Grandpa Xia, Luoshue, and I grew up together and accompanied each other. When I was not feeling well, she was by my side. When I was unhappy, she comforted me. Today, when I went to the Chun family to welcome the bride, I was treated with all kinds of difficulties, and she was the only one who always protected me. This makes me realize that I've been loving the wrong person. Luo Shui is the one I should love for the rest of my life. Xiao Chen's tone was firm, his eyes full of sincerity. From now on, I will make her live a happy life, make money for her, take care of her, and protect her. He paused, raised his head, and said with clear eyes, Grandpa Xia, I want to marry Luo Shui. Do you agree? Okay, I'll be the first to support Xiao Chun and Luo Shui's marriage. Xiada said with a smile, his eyes full of kindness. These two children grew up together, are familiar with each other, have deep feelings, and can take care of each other after marriage. Village Chief Chun Jingwo also stood up to applaud them, and the villagers echoed him. Luoshue, are you willing to marry Xiao Chun? Xiada turned and asked Xia Luoshue. Xia Luoshue blushed, lowered her head, and said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, I do. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. Xiao looked at Zhao Chun with a kind smile on his face. Since Xiao Shue is willing to marry you, we will hold the wedding according to the custom. But the betrothal gift will follow the custom of the village. 3,333 yuan. Okay? How can that be possible? Zhao Shan and Zhao Chen spoke almost at the same time. Zhao Shan hurriedly said, Xiao Shue is so outstanding. We should follow high standards. However, Xiao tapped his cane impatiently and said, I'm not selling my granddaughter. The betrothal gift should be based on customary practice. Forget about today's engagement party. I'll pick an auspicious day to formally marry her another day. He pulled Xiao Luoshue up and walked her out. Zhao Chun and Zhao Shan could only look at each other helplessly, smiling and shaking their heads. When their relatives and friends saw this scene, they were all happy for them, and the atmosphere was lively. Just as the banquet was about to end, Zhao Jun and Chen's relatives barged in, trying to make a scene, but were stopped by the villagers of Dashi village. The details of Zhao Chun and Chen's divorce were quickly settled. Chen agreed to return the betrothal gift, and Zhao paid 1,000 yuan as compensation for the divorce. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Chun sat at his desk and began to write down his future plans. Every piece of paper was filled with goals: to create a happy family for Xia Luoshue, to bring a better life to his parents, sister, and grandpa Xia, and at the same time, to avenge the rich second generation who had framed him. When I achieve these goals, will my net worth be able to rank among the top of the rich list? Zhao Chun raised a smile. He was reborn, and in this life, he not only wanted to live happily and without regrets, but also to make money faster and quicker. Let parents, sister, grandpa Xia, and Xia Luoshue all live a happy life. And there's also the rich second generation who designed to frame him. Zhao Chun will also find him out and make him feel abandoned by his friends and relatives. After putting away the iron box, Li Suihua called Zhao Chun to have dinner in the yard. After dinner, the family sat in the yard and started a family meeting. Although your marriage with Zhao Jia has been canceled, and Grandpa Xia has agreed to your marriage with Luo Shui must have been wronged by what happened today. Zhao Shan puffed on his pipe and warned, after you marry her, you must treat her well. In the 1990s, with the development of the market economy, people's minds gradually became more open, but things like the temporary replacement of brides would still become the topic of conversation among the villagers. In the future, when Xia Luoshue goes out, she will be pointed at. I will. Xiao Chen nodded seriously. You're not a child anymore. You will start a family soon. You can't continue to work odd jobs with me. Xiao Shan paused and said, the Chun family returned the betrothal gifts and the 3 golds. Dad still has 7,888 yuan left. Grandpa Xia only wants 3,333 yuan for the betrothal gifts. The second floor will be your wedding room, and we'll live on the first floor. With the remaining money, you can open a rice, flour, and feed store. Dashi Village is a large chicken-raising village with a large demand for feed. In his previous life, Xiao Shan had planned to open a rice and flour shop. However, in order to help Xiao Chen marry a wife, Xiao Shan took out all his savings and owed a large debt. After marriage, he could only work as a cement worker to pay off the debt. Dad, I don't plan to open a rice, flour, or feed store. Xiao Chen shook his head. Although you can make some money by opening a rice, flour, and feed shop, it can only solve the problem of food and clothing, and the profit is just a few cents difference. Brother, if you don't open the rice and flour shop, what are you going to do? Zhao Qing asked anxiously. Dad, Mom, sister, I have a plan. My family doesn't have to pay for the betrothal gift. Xiao Chen said firmly. The wedding will be held in 3 months. During these 3 months, I will work hard to make money. I will buy 3 electric cars and 1 transfer for Luo Shui and make her the happiest bride in Dashi Village. Zhao Chen's words were sonorous and powerful. Zhao Shan and Li Cuihua looked at him in amazement, as if they saw a brand new Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen used to be weak in character and never thought about his parents when he met Zhao Jia. Could it be that everything today really made him mature? Bang! The courtyard door was suddenly pushed open, and Xia Luoshue's figure appeared at the door. Sister Luo Shui, why are you here? Zhao Qing ran over in surprise and held her hand. Xia Luoshue's face turned red with shame. I just heard your voices and came over to get something. She stammered, handed the red paper to Zhao Qing, and turned to leave. What a silly girl. Zhao Chen watched her leave, his heart filled with ripples. When Xia Luoshue returned home, her heart was beating fast. When she thought of what Zhao Chen had just sworn in front of his family, her face instantly turned red. Idiot, how can you say this in front of others? She covered her face, full of shame, but her heart was filled with sweetness. At night, Xia Luoshue tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She had a dream in which she and Zhao Chen got married and lived a happy life. She sat in the yard, watching the children surrounding Zhao Chen, vying to be hugged. She smiled with great happiness. The next day, Zhao Chen got up at dawn to make breakfast. In order to make Xia Luoshue live a happy life, he had to lay a good foundation for her from the beginning. In the kitchen, Zhao Chen took a look at the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator: a few eggs, a bag of rice noodles, and some homegrown bean sprouts. Without meat, Zhao Chen was unwilling to make simple porridge. He decided to make something special for Xia Luoshue. Got it. Rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Bean sprout rice noodle rolls are a specialty of the provincial capital. Luo Shui has never been to the provincial capital, so she will definitely like it. He silently said to himself, if you want to capture her heart, you must first capture her stomach. After Zhao Chen decided to make rice rolls with bean sprouts, he immediately started preparing the ingredients. In his previous life, he worked in the catering industry and learned Cantonese cuisine for a while. The recipe of bean sprout rice noodle rolls was not difficult for him. First, he mixed glutinous rice flour with water and stirred it into a paste, then added salt to increase the gluten. There was no need to knead the rice noodles. Just pour them into a dustpan brushed with oil and steam them for 5 minutes. After making 5 servings of rice noodles, Zhao Chen did not stop and made another 40. Brother, are you making breakfast? Zhao Qing rubbed her eyes and walked into the kitchen. Seeing her brother, her eyes were full of shock. In the past, Zhao Chen never did housework, and today's scene made her unbelievable. Make something for Luo Shui. She's busy helping Grandpa Xia sell bean sprouts every day and doesn't even eat breakfast. Zhao Chen said as he prepared rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Zhao Qing understood immediately and teased. Brother, Sister Luo Shui hasn't even come in yet, and you're already pampering her like this. I never see you making breakfast for me normally. Zhao Chen ignored her and cut the prepared bean sprout rice noodle rolls into sections, poured soy sauce, peanut butter, chive oil on them, and sprinkled with white sesame seeds, which filled the air with fragrance. It smells so good. Brother, what did you make? Zhao Qing couldn't help but ask. Bean sprout rice noodle rolls, a delicacy from the provincial capital. Xiao Chen handed it to Xiao Qing with a smile. This is for Grandpa Xia and Luo Shui. You can take it over first and eat it when you come back. Xiao Qing glared at Xiao Chen, then walked out with the plate in her hand. Xiao Chen looked at his sister's back as she left, smiled, and continued to make 4 servings for his parents. At the same time, Xiao Luoxue came out of the house with panda eyes, ready to check the growth of bean sprouts. She suddenly smelled a fragrance, and her stomach growled involuntarily. Sister Luo Shui, open the door. Xiao Qing's voice came. Xiao Luoxue opened the door and saw Xiao Qing holding 2 plates of rice noodle rolls, which smelled delicious. Why are you here? Xiao Luoxue asked puzzledly. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the 2 plates of tempting food. My brother was worried that you didn't have breakfast, so he asked me to bring you 2 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Xiao Qing smiled mischievously. He said this is a delicacy that can only be found in the provincial capital, and he wants to give the first bite to you, sister-in-law. Xiao Luoxue was stunned. She and Xiao Chen grew up together. How could she not know that he never cooked? She never thought that one day she would be able to eat breakfast made by him. This scene seemed very similar to the dream she had last night. Her face suddenly turned red. Noticing Xiao Luoxue's changes, Xiao Qing couldn't help but tease. Sister Luoxue, why are you shy? You're going to be my sister-in-law soon. Xiao Luoxue thanked him in a low voice. Xiao Qing, thank your brother for me. Xiao Qing ran back while smiling. Xiao Luoxue looked down at the white and smooth rice noodle rolls in her hand and couldn't help but pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. The rice noodle skin was chewy, the bean sprouts were crispy, and the taste of the mixed sauce and chive oil intertwined, instantly conquering her taste buds. When they got home, Xiao Shan and Li Zuohua had already started eating breakfast, looking intoxicated. Why did you eat first? Leave some for me. Xiao Qing was a little anxious, and her index finger couldn't help but move. There's plenty of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Come and eat some. You can judge the taste. Xiao Chen walked out with a plate in his hand, smiling. Xiao Qing ate 3 or 4 plates in one go, her face full of intoxication. Brother, this is so delicious. How did you make it? The method is simple, but the key is the ingredients. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. If you all think it tastes good, then I'm going to set up a stall to sell breakfast. Brother, are you going to set up a stall? Xiao Qing asked in surprise. Brother, I support you. Xiao Qing responded immediately. Mom, I'm worried that Xiao Chen won't be able to sell. Li Zuohua was a little worried. Nowadays, many families eat homemade breakfast, and no one will buy it. Xiao Shan patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and encouraged him. You are still young. Be brave and fight. Give it a try. If you can't sell it, we can't think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded, his heart full of confidence. His success in his previous life had a lot to do with the support of his parents. He decided to use this dish of bean sprout rice noodle rolls to make his first pot of gold and then prove it to his parents. Brother, do you need my help with setting up your stall? Xiao Qing continued to ask. Xiao Chen shook his head, his eyes firm. Don't worry about it. I will sign you up for a summer art class when I make some money. Xiao Qing is a sophomore in high school, a student of fine arts. She walks 20 minutes to school in town every morning and teaches herself to paint at night. She is very talented, but due to lack of professional training, her art exam score in her senior year is only enough for an ordinary art school, and the tuition is also high. In her previous life, Xiao Chen's marriage emptied the family savings, and her sister later went to work. She married a worker, but unexpectedly her brother-in-law lost his job due to an accident. The burden of the family fell on Xiao Qing, and her life was very poor. Really? Thank you, brother. Xiao Qing smiled happily, her eyes full of gratitude. After breakfast, Xiao Shan and Li Zuohua went to work, while Xiao Chen was busy preparing bean sprout rice noodle rolls. He moved the 40 steamed rice noodle rolls to the back of the tricycle, covered them with gauze, and brought leek oil, mixed sauce, sesame, and other ingredients to prepare for the stall. Brother, are you really going to set up a stall? Xiao Qing asked curiously. Yes, let's try it today. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, then got on the tricycle and set off for the county town. In the early morning in the countryside, Xiao Chen rode his tricycle through the green rice fields. The fresh air made him smile. Although there was no hustle and bustle of modern cities in this era, the scenery of green waters and green mountains made his heart particularly peaceful. He has decided to enjoy every day of his life and live an ordinary and warm life with Xiao Luoxue. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen arrived at the gate of the number 1 middle school in the county instead of the market. The students here had just arrived at school and were eager to eat breakfast. Xiao Chen knew that day students often missed breakfast in the school cafeteria because they overslept, and his bean sprout rice noodle rolls were undoubtedly their best choice. Xiao Chen stopped the car, lifted the gauze of the tricycle, and began to shout loudly. There are only 80 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls from the provincial capital tea house. Leave as soon as they are sold out. Hearing the hawking sounds, the students who came hurriedly came over and saw the rice noodle rolls neatly arranged on the tricycle. The aroma was so fragrant that their stomachs began to protest. "Brother, how do you eat this rice noodle roll with bean sprouts?" a fat student asked curiously. "Cut into pieces, pour soy sauce, secret sauce, and chive oil on it, and you can eat it," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "How much is one serving?" the fat student asked doubtfully. 2 yuan each, Xiao Chen replied. "So expensive?" The fat student looked hesitant. "You could try a piece." Xiao Chen had expected that some students would hesitate, so he quickly cut out a piece and handed it to the fat student. "Try it." The fat student took the chopsticks, ate it in one bite, and the expression on his face changed instantly. The vermicelli was smooth and chewy, the mung bean sprouts were crispy, and the unique sauce and chive oil blended perfectly, instantly conquering his taste buds. He grabbed the remaining rice noodle rolls and devoured them. "It's so delicious. Give me another one." Seeing the fat student eating with gusto, other students came forward and said, "I want one too." In less than half an hour, all 80 servings of Xiao Chen's rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts were sold out. The students excitedly pulled Xiao Chen's hands and begged him to make more tomorrow. Xiao Chen smiled and stepped on the tricycle, ready to go home. Today, he earned 160 yuan, and after deducting the cost, he made a net profit of 153 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts he sold today were hot sellers, and he planned to make more tomorrow to earn more profit. After leaving the county town, Xiao Chen did not return to the village immediately, but went to the market to buy some meat, glutinous rice noodles, and cornstarch. He knew that adding cornstarch would make the skin of bean sprout rice noodle rolls smoother and attract more repeat customers. Before leaving, Xiao Chen saw a grocery store selling Arctic Ocean and Coke. He remembered that his sister once said that classmates in her class had drunk Arctic Ocean and praised it for being sweet, so he spent 5 yuan to buy a bottle of Arctic Ocean, Coke, and candy dried fruits, preparing to take a little surprise home for his sister. It was already 12 o'clock noon when Xiao Chen returned to the entrance of Dashi village. He happened to meet his sister Xiao Qing and a group of friends from the village walking hurriedly towards him. "Xiao Qing, why are you here?" Xiao Chen asked with a frown. Xiao Qing looked at Xiao Chen in panic, her eyes full of panic and tears. "Brother, this is bad. Sister Luo Shui has been kidnapped." "What?" Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy. Anger exploded from his chest, and his voice was cold. "What's going on?" "It's Zhao Jun from Qinjia village. He brought a group of ruffians into Grandpa Xia's yard and took Sister Luo Shui away," Zhao Qing explained anxiously. Xiao Chen was furious. His heart ached, and the flames of anger burned all his rationality. Zhao Jun dared to treat Xia Luoxue like this. This was not only an insult to Luoxue, but also a provocation to him. Zhao Chen. "Sangu, how do you know about this?" Zhao Chen asked coldly. Sango stood aside, looking guilty, angry, but helpless. "I just saw Zhao Jun taking people to Grandpa Xia's house, and then I realized that something was wrong. When we rushed over, Sister Luo Shui had already been taken away." Zhao Chen immediately guessed that Zhao Jun must be coming for him this time. Ever since breaking off the engagement with Zhao Jia, the Chen family has lost face. Zhao Jun must be very angry, so he took people to capture Luo Shui. Zhao Chen's eyes were like knives, and he made up his mind in an instant. "Sango, this is not your fault. I want to save Luo Shui and teach Zhao Jun a lesson. Let him know today that I, Zhao Chen, am not someone to be trifled with. Brother San, we'll follow you." Sango patted his chest angrily, his tone firm, and the friends from other villages also responded. "If you dare to bully our sister-in-law, we must rescue her today, even if we risk our lives." Zhao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his gratitude to these brothers deepened. "Okay, then let's go to Qinjia village to settle accounts with Zhao Jun today. Sangu, do you know where Zhao Jun is usually?" Zhao Chen asked. Xiao Jun and his friends often go to the seawall to play, so I guess they might have gone there. Sangha replied, then let's go to the seawall. Xiao Chen nodded without hesitation, then turned to his sister Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, push the tricycle back home. I'll be back soon. Xiao Qing's eyes were full of worry. Although she knew that her brother would never compromise easily, she still gritted her teeth and nodded, watching them leave. Brother, be careful. Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he turned back and smiled. Don't worry, I know my limits. They quickly rushed to the seawall. Dashi Village and Qinjia Village are neighboring seaside villages. Most of the villagers make a living by fishing. There are few people near the seawall, so Xiao Chen led his brothers straight to the seawall. On the seawall, Xiao Chen heard a sob from afar. His heart tightened, and his pace quickened. He couldn't let Xiao Luoxue suffer any injustice. At the same time, Xiao Luoxue stood on the seawall with a calm face and a hint of determination in her eyes. Xiao Luoxue, tell me, why did you interfere in the affairs between Xiao Chen and my sister? Xiao Jun glared at her and sneered. You said I was your best friend, but you snatched your man away on the day of my sister's wedding. You were so despicable. Xiao Luoxue stood still, her eyes calm. Xiao Jun, you know better than anyone who is right and who is wrong in this matter. She looked at him fearlessly and continued. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen gave all his salary to your sister, and your family only knew how to ask for more, forcing Xiao Chen and his father to go bankrupt. Don't you think it's too much? The young people from Qinjia village around here looked suspicious when they heard these words. They were not aware of the details, and only after listening did they realize that Xiao Jun's family had indeed gone too far. How dare you ruin my sister's marriage for a man? Xiao Jun was furious. His face turned ferocious. Aren't you trying to steal a man? I'm going to throw you into the mud today, make you covered in mud, and then call the whole village to sea. He rushed forward and pushed hard, ready to push Charlotte off the seawall. Xiao Jun, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, an angry roar came from a distance. Xiao Chen appeared with Sango and others, holding sticks, hoes, and other tools, and rushed towards several ruffians in Qinjia village. Let her go, Xiao Chen shouted coldly, his eyes sweeping towards Xiao Jun like a knife. Seeing Xiao Chen and his group of brothers, the young men of Qinjia village froze instantly. Their legs went weak, and they did not dare to confront Xiao Chen at all. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Xiao Chen roared and rushed toward Xiao Jun, his eyes full of murderous intent. Sangu and others immediately followed, waving tools and subduing several young men from Qinjia village. Xiao Jun, what you owe Luo Shui today? I'm here to get it back for her. Xiao Chen walked towards Xiao Jun step by step and sneered. Xiao Jun's face was gloomy. He obviously didn't expect Xiao Chen to bring so many people to settle accounts with him. He took a step back. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. You dare to hit me? You hit my sister and dare to touch Luo Shui. I will let you know what it means to pay the price. Xiao Chen said coldly, waving the wooden stick in his hand and hitting Xiao Jun hard. With one blow of the stick, Xiao Jun fell to the ground immediately, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't dare to struggle anymore. Brother, stop hitting me. Sangu hurriedly stopped Xiao Chen, and when he saw that Xiao Jun had no ability to resist, he pulled him away. You're lucky today. Remember, don't do this again. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Jun angrily, his voice as cold as a knife. He turned around, pulled Xia Luoxue up, and assured her, from today on, no one can hurt you again. Xia Luoxue looked at Xiao Chen in front of her. A hint of warmth flashed in her eyes, and a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Chen's anger had already been ignited. Xiao Jun and his men forcibly took Xia Luoxue away, which already made him dissatisfied. Hearing that Xiao Chen was not in the village, Xiao Jun dared to lead people across the border, which completely underestimated his bottom line. Everyone in the surrounding area knew Xiao Chen's name. In the past, he had been friends with the young people in Qinjia village because of Xiao Ji's face. Now that the engagement was broken, Xiao Chen was furious. Anyone who dared to provoke him again would be doomed. When Xiao Jun saw Xiao Chen, his face changed slightly. Once upon a time, Xiao Chen was weak in front of Xiao Jia, so Xiao Jun naturally dared to test him. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, and Xiao Jun felt a little apprehensive. Xiao Chen, how dare you talk to me like that? Xiao Jun sneered, tough on the outside, but slightly flustered in his heart. He pushed Xia Luoxue away and glared at her. Xia Luoxue fell heavily, Her palm was cut and blood was flowing. Xiao Chen's anger exploded, and in an instant, the whole world seemed to be shaking. He stepped forward and kicked Xiao Jun in the abdomen. Bang! Xiao Jun was kicked back a few steps. His face turned pale instantly, with shock and pain intertwined in his eyes. Xiao Chen did not give him a chance to breathe. He took a few steps forward, swung his fist, and hit him hard in the face. Xiao Jun's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. He finally understood that Xiao Chen was no longer the weak man who had yielded to Xiao Jia. Xiao Chen's violence swept over him like a storm. Xiao Jun could not resist and could only flee in embarrassment. Several young men from Qinjia village nearby were stunned. Xiao Chen's attack was so ruthless that it frightened them. Xiao Jun was also beaten without any ability to fight back and seemed like he would fall down at any moment. The villagers saw Xiao Chen was so furious and stepped forward to stop him. Xiao Chen, stop fighting. If you continue, someone might die. Don't forget, Xiao Jun is Xiao Jia's younger brother. For Xiao Jia's sake, stop. If you don't stop, we'll ask the village chief to handle it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, turned to the villagers who were trying to dissuade him, and looked at them with a sharp gaze. Looking for the village chief? Okay, after I beat him up, we'll go find a village chief together. Yu Qinjia village dared to bring people to snatch my fiancée, so it is only natural for me to save her. Regarding today's matter, I want to see which side the village chief stands on. The villagers fell silent immediately. No one dared to speak again. Xiao Chen turned around and punched Xiao Jun again, hitting him hard. Xiao Jun was about to collapse, as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. At this time, Xiao Jun finally came to his senses and shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, if you dare to touch me, I will make you pay the price for the blow you hit me yesterday." As he spoke, he picked up a large rock and raised it up, ready to smash it at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, be careful," Xiao Luoxue exclaimed, her eyes full of worry. Xiao Chen sneered, took a quick step, grabbed Xiao Jun's arm, and avoided the stone's attack. Then, he punched Xiao Jun's nose hard. Blood spurted out of Xiao Jun's nose, instantly dyeing his face red. Xiao Chen grabbed the stone and smashed it against Xiao Jun's forehead without hesitation. Xiao Jun's eyes blurred. Blood quickly oozed from his forehead. His expression was painful, and finally he burst into tears. "Xiao Chen, you dare to hit my head? I'm bleeding. I'm going to go back and tell my sister." The crowd immediately showed contempt, and Xiao Jun's crying made everyone even more disdainful. Even the villagers of Qinjia village regretted helping this kid to cause trouble in Dashi village. "You hit me yesterday, and now we're even. If you want to sue me, go ahead." Xiao Chen sneered and patted Xiao Jun's face with sarcasm. This kid is a real mama's boy. In the past, Xiao Chen had wiped Xiao Jun's, but now the two sides have no relationship, and he will never do anything for this person again. I have already warned you that you brought people to arrest my wife. Today I will teach you a lesson. If you dare to cause trouble again in the future, I will never show mercy and will destroy you directly. Xiao Jun's legs suddenly weakened as he listened to Xiao Chen's words, and his face was filled with fear. He stammered, I know. Suddenly, there was an unpleasant smell of urine. Xiao Chen looked down and saw that it was Xiao Jun who had wet his pants out of fear. He became even more furious and slapped him twice. It's shameful for a grown man to piss himself off just because of a few words. At this time, villagers from Dashi village and Qinjia village rushed over. The villagers from Qinjia village were furious when they saw Xiao Jun was beaten to a bloody mess. "Xiao Chen, you dare to hit people from our Qinjia village. Do you think we are afraid of you? You are too cruel. Xiao Jun is Xiao Jia's younger brother. You and Xiao Jia once had a relationship. How could you treat him like this? Catch him and see what the village chief says." However, the villagers of Dashi village also arrived quickly and protected Xiao Chen with serious expressions. "Who dares to do it? Xiao Chen is from our Dashi village. Today's matter should be resolved by our village. Xiao Jun has captured Xiao Chen's fiancée. Can't he help save her? You want to bully the people of Dashi village? No way." Seeing the tense situation, Qinjia village chief and Dashi village chief Chen Jiangwo also rushed over. Qinjia village chief saw Xiao Jun was beaten all over, and he was furious and accused. "Xiao Chen, how could you hit someone?" He turned to Chen Jiangwo and shouted angrily, "Look carefully at what the people in your village have done. If you don't give me an explanation, our village will never let you go." Village Chief Dashi looked at Xiao Jun's injuries, was silent for a moment, and said, Xiao Chen, although Xiao Jun hit you yesterday, you can't fight back like this. After all, you and Xiao Jia had a relationship before. It's too impulsive to do this today. Apologize to him quickly. Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Jiangwo and sneered, I beat him. He deserved it. He doesn't deserve my apology at all. Hearing this, the young people in Chenjia village around him were furious. But the head of Chenjia village became even more stern and turned to Chen Jiangwo and said, If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will have to call the police. Call the police? Chen Jiangwo hurriedly stopped him. This matter can be resolved privately. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo hurriedly stopped the village chief of the Chen family. Nowadays, fighting is no small matter. If you mess up, you'll go to jail. Go to the police station? Okay, I'd like to see who the comrades from the police station will arrest when they come. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, his face ashen and his tone cold. Village Chief Chen's face flushed with anger, and he was furious. You! Well, don't blame me for not giving face to Village Chief Chen Jiangwo. He turned around and yelled at a villager. Xiao Lu, go to the police station and tell them what happened here. A trace of hesitation flashed across Xiao You's face. Village Chief, this. What are you doing? Don't you even listen to me? Village Chief Chen glared and shouted. Xiao Lu was so frightened that he took a few steps back, but still did not dare to move. The several young men from Chenjia village nearby looked at each other, lowered their heads, and said nothing, and the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke, his eyes like knives. Village Chief Chen, there is no need to call them anymore. None of them dare to go to the police station. He pointed at Xiao Jun on the ground and said coldly, Because they kidnapped my wife. Isn't going to the police station the same as turning yourself in? These words immediately shocked the villagers of Chenjia village. Kidnap your wife? The village chief of the Chun family was stunned. Didn't you just break off your engagement with Xiao Jia? Where did you get your wife? Xiao Chen took Xiao Luoshue's hand and responded firmly. After Xiao Jia and I broke off the engagement, I got engaged to Luo Shui. Even my parents and Luo Shui's grandfather agreed to this marriage. Our village chief can testify to this. Dashi village chief Chen Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Yesterday, Xiao Chen and I witnessed his engagement with Xiao Luoshue. It's true. Xiao Chen pointed at Xiao Jun with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, Xiao Jun and his men kidnapped my wife and took her to the seawall, trying to push her into the mudflat and kill her. In order to save her, I had to stop them. He paused and looked at the head of Chenjia village coldly. Now the problem is very simple. If the police station finds out, who will be in trouble, me or the people of Chenjia village? Kidnapping and intentional injury are serious crimes. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen pointed at Xiao Lu and several other young men who came with Xiao Jun. Their faces turned pale instantly, and they felt nervous. Plop! Xiao Lu and the others fell to their knees, crying, Village Chief, don't go to the police station. We don't want to go to jail. We didn't expect it to be so serious. It was Xiao Jun who ordered us to come to Dashi village. We just want to scare people. We didn't expect the situation to become so serious. Village Chief Chan was stunned for a few seconds, his face gloomy, and he instantly realized that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. After scolding Xiao Jun, he finally realized that if the matter continued to ferment, not only Xiao Jun, but also he, the village chief, would be in trouble. Village Chief Chun, it seems that the matter has been clarified. Xiao Jun brought people to kidnap the villagers of Dashi village, and Xiao Chen only took action to protect his fiancée. Seeing this, Chen Jiangwo took the opportunity to speak. In this case, how do you plan to solve today's matter? Settle it privately? Or go to the police station? He pretended to call out to his fellow villagers, providing just the right amount of threat. The village chief of the Chan family hurriedly grabbed Chen Jiangwo and said with a smile on his face, Brother Jiangwo, don't worry, don't worry. We can discuss this matter. Seeing that the village chief of Chen's family had compromised, the people around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The village chief of Chen's family patted his chest and promised that the matter would be handled within 2 days. Zhao Junjiang must write a letter of guarantee in the Chen's village ancestral hall, saying that he would never dare to cause trouble for Xiao Chen and Xiao Luoshue again. Otherwise, he would be removed from the family tree. Being removed from the family tree was no small matter. It meant being completely severing ties with Chen village. Everyone could feel the disappointment of the head of Chen village, who almost wanted to completely sever ties with Xiao Jun. However, Xiao Jun grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why? He was the one who wronged my sister. How come I am the one who is wrong now? His words angered the people around him, not to mention the villagers of Dashi village, who were so angry that they wanted to fight. Even the villagers of Qinjiao village were unhappy, thinking that Xiao Jun was really ungrateful. Bah! Xiao Chen slap-hit Xiao Jun's face like thunder, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you be so stubborn? You are alive today because your sister and your parents protected you. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't even be able to climb to where you are today." Xiao Jun was so angry that he was shaking all over and his face turned red. He wanted to refute, but Xiao Chen slapped him twice again. "You still dare to curse? I'm telling you, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Xiao Chen slapped Xiao Jun and continued in a cold voice, "Your sister and I no longer have any relationship. From now on, Luo Shui is my wife. I'll kill anyone who dares to bully my wife. Who do you think you are? Apart from causing trouble and being lazy, can you do anything useful?" Xiao Chen's tone became increasingly cold. The villagers from Qinjia village who were nearby watched Xiao Jun being beaten beyond recognition. No one dared to say a word, as they all understood Xiao Jun deserved it. Xiao Chen slapped Xiao Jun for 5 minutes straight, until his face became as swollen as a pig's head. "That's enough. I'm no longer angry." The village chief of the Chun family had a smile on his face. "Xiao Chen, you beat someone up today, and the matter is resolved." He glanced at Xiao Jun, who looked unwilling, and then turned to Xiao Chen. "Look, let's just settle today's matter like this, right?" Xiao Chen looked calm and nodded slightly. Dashi village and Qinjia village have always kept to themselves. The affairs of a few people should not affect the relationship between the two villages. Xiao Jun apologized, and there is no need to express anything more. Village Chief Chun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately promised to solve the problem within 2 days. He then ordered his men to drag Xiao Jun away. Xiao Lu and the others were also relieved and expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chun. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not pursue them, their eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. Seeing this, the villagers of Dashi village left one after another, and the atmosphere finally eased. After returning to the village entrance, Xiao Chun took Xiao Luoshue's hand and turned to Sengu, Huizi, Xiaobin, and others. "If you hadn't informed me in time about what happened today, Luoshue would have been bullied. Come to my house in the evening. I'll treat you to dinner." Sengu and the others waved their hands and said, "Brother Chun, we are all from the same village. How can you just watch your sister-in-law get hurt?" "That's right. We have long disliked Zhao Jia. Whether it's my sister-in-law or Brother Chun, they are both worthy of our happiness." Xiao Chen's friends teased him one after another, and Xiao Luoshue's face turned as red as an apple, and she lowered her head slightly. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and asked them to bring stools to his house for dinner later. He then left holding Xiao Luoshue's hand. When he returned to Xiao Luoshue's house, Grandpa Xiao was still outside selling bean sprouts. Xiao Chun hurried home to get gauze and disinfectant and carefully bandaged Xiao Luoshue's injured hand. "I can do it myself." Xiao Luoshue blushed as she looked at Xiao Chen's careful movements, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Xiao Chun smiled and said gently, "You are my wife. It is my responsibility to take care of you." Xiao Luoshue's face turned red, her legs went weak, and her whole body became numb. When Xiao Chen got home, it was already 2 p.m., and Xiao Qing had gone to school. He took the dirty dishes from the back of the truck, rummaged through the boxes, took out 80 pairs of wooden dishes, and started washing them. 80 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls were not enough to sell today, so Xiao Chen planned to make 160 servings tomorrow. After washing the dishes, he took out the 3 pounds of pork he bought, glanced at it, and decided what to cook in his mind: braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried lean meat with green peppers, and stir-fried some green vegetables. He remembered that Xiao Luoshua liked spicy food, so stir-fried lean meat with green peppers was specially prepared for her. At this time, Zhao Shan and Li Cuihua had just returned from working outside. Seeing Zhao Chun busy in the kitchen, they looked at each other in surprise. "This brat has really changed his character and actually cooks. I thought he cooked for Luo Shui in the morning just on a whim. Before, when he was with Zhao Jia, he couldn't stay at home." Zhao Shan shook his head and sighed. Li Cuihua patted Zhao Shan on the head and said angrily, "Your son has grown up. Are you happy? If you don't want to eat, don't eat." Zhao Chen walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 dishes and happened to hear his parents' words. He felt complicated. His parents had spoiled him since he was a child and let him eat all the good things first. When he grew up, even though he often got into trouble and fought, his parents never gave up on him. For his marriage, they even took out all their savings to help him marry Xiao Jia. But now, Xiao Chen understands that he has never really lived up to his parents. After being reborn in this life, he is determined to spend more time with his parents, make more money, and make their lives better. Dad, Mom, the food is almost ready. Wait a moment, Luo Shui and Sango will be here to eat soon. Xiao Chen set up the small table and told his parents what happened today. Xiao Shan frowned and said, "The Chen family is so ungrateful. I gave them all the compensation, but they still dared to cause trouble. If it weren't for Sangu and the others' help, Luo Shui might have been bullied. We really should treat them to a meal." Li Tsuehua nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen chuckled, his expression calm. "Dad, Mom, the matter has been resolved. Don't be too angry. I made some money from setting up a stall today. Don't worry about that kind of person." Li Tsuehua asked curiously, "Son, did you sell the bean sprout rice noodle rolls today? How much did you make?" Seeing this, Xiao Shan quickly interrupted. "Mother, don't ask. How much money he makes from setting up a stall is his own business. Don't make your son unhappy." Xiao Chen replied calmly, "Not much. I made 160 yuan. Xiao Shan and Li Tsuehua were stunned after hearing this. They couldn't believe it. 160 yuan? Li Tsuehua was shocked and said, "I really made 160 yuan. Mom, did you hear that clearly?" Xiao Shan's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, 160 yuan. I need to work for half a month to earn that much. Xiao Chen earns half a month's worth of my money in one day." Xiao Chen continued, "Today's quantity is not much. I plan to make 300 copies tomorrow." 300 copies? Both Xiao Shan and his wife were shocked by this. Xiao Chen was full of confidence. "Yes, 300 copies. This is the number I decided on temporarily. I believe I can sell them all." He smiled, his eyes full of confidence. When they heard about the 300 copies, Xiao Shan and his wife were stunned. If 80 copies were sold for 160 yuan, wouldn't 300 copies be sold for 600 yuan? "Drink, we must drink 2 cups today." Xiao Shan smiled with a red face and moist eyes, and said to Li Tsuehua, "Wife, bring me some wine." Xiao Chen can make money and earn more than him, so Xiao Shan finally feels relieved. "Dad, what makes you so happy to drink?" At this time, Zhao Qing and Xia Luoxue walked in together and asked, "Luoxue is here. Please sit down. The meal will be ready soon." Li Tsuehua smiled and pulled Xia Luoxue to sit down. Xiao Chen earned 160 yuan from the stall today. "Your dad is happy and wants to have a couple of drinks," Li Guiwa explained. Zhao Qing and Xia Luoxue were stunned after hearing this. It was incredible that Xiao Chen did such a good job. At this time, Xiao Chen had brought the dishes out of the kitchen. He noticed that Zhao Qing and Xia Luoxue looked at him differently. "What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face?" Zhao Chen touched his face while putting the dishes on the table. "Brother, you are amazing. You can earn enough money for the dowry for Sister Luo Shui by setting up a stall so quickly. You can even earn enough money to buy 3 electric cars." Zhao Qing gave a thumbs up and praised. Xiao Qing. Xia Luoxue's face turned as red as an apple, and she hurriedly pulled Zhao Qing. Xiao Shan and Li Tsuehua looked at Xia Luoxue and felt warm in their hearts and smiled at each other. Not long after, Sangu, Huizi, and Xiaobin also walked in, holding small stools in their hands. Uncle, aunt, sister, Xiaoqing. They greeted one by one and finally said to Xia Luoxue seriously, "Hello, Sister Luoxue." Xia Luoxue's face was as red as if she had been painted with red paint, and she waved her hands hurriedly. "Xiao Chen and I haven't officially gotten married yet. Okay, everyone sit down and eat." Xiao Chen waved his hand and let them help themselves. Xiao Shan took out his treasured Mao Tai, poured a glass for Sango and the others, and thanked them for their help today. "If it weren't for you, my son and daughter-in-law might have been bullied today." Xiao Chen took out Arctic Ocean and Coke and let Zhao Qing, Xia Luoxue, and her mother share. Although the dishes were not large, everyone was very satisfied. With a few meat dishes and vegetables, everyone was full. After finishing the meal, Zhao Chen said to Xia Luoxue, "Luoxue, I specially left a portion of food for Grandpa Xia. You can take it back to him." Xia Luoxue felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect Zhao Chen to be so thoughtful. After Xia Luoxue left, Sangu and the others were about to leave, but were stopped by Zhao Chen. "Sangu, do you want to make some money?" Zhao Chen suddenly asked. "Think about it. We don't know anything but brute force." Sango answered without hesitation. As long as you have the strength, it's fine. Xiao Chen said with a smile. There are a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain in our Dashi village. You can pick them, and I'll pay you by the kilogram. Sango was stunned. Brother Chun, what do you want these wild vegetables for? They are not tasty, and no one in the village eats them. If you take them, won't you lose money and gain publicity? Don't worry about it. I'll buy at the price of $1 per pound. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Sango and the others gasped. A pound of wild vegetables only cost a few cents, but Xiao Chen actually offered 1 yuan per pound to buy them. Even Xiao Shan and his wife were stunned by this price. Okay, pack the bags and give them to me tomorrow morning. We'll calculate the payment in the evening based on how much you pick during the day, Xiao Chen added. After Sangu and the others left, Li Suihua asked in confusion, Xiao Chen, why are you collecting wild vegetables? Who eats wild vegetables now? Believe me, you can make money by collecting wild vegetables. Xiao Chen smiled. Whether you can earn enough money to build a villa within a month depends on it. When Xiao Shan and his wife heard Xiao Chen say that he wanted to use wild vegetables to make money to build a villa, they were extremely shocked. Xiao Chen's mornings are always busy. In the morning, he got up early, washed up, and went into the kitchen. Today, he not only had to prepare breakfast for Luo Shui and his sister, but also made some rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts to sell. He originally planned to make 80 sheets of rice noodle rolls, but suddenly thought of selling wild vegetables. Perhaps he could make more money through other means, so he decided to make 150 sheets of rice noodles at a time, totaling 300 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls. When Xiao Chen finished breakfast and prepared bean sprout rice noodle rolls, Sango and his friends came to him with 3 bags of wild vegetables. Xiao Chen weighed them and found that each bag weighed about 20 jin. He didn't waste time and gave Sango and his friends a 1 yuan price per jin. Guizai and Xiaobin each received 20 yuan. Brother Chun, can these wild vegetables really be sold for money? Sangu and his friends were excited. Looking at the 20 yuan in their hands, their faces were full of joy. In the mid-1990s, ordinary villagers earned less than 300 yuan a month and less than 10 yuan a day, but they had just picked wild vegetables for a few hours and earned 20 yuan, which made them very excited. Of course, I'll charge you 1 yuan per pound for whatever you pick. Xiao Chen placed 3 bags of wild vegetables on the ground and added as he pushed a tricycle. But be careful when picking. The quality of the wild vegetables is very important. They can't have insects or rotten ones. Sango and his men were like chicken blood, and they promised solemnly, Brother Chun, don't worry, we guarantee to pick the best. They hurried up the mountain to pick wild vegetables without waiting for Xiao Chen to invite them to have breakfast. After Xiao Chen had breakfast, he loaded the bean sprout rice noodle rolls on the tricycle and headed for the county town. Although it was still a little early for the students to go to class, the catering staff had already started preparing the ingredients. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived in the county town, he went straight to the largest tea house in the county town, Longfenglu. He did not plan to sell the wild vegetables in the market, because although people were getting richer, most people still loved to eat meat, and the demand for vegetables was not great. Only those well-off people who often went to tea houses paid more attention to health and wellness, and green vegetables were more attractive to them. Therefore, Xiao Chen decided to sell the wild vegetables to tea houses, where people paid more attention to the quality of the ingredients. Longfenglu was once a state-owned restaurant, and later became a semi-state-owned and semi-privately operated one. Xiao Chen remembered that this tea house would be completely transformed into a private tea house soon, and eventually closed due to poor management. Today, he tried to cooperate with it, but apparently, this opportunity did not seem to be cherished. He parked the tricycle at the back door of Longfeng Restaurant and saw a middle-aged fat manager counting the ingredients with an impatient look on his face. Hello, are you the manager of Longfeng Restaurant? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. The fat manager didn't even raise his head and responded in a rough voice. So what? If you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Manager, I have a batch of high-quality wild vegetables here. They will definitely sell well if made into snacks. Would you like to take a look? What wild vegetables? Take them away quickly. Don't waste my time. The manager had no interest in listening to Xiao Chen's suggestion. As soon as he finished speaking, he interrupted. The snacks at Longfeng Tea House are made of top-quality ingredients, not the stuff from your street shop. The suppliers around him cast mocking glances at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen collected the wild vegetables calmly and rode away calmly on his tricycle. The fat manager and others looked at him with disdain as he left. Bah, how dare a country bumpkin come here to sell things, they muttered casually. Xiao Chen sneered in his heart. These wild vegetables were all natural green ingredients, and were no worse than their so-called superior ingredients. If Longfeng was willing to accept them, he would be willing to cooperate. But since they had no vision, there was nothing he could do. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, a clear female voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen stopped the tricycle suddenly and turned around to see a lady in her 30s driving a Santana slowly approaching. In the mid-1990s, the price of a Santana was equivalent to the income of an ordinary family without food or drink for 20 years. This lady was obviously not an ordinary lady. Are you Xiao Chen? The woman asked with a smile after getting off the car, with a hint of interest in her eyes. My name is Lu Ying, and I'm the owner of the Jixiang Tea House. I think I saw you selling wild vegetables just now. Xiao Chen was stunned and suddenly made a judgment in his heart. Lu Ying, a female entrepreneur in the county town in the late 1990s, a catering tycoon, and a real estate tycoon, her name Xiao Chen was very familiar with. Although he was reborn, he clearly remembered the achievements of this woman from his memory. Little brother, do you have any wild vegetables? Lu Ying asked with a smile on her face. Yes, there are 60 kilograms of wild vegetables in total. Would you like to take a look? Xiao Chen smiled and opened the bag of wild vegetables and showed it to her. Lu Ying took a glance and immediately showed a delighted expression. These wild vegetables were exactly the same as those she had seen in other tea houses in the county. A small amount could make a very high gross profit. She had been looking for such a source of goods, but had never found one. How much are these wild vegetables? She asked. 3 yuan per pound. Xiao Chen replied. This price is a bit high. Lu Ying frowned. Not high. A plate of wild vegetable snacks costs less than 3 taels, and the gross profit of a pound of wild vegetables can reach 10 yuan. Xiao Chen said confidently. Lu Ying's eyes widened. This simple country boy was obviously not as innocent as he looked. Instead, he had the shrewdness of a businessman. She smiled slightly, with some approval in her eyes. Little brother, your wild vegetables are expensive, but the market demand is huge. We can cooperate. If the customers don't like the vegetables, they will lose them. Lu Ying bit her red lips and frowned slightly. Can it be less? Sister Lu, you are a big boss. You even drive a Santana worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. How can it be unbecoming of your status to bargain with a country boy like me? As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, he flattered Lu Ying skillfully. Okay, 3 is 3. Lu Ying was helpless. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the gauze covering the back of Xiao Chen's tricycle and asked curiously, What is this? Bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Would you like to try the flavor, Sister Lu? Xiao Chen quickly lifted the gauze, made a portion with swift movements, and brought it to Lu Ying. Lu Ying was about to refuse, but when she realized that he moved so quickly, she had no choice but to take the plate and chopsticks and take a bite. She knew that Xiao Chen was from the provincial capital, and bean sprout rice noodle rolls were very popular in the tea houses in the provincial capital. After trying it, she had almost no room for refusal. As expected, her eyes lit up. How much do you sell this bean sprout rice noodle roll for? It's 2 yuan a piece. If you want a large quantity, I can give you 1.5 yuan. I want 100 copies first, and if the response is good, I will continue to increase the quantity. Okay. Xiao Chen agreed readily, with a smile on his face. Let's go weigh it. As soon as the two of them walked to the back door of Jixiang Tea House, they ran into Pan Wan, the manager of Longfeng Tea House. Seeing Xiao Chen carrying wild vegetables to the scale, Pan Wan sneered. Boss Lu, why do you buy even cheap ingredients like wild vegetables? Is the Jixiang Tea House going to close? How about I give you a chance to work as a waiter here? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes flickered. Pan Wan, this name will have a different ending in the future. After Longfeng Tea House closes, Jixiang Tea House will swallow it up. Lu Ying was not angry, but responded with a smile. Try the new dishes. Although the Jixiang Tea House is small, the money for buying food can still be paid. Thank you for your concern, Fat Manager. Pan Wan is a fat man who is often nicknamed the Fat Manager. He sneered, Haha, if customers like this wild vegetable as a snack, I'll take my head off for you to kick. Lu Ying turned around calmly. Ignore him. Xiao Chen smiled, but he understood something in his heart. After weighing, the wild vegetables weighed exactly 60 kilograms, plus the 100 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls that Lu Ying ordered. Xiao Chen got 330 yuan. Before leaving, he slipped a note to Lu Ying. Sister Lu, The wild vegetables in the tea houses in the provincial capital are mostly blanched, which tastes good, but if you want to make the Jixiang Tea House the most popular place in the county, you have to innovate. I have a new method here. You can refer to it. After saying that, Xiao Chen got on his tricycle and disappeared around the corner. Lu Ying opened the note curiously, and her eyes were instantly fixed on it. The note detailed a unique method of making cold wild vegetables. Blanch the wild vegetables, add minced garlic, white sesame seeds, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, chili oil, and sesame oil, and mix well. The wild vegetables are spicy and crisp, with a strong texture and no earthy smell. Adding the name of healthy, it will definitely attract diners. There was a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Xiao Chen's dish would be a hit. When Xiao Chen arrived at the county's #1 middle school, a group of students were already waiting at the door. When they saw him, they swarmed over. Xiao Chen was busy setting up the stall, wielding the kitchen knife quickly, and bean sprout rice noodle rolls were quickly formed on the chopping board. Thanks to the students who missed out on the meal yesterday and the patronage of regular customers, the bean sprout rice noodle rolls were sold out in just 1 hour. All 200 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls were sold out, and the students strongly requested that more be made tomorrow. Xiao Chen got into the car, humming a little tune, and headed straight for the market. Today he sold 200 rice rolls and earned 400 yuan, plus the 300 yuan from Jixiang Tea House, a total of 730 yuan. While shopping for ingredients at the market, Xiao Chen was thinking about the sales of the Jixiang Tea House. At noon, he decided to go to the tea house again to see how the cold wild vegetables he recommended were. As soon as he arrived at the back door of the Jixiang Tea House, Panwen came up to him in a hurry. "Little brother, where do you have any wild vegetables? I'll buy them at a high price." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "Didn't you say that wild vegetables are garbage and not worth mentioning?" Panwen smiled and said, "Little brother, I was wrong. I regretted it immediately when I saw the hot product of Jixiang Tea House this morning. How about this? I'll give you an extra 50 cents per pound." Xiao Chen said calmly, "My wild vegetables are mine. I can sell them to anyone I want." At this time, Lu Ying walked quickly from the back door of the tea house, stood in front of Xiao Chen, and stared at Panwen coldly. "Manager Panwen, you're trying to steal my supplier. Is this legal or not?" Panwen's lips curled slightly. "Boss Lu, this little brother was the one who came to me first. If anyone wants to rob me, then you should be the one to rob me." "You." Lu Ying's face changed slightly with anger. Panwen ignored her and turned to Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "Little brother, how about selling the wild vegetables exclusively to me? You see, Jixiang Tea House may not be able to consume so much." Xiao Chen smiled and responded, "It sounds tempting, but I only sell my wild vegetables to Boss Lu." Panwen was stunned, and the smile on his face froze instantly. "Can you say it again?" "Manager Pan, I have made my words very clear. Do you want me to repeat them?" Xiao Chen smiled calmly, without any fluctuation in his tone. Panwen's face was gloomy and his eyes were as cold as ice. "The price I offer is higher than that of Jixiang Tea House. Don't you want to make money?" Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course I want to make money, but it depends on who I work with. Boss Lu has a good eye for talent. I believe it will be more pleasant to work with her." Panwen's face suddenly became gloomy and uncertain, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, how long can a small tea house like Jixiang Tea House cooperate? I'll wait and see." After he finished speaking, he snorted coldly, left Xiao Chen behind, and turned away. "Thank you. I really appreciate you thinking so highly of me." Lu Ying watched Panwen leave. A smug smile appeared on her face and turned to Xiao Chen. "Sister Lu, my name is Xiao Chen. Just call me by my name." Xiao Chen responded with a smile. Lu Ying smiled gently. "Brother Xiao Chen, just because of what you said just now, I will charge 2 yuan for bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 4 yuan per pound for wild vegetables." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, 4 yuan a pound of wild vegetables. Only the big tea houses in the provincial capital would offer such a high price. This is a county town, and the consumption level is different from that of the provincial capital. Lu Ying didn't wait for him to think about it and said firmly, "It's settled. You call me sister. How can I treat your brother badly?" As she waved her hand, her pretty face became more charming. "Thank you, Sister Lu." Xiao Chen nodded, but in his heart, he was weighing Lu Ying's generosity. "Tomorrow I want 200 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 200 kilograms of wild vegetables. Can you do it?" Xiao Chen paused and replied, "Bean sprout rice noodle rolls are fine, but the amount of wild vegetables may only be 100 to 150 kilograms." "Okay, Then I'll pay you for the bean sprout rice noodle rolls first, and I'll pay you for the wild vegetables by weight tomorrow. Xiao Chen received a 400 yuan advance payment, totaling 730 yuan today, and his total income has reached 1,130 yuan. In 2 days, he earned the income of an ordinary rural family for 3 or 4 months. Xiao Chen patted his pockets, made a plan in his mind, and rode his bike straight to the county's commercial pedestrian street. In the 1990s, the clothing market was booming. Men's sunglasses, bell-bottom pants, and bat shirts were popular, and imported brands of clothing continued to impact the market. Xiao Chen looked at the exhibits in the shopping street, sighed slightly, picked out 2 pairs of women's jeans and 2 short-sleeve shirts, and spent 40 yuan. The price is not low, but the quality and brand are better than those in the market stalls. He planned to buy these for Xiao. After all, she was his future wife, and he had to choose better clothes for her. After returning to Dashi village, Xiao Chen went home first to put the ingredients away. It was past 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Qing had not yet finished school, and Xiao Shan and his wife were also working outside. He looked at the time and decided not to rush to cook. So he took his clothes and some snacks and went to Xiao house. Although the two have agreed to get married, he and Xiao have always been friends and their feelings have not deepened. He decided to cultivate their feelings through some small things and feel the sweetness of love. However, when Xiao Chun arrived at Xiao house, he found that she was not at home. As usual, Xiao would help her grandfather grow bean sprouts at home, and she didn't have many friends in the village. Aunt Zhang, who often gossiped in the village, gave him a hint of suspicion. Xiao Chun, are you looking for Luo Shui? Aunt Zhang came over with a flickering look in her eyes. Xiao Chun frowned. Aunt Zhang, do you know where Luo Shui went? Aunt Zhang advised earnestly. Xiao Chun, you have to pay more attention to Luo Shui. She is beautiful and virtuous, and it is easy for her to be abducted by other men. She persuaded for a few minutes before telling Xiao Chen that Luo Shui had a high school classmate who came to see her, and the two of them walked towards the beach, talking and laughing. Xiao Chen, they said they were going for a walk, but you'd better go and check. Don't let your wife run away. Xiao Chen nodded. Aunt Zhang, I understand. You should go and cook. Aunt Zhang glared at Xiao Chen, but said nothing. Xiao Chen walked quickly toward the beach, holding the clothes and snacks he had bought. He felt a little uneasy. That handsome young man should be Zhang Tong. He and Xiao were classmates and were also old acquaintances of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun remembered that after Grandpa Xiao passed away, Zhang Tong began to pursue Xiao fiercely, but after meeting a rich girl, he immediately abandoned Luo and chose the rich girl. This time, Xiao Chun would never allow Zhang Tong to get close to Xiao again. Approaching the beach, Xiao Chun saw Xiao still looking beautiful in a simple white shirt and washed-out jeans. Even in ordinary outfit, she still exudes a unique charm. Zhang Tong stood beside her, his eyes sparkling and full of obsession. Although he had been to college and had seen countless beautiful girls, he still pales in comparison to Xiao. He had a crush on Xiao since high school, but due to his low self-esteem, he never dared to confess. After learning that Luo did not go to college, he began to feel that he was getting closer to her. Now, he is about to graduate from college and is determined to pursue the girl who was once his goddess. Luo Shui, I have liked you for many years. Zhang Tong suddenly spoke with a nervous expression. Even though I've seen many outstanding girls, you are still the most beautiful. I hope to give you happiness after graduation. Will you marry me? A trace of surprise flashed across Luo's eyes. Just now she was chatting and laughing with Zhang Tong, reminiscing about the past in high school. But suddenly Zhang Tong confesses love. No, it should be proposed to him. This sudden action completely stunned Luo. Zhang Tong, thank you for coming to see me, and thank you for liking me. Luo hesitated for a few seconds before reacting and politely refused. However, I already have someone I like, and we are engaged and will be married soon. Zhang Tong's face changed when he heard this, and he was immediately confused. Who is he? Xiao Chun. Luo answered simply, and Zhang Tong's expression became even uglier. How could it be him? I remember that he once liked Zhao Jia from Qinjia village, and he even said he wanted to get married not long ago. Xiao Chun and Zhao Jia have broken off their engagement, and now I am his fiancé. Luo insisted with a firm look in her eyes. No, how can you be with him? Xiao Chun is not worthy of you at all. He is just a country boy who has never been to college. Zhang Tong's tone became increasingly excited, even a little angry, and his voice became noticeably higher. I'm also from the countryside, and I only graduated from high school. Do you look down on me? Xiao Luoxue's face suddenly turned gloomy, and she stared at Zhang Tong sharply. Zhang Tong waved his hands hastily upon seeing this. No, 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 that's not what I meant. What I meant was that he can't give you happiness. After I graduate from university next year, at the very least I will be assigned to a public institution with a stable job, housing provided by the company, and a lot of social welfare. If you marry me, you can live with me in the county town and enjoy all these. I believe these are things that Xiao Chen cannot give you. After hearing what Zhang Tong said, Xiao Luoxue fell silent. It wasn't that she was interested in Zhang Tong's offer, but she felt that her ideas were getting further and further away from Zhang Tong's. She even felt that this old classmate who was once pure and kind had changed. Xiao Luoxue never cared about those material things. If she really loved someone, she would be willing to fight with him and work hard to make money to support the family. No matter whether it is fine clothes and delicious food or simple meals, nothing else matters as long as the people around you are the ones you love. However, just as Xiao Luoxue was about to reject Zhang Tong again, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Zhang Tong, I'm afraid that nothing you said will come true. In the end, you will be worse than a country boy like me. Xiao Luoxue turned around instantly and saw Xiao Chen walking towards her quickly. She panicked and hurriedly explained, Xiao Chen, Zhang Tong and I really have nothing to do with each other. Don't misunderstand. Xiao Chen smiled and glanced at her, then said gently, Don't I know what kind of person my wife is? I believe you. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no misunderstanding at all, Xiao Luoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tong, who was standing aside, was watching the interaction between Xiao Luoxue and Xiao Chen. He felt more and more jealous, and his face instantly became heavy. Xiao Chen, what did you just say? The happiness I promised Luoxue cannot be realized? You know I'm a college student at the provincial capital university. After I graduate next year, I will be assigned to a public institution with housing, a car, a generous salary, and company benefits. Why do you say I can't compare to you? Zhang Tong's tone became increasingly high, as if he was promoting his own advantages. After listening to this, Xiao Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at Zhang Tong with a playful look in his eyes. Even if you get a job after graduation, what's the average salary in state-owned enterprises now? 500 yuan a month. Xiao Chen took out a wad of cash from his pocket. The several hundred yuan glittered in the sun, and he shook it casually. The money I make from setting up a stall in a day is exactly your monthly salary. What can you compare with me? When Zhang Tong saw the stack of cash, his gaze froze instantly, and his eyes almost popped out. He had never seen so much cash before, and he felt panicked. He suddenly realized that his identity as a college student might not be worth mentioning at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Tong's face showed a trace of shame, and it turned red like burning charcoal. Xiao Chen's words made him feel ashamed. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Tong's embarrassed expression, and a smile appeared on his lips. You see, the market economy in the 1990s developed rapidly. You couldn't conquer the world just by relying on academic qualifications. Information was opaque and opportunities were everywhere. Whoever dared to work hard could reap the money in this era. Xiao Luoxue was also very surprised by Xiao Chen's income, but she knew in her heart that Xiao Chen relied on his intelligence and hard work. She said no more and whispered, Xiao Chen, let's go. Xiao Chen nodded, took Xiao Luoxue's hand, and walked forward, not forgetting to glance back at Zhang Tong. Seeing Xiao Chen's small movements to assert his sovereignty, Xiao Luoxue blushed and felt a little shy, but did not break free. Zhang Tong, Xiao Chen turned around and said to Zhang Tong before leaving, Although you have been admitted to university, don't forget that you are also a student from a township middle school. Remember one thing, studying is not just to get rid of poverty, but to help your hometown get rid of poverty. Zhang Tong was shocked, and his heart was stirred when he heard Xiao Chen's words. He suddenly realized that he couldn't even compare to this country boy in terms of ideological awareness. He stood there in a daze, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and he wished he could find a place to hide immediately. After returning to Dashi village, Xiao Chen felt that Xiao Luoxue had been staring at him and couldn't help asking, Luoxue, why are you looking at me? Is my face dirty? Xiao Luoxue smiled slightly, with a gleam in her eyes. Xiao Chen, I feel like you have become a different person. You seem to have become more mature and stable, as if you have the soul of a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that she figured out the secret of his rebirth? My grandfather always said that a man will become mature and stable after experiencing ups and downs. You should be like that. However, I like you now. Xiao smiled faintly and said, I was scared at first, thinking that you proposed to me as a replacement after you broke off your engagement with Xiao Jia, but now I don't have any more wild thoughts. Xiao Chen, I'm going to marry you soon. You must be good to me and don't let me down. Xiao Chen's heart softened. He reached out and stroked her hair and said gently, Luo Shui, remember, I proposed to you, not as a substitute. The person I love is you, and I will only love you in this life. I will try my best to give you the best and make you happy every day. Xiao eyes flickered with a soft light, and she held Xiao Chen's hand tightly with her backhand. I believe you. Xiao suddenly noticed that Xiao Chen's pockets were bulging and asked curiously, how come you have so much money? I saw it. At least 400 or 500, right? It's not bad, just over 1,000. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Is so many? Xiao took a breath, her face full of surprise. A tea house owner ordered some rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and paid an advance payment, Xiao Chen explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao suddenly realized, and then said seriously, you have to save this money and don't spend it carelessly, understand? Understand, wife. From now on, all our family's money will be in your hands. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. Xiao face turned red. That's not what I meant. Even if she married Xiao Chen, she was unwilling to give her money to a man for safekeeping like those women in the village. After all, a man needs money to be able to speak with confidence in public. Luo Shui, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Chen saw that she was blushing and her smile had not faded, so he said seriously, don't let Grandpa Xia go to town to sell bean sprouts anymore. Anyway, I want all the bean sprouts grown by your family, and I will buy them from you at 1 yuan per pound. Xiao immediately shook her head. 1 yuan per pound? This price is too high. Grandpa will definitely not agree to it. Bean sprouts generally cost 50 cents per pound, and Xiao Chen's asking price was obviously higher than the market price. Xiao Chen smiled and said, just don't tell Grandpa Xia. I'm in urgent need of bean sprouts for breakfast. The demand is huge, and I can't find any other suitable suppliers. We are so close, so buying bean sprouts can save shipping costs, and Grandpa doesn't have to work hard to sell them. It's a three-pronged approach. Xiao looked at him and hesitated for a moment. Then I'll charge 30 cents per pound. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely not agree, and I don't want others to say that I'm taking advantage of you. She lowered her head and spoke softly. Xiao Chen immediately understood that Luo Shui was an extremely strong-willed girl, and it was impossible to ask her to sell bean sprouts to him at a high price. Luo Shui, how about this? I'll charge you 1 yuan per pound for bean sprouts, but you have to help me make rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts every day. I'll provide the raw materials, and the extra money from selling bean sprouts will be your wages. Making rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts? Xiao was moved when she heard this, but she still hesitated and said, but the wages are too high. No, I'll teach you how to make it tomorrow. You have to make at least 200 copies. Xiao Chen interrupted her and stuffed the bag in his hand into her arms without giving her a chance to hesitate. This is the clothes I bought for you. See if they fit you. He turned around hastily, not giving her much time to react. Xiao stared blankly at the brand new jeans and top in her hands, a look of happy shyness appearing on her face. This is the first time Xiao Chen bought her a gift. It was past 4 in the afternoon when Xiao Chen got home. Just as he was about to cook, he heard Sangu and his friends' laughter outside the door. He walked out of the yard and saw Sangu, Huizi, and Xiaobin walking in with bulging sacks on their shoulders, all smiling. Did you pick it from the mountain? Xiao Chen asked as he poured them some water. Sango took the water and drank in big gulps, still not satisfied. Brother Chun, it's really hot on the mountain today. I didn't bring a straw hat and a water bottle. If we had brought them, we could have picked for another 2 hours. They opened the sacks, revealing the fresh wild vegetables inside. Brother Chun, everything we picked is here, let's weigh them. Sanga said with a smile. Xiao Chen took a look and found the quality of the wild vegetables to be good. It was obvious that the 3 of them had picked them carefully. He weighed them casually and found that Xiaobin picked 50 kilograms, Huizi picked 55 kilograms, and Sanga picked 70 kilograms. Sangu, you really worked hard. You picked 70 kilograms. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Sangu was a little nervous. Brother Chun, did you pick too many? It's okay. Just like we said before, you can get as much as you pick. Xiao Chun patted his shoulder, took out 70 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Sango. This is the money for picking wild vegetables. 55 yuan. Xiaobin, 50 yuan. The three of them widened their eyes when they saw the real gold and silver in their hands. Brother Chun, I made money so quickly. Xiaobin's eyes turned red, and he was so excited that he almost cried. Since he was a child, because of his thin body, no one was willing to let him do heavy work. He only earned a few yuan a day as a casual worker. Today, he earned 50 yuan by picking wild vegetables all day, which is more than he could earn in 5 months of work. Brother Chun, you are like my second parent. Xiaobin suddenly knelt down and said with a sob. Sango and Hui Zai were also deeply moved. Xiaobin's family is just him and his grandmother. His grandmother is sick, and the house is broken and leaks all year round. The family can't support him and his grandmother at all. Sango interrupted. If it weren't for Brother Chun, who knows what Xiaobin's life would be like? Xiao Chen hurriedly helped Xiaobin up. You deserve this money. Don't kneel down. You just need to work hard to make money, repair the house, and take good care of Grandma. Pick more wild vegetables and improve your living conditions. That's what you should do now. Xiaobin nodded, his eyes full of gratitude. We made some money today. Let's go to town and have a good meal together, brothers. Sangu suggested, patting his chest. You kid, you start spending lavishly as soon as you make money. How are you going to get married? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. Sango, are you happy about your first day making money? Xiao Chen joked. Sango scratched his head and said, Yeah, it's the first time I made so much money. I'm so happy. Okay, stay at my house for dinner tonight. I'll cook for you. Xiao Chen invited generously. Thank you, Brother Chun. Sangu and others agreed. Xiao Chen smiled and led them into the kitchen. He not only wanted to make himself rich, but also to help his fellow villagers change their fate. Although they were idle villagers in the eyes of outsiders, in his eyes, they were a group of filial sons who sacrificed for their family, parents, and grandmother. Brother Chun, we made money from your money and ate your food. Is that really okay? Sangu asked a little embarrassedly. If you feel embarrassed, just help peel garlic and pick vegetables. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. Sangu and his friends originally picked 175 kilograms of wild vegetables, and Xiao Chen gave them 175 yuan for the purchase. But Lu Ying's purchase price was 4 yuan per kilogram, and he could make 700 yuan by reselling them. Although they made a little money, Xiao Chen would definitely not lose money. Xiao Shan and his wife had just returned home and were surprised to see Sango and 2 others peeling garlic in the yard. Xiao Shan frowned when he saw 3 bags of wild vegetables piled on the ground. Li Tsuehua couldn't help but want to ask Xiao Chen what he was doing with these wild vegetables, but was stopped by Xiao Shan. When Zhao Qing saw these wild vegetables, she also showed a puzzled expression, but soon she was attracted by the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Brother, what delicious food are you going to make tonight? Zhao Qin came out of the kitchen carrying dishes: soy sauce chicken, stir-fried pork and cucumber, lotus root meat pie, and mixed vegetable hot pot. Go and call Luo Shui to come and eat. Brother, I've called her. Sister Luo Shui said we can just eat by ourselves. Zhao Qing said as she helped set the table. Zhao Chen nodded, guessing that Xiao Ashua might be embarrassed to come to eat every day. So he said to Zhao Qing, Then you take 2 meals to Ashua and Grandpa Xia, and then come back to eat. Okay. Zhao Qing nodded obediently. After Zhao Qing came back, everyone started to eat. Sangu and his friends had been hungry all day, so when they saw the food on the table, they immediately gobbled it up. After eating, they helped clean up the dishes before leaving the Zhao family's yard. Zhao Shan sat in the yard, smoking silently, looking at the 3 large bags of wild vegetables with a puzzled look in his eyes. Xiao Chun, why are you collecting so many wild vegetables? We can't eat all of them. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Dad, these wild vegetables are for sale. This morning, Sangu and his friends brought 60 kilograms of them. I took them to a tea house in the county town and sold them. I made 180 yuan. What? 180 yuan? Zhao Shan's eyes widened. Is this wild vegetable so valuable? Mom and Dad, why would I lie to you? Sangu and I collect these wild vegetables at $1 per pound. The tea house in the county town sells them at $3 per pound. Zhao Chen continued. Wow, Li Tsuehua gasped in surprise. 3 yuan a pound? It's almost as expensive as pork. Zhao Shan also sighed. City people are really rich. Zhao Chen added with a smile. City dwellers nowadays pay more attention to healthy eating, eating less meat and more vegetables. Our wild vegetables are all natural, and people in the city are rushing to buy them. Li Tsuehua disagreed. Eating vegetables means you are healthy? During the famine, we ate wild vegetables every day and our faces turned blue. Xiao Qing then said, Mom, this is called a combination of meat and vegetables. It's not tiring to work. People in the city are much more particular about their diet. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Shan looked at each other and smiled, thinking that as long as they could make money, nothing else mattered. It's good to make money. It's good to make money. Xiao Shan sighed, and then asked, Xiao Chen, how much did you make from setting up the stall today? Fortunately, I made 400 yuan from selling beans, sprout, rice noodle rolls today, and 150 yuan from selling 100 servings to Jixiang Tea House, a total of 550 yuan. 550 yuan. Zhao Shan and Li Tsuohua's eyes almost popped out of their heads. It was almost their monthly income. Zhao Qing opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise. Brother, you are amazing. You made 730 yuan in one day. To be precise, I made 1,130 yuan today. Jixiang Tea House ordered 200 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and paid 400 yuan in advance. Zhao Chun said with a smile. Zhao Qing was even more surprised. Oh my God, setting up a stall is so profitable. I want to follow my brother to set up a stall. Zhao Chen reached out and patted her head gently. Nonsense. Studying is your first priority. Leave the money-making to me. I'm still waiting for you to become the first college student in our family. Zhao Shan and Li Tsuohua laughed heartily, their faces full of satisfaction. Their eldest son could make money and their youngest daughter could study, which was their pride. Zhao Chun, the tea house has reserved 200 orders. Can you make it tomorrow? Li Tsuehua asked worriedly. Do you need Mom's help? No need. Luo Shui will help me. I'll buy her bean sprouts at 1 pound per piece. Zhao Chen replied. Li Tsuehua nodded. That's good. You two can support each other and slowly run your own little family. At this time, Zhao Shan took out a piece of red paper from his arms and said, Xiao Chun, I asked a fortune teller to calculate your and Luo Shui's horoscopes, and the wedding date has also been calculated. The 25th of next month is an auspicious date. In fact, there are only 2 suitable dates for you to get married this year. If you are later, you'll have to postpone it until the end of the year. The 25th of next month? Zhao Chun frowned slightly. Although there were still 2 months to next month, if he wanted to move into the wedding house with Xiao Luoxiu at that time, he would have to start building the house at the beginning of next month. According to the situation in the 1990s, to build a 3-story red brick house, it would cost at least 30,000 yuan. If he wanted to build a 3-story villa with a yard, it would cost at least 50,000 yuan. In other words, he must earn 50,000 yuan in a month before he can start building a house. 50,000 yuan is not a small amount of money, and it is very stressful to earn it in just 1 month. Xiao Chun, if you feel next month is too urgent, you can wait until the end of the year. Li Tsuehua saw Zhao Chen's complicated expression and made a suggestion. Zhao Chen shook his head firmly. No, it will be on the 25th of next month. He understood that he had made Luo Shui wait too long in his previous life, and he would never let her wait again in this life. Even if he had to wait another half a year, he was unwilling to let Luo Shui endure such pain. Dad, please tell Grandpa Xia the wedding date. I will take care of the wedding expenses. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he turned and went into the house. He had to find a way to earn enough money to build the house and pay for the bride price within a month. Thinking of the Sanqing Temple in the back mountain, Zhao Chun had an idea. There were many stone statues of Taoist gods in the abandoned temple. A few years later, he remembered that a villager sold the stone statue heads of the Sanqing Temple to an antique dealer and earned 30,000 yuan. If he could sell the stone statue heads in the temple, 60,000 yuan would not be impossible. But Zhao Chun knew that doing so was extremely immoral, and he was determined not to go down this path. I must make this money through legitimate means. Zhao Chen made up his mind secretly. The next morning, Zhao Chen walked out of the house with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Even with 20 years of memory, he still knew clearly that it was not easy to make 60,000 yuan in a month. To accumulate wealth quickly, he had to either invest in real estate or enter the stock market. However, he obviously did not have the capital to develop real estate, and he could not get involved in the stock market. Zhao Chen clearly remembered the financial crisis in the mid-1990s, when the stock market crashed and countless investors lost all their money overnight. The rooftops were full of people. Who would dare to take risks in the stock market at that time? Just as he was thinking, Xiao Luoxiu appeared in front of him, sitting outside the yard, holding 2 bags of bean sprouts in her hands, as obedient as a kitten. Luo Shui, why did you get up so early? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. I'm afraid of delaying your stall, so Xiao Luoshue's face flushed slightly. It turned out that she remembered that he wanted to sell bean sprouts to make bean sprout rice noodle rolls. So she prepared the bean sprouts early and waited to help him. No hurry, eat breakfast first. I'll make something delicious. You can eat, and then I'll cook it slowly. Xiao Chen took Dia and gently pushed her into the kitchen. Go and wait by the fire. Xiao Chen was busy picking up some lean meat, dried shrimp, clam meat, and other ingredients, and started to cook a pot of seafood and pork porridge. As the lid of the pot was lifted, the rich aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Xiao Chen, what kind of porridge are you cooking? Xiao Luoshua asked with a little surprise. Clay pot porridge is a specialty of our provincial capital. Xiao Chen smiled and brought out a bowl. This porridge is not only fresh and delicious, but also has the effect of nourishing the kidneys and spleen, nourishing the stomach and replenishing qi. You often skip breakfast, so it's a good opportunity to regulate your body. Xiao Luoshua was slightly stunned and her face flushed, wondering if Xiao Chen was worried about her health, especially the issue of having a baby. I'm in good health, so having 2 children should be no problem. She lowered her head and whispered. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Xiao Luoshua meant, and the corners of his mouth twitched. That's not what I meant. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly changed the subject, took out glutinous rice flour and bean sprouts, and prepared to start making bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Seeing that the porridge was still hot, Xiao Luoshua put it aside and watched Xiao Chen make the rice noodles for bean sprout rice rolls. In less than half an hour, 120 servings of bean sprout rice rolls were ready. Do you know what to do? Xiao Chen turned around and asked. Got it. Xiao Luoshua nodded. Then let's have breakfast first, and then start working. Xiao Chen said with a smile. The two quickly finished their delicious clay pot porridge with satisfied looks on their faces. Soon, Xiao Shan and his wife and Zhao Qing also woke up and saw the two eating breakfast in the kitchen, and they couldn't help but smile. Brother, Sister Luo Shui, what are you eating? Zhao Qing teased and walked into the kitchen after washing up. When she heard the word sister-in-law, Xiao Luoshue's face turned red again, looking particularly charming. I've cooked some clay pot porridge with clams, dried shrimps, and lean meat. Help yourself, Zhao Qin said. Zhao Shan and his wife also arrived one after another, and the three of them each had a bowl of porridge. As soon as they drank it, they immediately showed surprised expressions on their faces. It's delicious, brother. When did you learn to cook so well? Zhao Qing took a bite and praised it highly. Zhao Shan finished the porridge in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and then served a second bowl. This porridge tastes better than the ones in the hotel tea house. If this is sold, there will definitely be people rushing to buy it, Li Tsuehua said with a smile. Zhao Qin's eyes lit up when he heard his mother's words. Yes, he could also sell clay pot porridge. Selling porridge is much easier than selling rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Zhao Chen had an idea and decided to sell clay pot porridge instantly. Soon after, Zhao Qin's tricycle was loaded with 600 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, a large pot of porridge, and 3 large bags of wild vegetables. The tricycle could hardly bear such a heavy load, but fortunately, Zhao Shan and his wife helped push the tricycle, so Zhao Chen was able to set off. Zhao Qin's thoughts were in a tizzy, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he would have to buy a gasoline-powered vehicle in the future. When the amount of wild vegetables purchased and the sales of breakfast increased, the burden of the tricycle might no longer be able to bear it. After arriving in the county town, Zhao Chen first went to the Jishang tea house and delivered the 200 servings of bean sprout rice rolls ordered by Lu Ying. After weighing the 3 bags of wild vegetables, the total weight was 175 kilograms. According to the price agreed upon by Lu Ying, Zhao Chen earned 700 yuan. Brother Zhao Chen, you earned 1,100 yuan early this morning. You are considered a small rich man. Lu Ying teased with a smile. Although this amount of money was not much for her, it was enough to attract more customers. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Sister Lu, you are joking. If we talk about wealth, you're still richer. Lu Ying took out her cell phone and answered a call. Zhao Chen noticed that her cell phone was actually a very expensive Nokia flip phone at the time, and his heart moved. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ying looked at Zhao Chen apologetically. Sorry, work is a bit urgent. It doesn't matter. Business is more important. Zhao Chen responded with a chuckle. Lu Ying suddenly remembered something and said, Brother Zhao Chen, you are from Dashi village, right? Yes, what's wrong? Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. Lu Ying organized her words and said, I heard that there are many rare medicinal herbs in the mountains in the countryside. Can you help me keep an eye out for some aged ginseng? I will buy it at a high price. Aged ginseng. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Luing explained, I have an elder who is in poor health and needs the best ginseng to nourish his body, but I can't find it in the city, only in the mountains. If you can help me find it, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Xiao Chen nodded. Don't worry, I will pay attention. After leaving the Jixiang tea house, Xiao Chen went to the #1 middle school in the county and kept thinking about Lu Ying's words in his mind. He thought of the Sanqing Temple in the back mountain and the story of the 100-year-old ginseng. He remembered that a few years later, the rich businessman's father needed to replenish his body due to illness, and the 100-year-old ginseng happened to be his life-saving medicine. At this time, Xiao Chen raised his lips slightly and whispered, no matter what happened in the past life, that 100-year-old ginseng is mine now. The price of century-old ginseng is not low. The next day, Xiao Chen came out of the house with his eyes swollen from fatigue. Although he was reborn with 20 years of memory, it was not easy to make 60,000 yuan in a month. Real estate and the stock market were the fastest ways to accumulate wealth in a short period of time, but he was not lucky enough to do either. He had no capital for real estate development, and he could not get involved in the stock market because he clearly remembered the financial crisis that was about to break out in the mid-1990s when the stock market collapsed and many people lost all their money. Xiao Chen walked out of the yard and saw Xiao Ashu already waiting outside, holding 2 bags of bean sprouts in her hands, as well-behaved as a kitten. Luo Shui, why are you here so early? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. I prepared it early for fear of delaying you. Xiao Ashu said in a low voice, her face flushed. You still remember it. Xiao Chen took the bean sprouts with a smile. No hurry. Let's have breakfast first. Xiao Chen took Xiao Luoxue into the kitchen and began to prepare clay pot porridge. He selected high-quality ingredients such as lean meat, dried shrimp, and scallops, and cooked a pot of fragrant seafood porridge. It smells so good, Xiao Chen. What kind of porridge are you cooking? Xiao Luoxue asked in surprise. Clay pot porridge is a specialty breakfast in our provincial capital. It nourishes the kidneys and spleen, nourishes the stomach, and replenishes qi. It's just the right thing to cure your habit of skipping breakfast. Xiao Chen smiled and handed her a bowl. Xiao Luoxue lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and she couldn't help but think about the wedding date. She suddenly became a little nervous. I'm in good health. 2 people should be fine. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood what she meant. He smiled and shook his head. That's not what I meant. Then he changed the subject and started making rice rolls with bean sprouts, preparing to set up the stall. Soon, 120 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls were ready. Xiao Chen turned around and asked, Do you know how to make it? Got it. Xiao Luoxue nodded. Then let's have breakfast first and then start work. Xiao Chen said with a smile. The 2 ate the porridge with satisfied expressions on their faces. Soon, Xiao Shan and his wife and Xiao Qing also woke up and saw them in the kitchen, with an indescribable smile on their faces. Brother, Sister Luo Shui, what delicious food do you want to eat? Zhao Qing asked mischievously. Xiao Luoxue's face turned red again, and she lowered her head. Clay pot porridge, clams, dried shrimps, and lean meat. Help yourself, Zhao Chen said. Zhao Shan and his wife also served themselves a bowl of clay pot porridge. After eating, Zhao Shan said with satisfaction, This porridge is better than the one in the tea house. If it is sold, someone will definitely buy it. Li Tsuehua couldn't help but say. This made Zhao Chen's eyes light up, and he suddenly had a new idea. Clay pot porridge is easier to make than rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. The process is simple and the ingredients are complete. You only need to cook a big pot, and students who want to drink it can serve themselves, which saves time and effort. An hour later, Xiao Chen arrived at the county town with 400 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, 200 bowls of clay pot porridge, and 3 bags of wild vegetables. The sales were very successful. The 400 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts were sold out, making a profit of 800 yuan. The 200 bowls of clay pot porridge were also sold out, making a profit of 400 yuan. Looking at the 1,900 yuan in his pocket, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel proud. Earning 2,000 yuan a day and 60,000 yuan a month seemed within reach. Just as the bell rang and students entered the school one after another, Zhao Chen saw that there were only a few bowls of porridge left in the pot. He filled a bowl, walked to the security room at the door, and knocked on the window. Young man, what's the matter? Security guard Lao Lu looked at him, wearing reading glasses. Uncle, I have some leftover porridge here. Can I give you a bowl to try? Xiao Chen said with a smile. I don't have the money to buy it. No charge, I'll give to you to try. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Old Lu's eyes lit up. It turned out that this was the owner of the student breakfast stall. He watched Xiao Chen selling breakfast at the door every day. Although he had never been willing to spend money to buy it, he didn't expect to get a bowl for free today. After taking the porridge and swallowing a few mouthfuls, Lao Lu suddenly felt relieved. Young man, this porridge tastes even better than the one in the tea house. Xiao Chen smiled and explained, these are all made with good ingredients. We should be conscientious in doing business. We should be conscientious when doing business. Old Lu gave a thumbs up and praised. Soon, Lao Lu finished his porridge with a satisfied look on his face. Suddenly, he remembered something and whispered, Young man, our school is going to be evaluated as a civilized campus recently. You'd better move your stall away temporarily to avoid the attention of school leaders. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that inviting Old Lu to eat a bowl of porridge would actually give him such information. If Old Lu hadn't reminded him, he would probably have been driven away by the urban management at the stall. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I will treat you to porridge every day from now on. Xiao Chen said gratefully. Don't be so polite. Old Lu squinted his eyes and smiled. Add some salt and coriander tomorrow. It will taste better. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded, thinking about the next arrangements in his mind. After leaving the number 1 middle school, Xiao Chen did not go directly to the market, but to the electrical appliance market. He decided to buy a refrigerator for Xiao so that he could store the food at her house, which would not only keep the food fresh, but also make it easier for the two to work together and enhance their relationship. Walking into an electrical appliance store, Xiao Chen asked about the price of refrigerators. I want a Panasonic single-door refrigerator, 1,500 yuan. Xiao Chen chose the imported refrigerator without hesitation. The salesperson was obviously surprised to see Xiao Chen buy this refrigerator. Sir, are you sure you want this 1,500 yuan refrigerator? I want it. Help me move it outside. Xiao Chen nodded. After paying the bill, Xiao Chen asked for door-to-door delivery. After leaving his address, he took the remaining 400 yuan and continued to go to the market to buy ingredients. When we returned to Dashi village, the front of Xiao's house was already bustling with activity. The three-wheeled motorcycles were full of villagers, and everyone was curious about the goods inside. How the things Xiao bought arrive? A villager couldn't help but ask. Look, this Panasonic refrigerator is not cheap, another villager exclaimed. Hearing these words, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Shan became nervous. They didn't know who sent the refrigerator and whether someone had taken a fancy to Xiao. Who was rich enough to give Xiao a refrigerator? They couldn't help but feel worried. Xiao, leaning on a crutch, stood at the door and rejected the electrical worker's request to move the items with a serious expression. No, I can't accept such a valuable item. No matter who buys it, you won't even be allowed to enter. His words made the atmosphere instantly stagnant. The workers could only look at him helplessly, and the refrigerator in their hands looked particularly abrupt. At this moment, Xiao Chen rode a tricycle from the village entrance. Seeing a group of people gathered in front of the door, he raised his eyebrows and felt a little confused. He accelerated and squeezed into the crowd. He saw the refrigerator covered with red cloth and couldn't help laughing. The refrigerator was delivered so quickly. How efficient. Hearing his voice, the villagers turned their heads and cast their eyes toward Xiao Chen, their surprise evident in their expressions. Li Cuihua even exclaimed, Xiao Chen, did you buy this refrigerator? Xiao Chen nodded, his eyes firm. Yes, this is the betrothal gift I bought for Luo Shui. Grandpa Xia wanted a betrothal gift of 3,333, so I gave her a little more so that Luo Shui can enjoy a better life. In the future, I plan to buy her a color TV, air conditioner, and motorcycle. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. The elders in the village talked about it and praised Xiao Chen for his promising future. Their eyes were full of affirmation and admiration. You bought a refrigerator for 1,500 yuan just like that. You are so generous. It seems that Xiao Chen has finally grown up. However, Xiao's face suddenly turned cold. He pointed at Xiao Chen with his cane and said angrily, How can you be so wasteful, kid? Your parents worked so hard to make money. How can you be so extravagant? Return the refrigerator quickly, or I won't let Luo Shui marry you. The villagers were talking about it, with mixed emotions in their eyes. Didn't this kid prepare a betrothal gift of 8,888? He's spending money before the wedding. Is he planning to spend all his parents' savings? A villager whispered. Xiao Chen's parents looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not yet recovered from the news that Xiao Chen had bought a refrigerator. But when they saw that the villagers around them had misunderstood their son, they hurriedly clarified. Grandpa Xiao Chen earned the money for this refrigerator himself. He never took a penny from us. Xiao Chen also quickly explained, I sell breakfast and buy wild vegetables to sell in the city. I make some money. I paid for this refrigerator myself. Seeing this, Sango and the others also echoed. Yes, Xiao Chen has been working very hard these days. We all helped him pick wild vegetables in the mountains. He collected them at 1 kilogram per dollar. The villagers looked at him in amazement. So wild vegetables can be sold for money? This is really a new way. As the topic unfolded, Xiao Chen took the opportunity to suggest, since everyone is interested, from today on, I will buy 20 kilograms of wild vegetables from each household, and the price is 1 yuan per kilogram. Everyone can go to the mountains to pick them. The villagers' eyes lit up immediately, and they talked excitedly. This is much better than raising chickens at home, and the income is more than working. What a good opportunity. We can also make money together. Xiao Chen smiled and added, but I have a request. The quality of wild vegetables must be well controlled, and there can't be any adulteration. If I find any problems, I won't accept them in the future. Seeing Xiao Chen do this, the village chief Qin Jiangwo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This kid has a good vision and can lead the villagers to prosperity. The delivery worker couldn't help but interrupt. What about the refrigerator? Are you going to move it? Xiao Chen looked at Xiada and smiled. Move it. Of course you can move it. Xiada immediately changed his expression and instructed the worker with a smile. Move it in. This refrigerator is a gift from my grandson-in-law to Luo Shui. The villagers around watched this scene and laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Xiao Luoxua lowered her head shyly. Her face flushed, and she felt a little overwhelmed. When the refrigerator was successfully moved into the house and connected to the power supply, the villagers were full of curiosity about this imported refrigerator. They gathered around and discussed its brand and functions. Xiao Chen took Xiao Luoxua's hand and said with a smile, I have already given 1/5 of the betrothal gift. The marriage is set in stone. Wait for me to marry you. Xiao Luoxua nodded shyly and responded in a low voice. Okay. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers teased Xiao Luoxua about her happiness and praised her for finding a good man. Xiao Luoxua couldn't help blushing and ran back to the house with her head down. Xiao Chen smiled as he watched the villagers excitedly discussing refrigerators and future opportunities to get rich. Sango and others stood by with some hesitation in their eyes, as if they had something to say to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen noticed their expressions, walked up to them, and asked with a smile, Do you have anything to say? Sango and the others looked at each other, and finally Sango said, Brother Chen, if you ask everyone to pick wild vegetables, will we still pick our own? Xiao Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Of course I will. You are my good brothers, so you will definitely have the opportunity to make money. Sangu and his friends were so moved that they could hardly speak. Xiao Chen patted their shoulders and said, Don't worry, I will go up the mountain with you today to pick some wild vegetables. Xiao Chen quickly moved the food loaded on the tricycle into Xiao Luoxua's yard and told her to refrigerate the food after an hour. Then, he settled the bill for the 30 kilograms of bean sprouts consumed in the morning and handed the money to Xiao Luoxua. Looking at the 30 yuan in their hands, Xiao Luoxua and Xiada were stunned. This is too much. We can't take it. Xiada fronith. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Grandpa Xia, this is not only the money for buying bean sprouts, but also the wages for Luo Shui to help me make breakfast and sell it. I would like to borrow your stove to cook breakfast. This way it will be faster, and the remaining money can be used as firewood money. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Xiao leaned on his crutches, looked at Xiao Chen's back, and turned to Xiao Luoxua. Girl, Xiao Chen is a good boy. You will not go wrong if you follow him. Xiao Luoxua lowered her head slightly, the blush on her face still lingering. Back in the house, Xiao Chen hid the money he earned today, changed into casual clothes, took his tools, and went up the mountain with Sango and the others. What they were looking for was not ordinary wild vegetables, but century-old ginseng. The mountain behind Dashi village is vast, and most villagers pick wild vegetables at the foot or the mountainside. Xiao Chen knew that ginseng grows in cool and humid places away from the sun. He walked deep into the mountain, looking for ginseng from the previous year. However, Xiao Chen spent the whole afternoon in vain. Although he found a few small wild ginsengs, he didn't find a century-old ginseng he wanted. Disappointed, he decided to go down the mountain and go home. When I got home, the yard was already full of villagers who had just finished picking wild vegetables, each holding a bag of wild vegetables. Xiao Shan and his wife were busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Qing was in the yard checking the quality and weight of each wild vegetable. Apparently, Xiao Chen's plan to buy wild vegetables had spread throughout the village. "Brother, you're back." Xiao Qing excitedly handed Xiao Chen an account book. All the wild vegetables have been checked and weighed. Xiao Chen smiled and touched her head, took the book, and began to settle accounts with the villagers according to the recorded weight. Although each household was limited to purchasing 20 kilograms, he would still purchase 1 or 2 kilograms more occasionally. After a busy period, Xiao Chen purchased a total of 405 kilograms of wild vegetables and gave the villagers 405 yuan. The villagers took the money, their faces filled with excitement, their eyes filled with the desire to make money. There is no end to picking these wild vegetables. Once Xiao Chen buys them, we can make money every day. Many people sighed. Although Xiao Shan and his wife looked happy, they were also worried. "Xiao Chen, can we really sell all these wild vegetables?" "Don't worry, Mom. This wild vegetable is very popular in the city." Xiao Chen answered confidently. "Then how do we transport it to the city?" Xiao Shan asked hesitantly. "The village chief has a 3-wheeled motorcycle. I'll go borrow it." Xiao Chen replied. Xiao Shan nodded, feeling relieved. At dinner, Sangu and his friends brought back large bags of wild vegetables. After weighing them, Xiao Chen settled their bills by kilogram. Sangu picked the most, 75 kilograms, while Xiaobin and Huizi picked 30 kilograms each. The three of them got a total of 135 yuan. "Brother Chen, there is something I may need your help with." Sangu looked at Xiao Chen with some hesitation in his eyes. "Just tell us what it is. We brothers will agree to anything," Sangu said, patting his chest. "Tomorrow, when you go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, please help me keep an eye out for wild ginseng." "The older the better," said Xiao Chen. Sengo was stunned. "Wild ginseng? Brother Chen, what do you want this for?" "Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye out for me. If you find one from a good vintage, I'll buy it for a large sum of money." Xiao Chen's tone revealed his unquestionable determination. "Don't worry, Brother Chen. We will definitely help you find it." Sangu agreed readily. After the three left, Xiao Chen went to the village chief's house again and asked to borrow the 3-wheeled motorcycle. After hearing about the purpose of the 3-wheeled motorcycle, the village chief Chen Jiangwo agreed without hesitation. The next morning, Xiao Chen came to Xia Luoshue's house early, and the two of them made 600 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 200 servings of seafood and pork porridge. After Xiao Chen handed Xia Luoshu 30 yuan for bean sprouts, he went to the village chief's house to borrow a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and before leaving, he stuffed another 20 yuan into the village chief's pocket. After loading the wild vegetables and stall tools into the car, Xiao Chen started the 3-wheeled motorcycle and drove out of the village. When they arrived at the back door of the Jishan tea house, Lu Ying was standing at the door, wearing a red cheongsam and looking graceful, sorting out the ingredients sent by the supplier. She saw Xiao Chen's tricycle and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Brother Xiao Chen, did you buy a motorcycle?" she asked with a chuckle. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. "I borrowed it from the villagers. How can I afford to buy a car?" Lu Ying looked at Xiao Chen thoughtfully. "With your ability to make money, it shouldn't be difficult to buy a car, right?" Xiao Chen unloaded all the wild vegetables from the car and said to Lu Ying, "Sister Lu, I brought more than 500 kilograms of wild vegetables. I wonder if your tea house needs them." Lu Ying's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Brother Xiao Chen, I just happen to be opening 2 branches, and I need a lot of wild vegetables. 500 kilograms is not enough. I can ask for another 700 kilograms. Also, I'm going to increase the amount of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Starting today, I'm going to increase it to 400 servings." Her eyes were full of anticipation. "Sister Lu, your cooking skills are so good that I want to invite you to be the chef in my tea house." Xiao Chen waved his hands and said modestly, "Sister Lu, my cooking skills are not good. I just know a little bit about snacks." Lu Ying looked at him with a smile. "Brother Xiao Chen, I have asked people to investigate the tea houses in the provincial capital. Your method of mixing wild vegetables with cold vegetables, is it your own invention?" Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. Cold mixed vegetables? Could it be that the tea houses in the provincial capital are already doing this? "Yes, this is not a small dish. I would like you to help me think of a few new snacks as the characteristics of our tea house to attract more diners. Xiao Chen's heart moved. The prospects of the catering industry are very promising, and Lu Ying is an upcoming catering tycoon. If he can cooperate with her now, his future will be promising. Sister Lu, I can think of some novel snacks. Xiao Chen already had an idea in his mind. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Ying's face, but Xiao Chen shook his head and said, however, 10% of the shares is not enough. After all, the dividend will not be distributed until the end of the year. Lu Ying frowned slightly, and when she was about to ask Xiao Chen how many shares he wanted, Xiao Chen continued, more, pay more. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Lu Ying was stunned, then smiled and said, of course, as long as you can come up with a recipe that satisfies me, I will buy it at a high price of 3,000 yuan per portion. Sister Lu, you're buying it at a high price of 3,000 yuan apiece. Xiao Chen was stunned. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, but then he nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll do as you say, Sister Lu. I'll think about the new menu for the tea house when I go back. Lu Ying was delighted when she heard this and said with a smile, Brother Xiao Chen, whether the tea house can become popular depends on you. Don't worry. I guarantee that Sister Lu will make a fortune. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. He quickly unloaded the 400 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and all the wild vegetables that Lu Ying wanted. After weighing the wild vegetables, a total of 540 kilograms, Xiao Chen earned 2,160 yuan. Adding the income from the 400 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls, the total income for the day was as high as 2,960 yuan. He was in a good mood and felt that he had found a safe way to make money. Brother Xiao Chen, when you finish selling breakfast, remember to drive the car back and then take the bus to find me. Lu Ying suddenly spoke, breaking Xiao Chen's thoughts. Okay, I will. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, not knowing what her arrangement was. After leaving the Jixiang tea house, Xiao Chen drove his tricycle to the number 1 middle school in the county. He avoided the school gate and parked at an intersection about 500 meters away from the school. Standing in front of the stall, the students saw him, change his position, and ran to line up. Boss, why do we change the place today? A student asked with a smile. Boss, let's start quickly. I feel hungry if I don't eat your seafood and pork porridge for a day. Another student urged impatiently. Xiao Chen smiled and quickly started making bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Since Lu Ying had already taken 400 portions, the remaining 200 portions were sold out in less than half an hour, earning 400 yuan. He also sold 198 portions of seafood pork porridge, totaling 396 yuan. Today's gross profit reached 3,756 yuan, and Xiao Chen was in a particularly good mood. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 2 Toyota buses approaching, and several school leaders hurriedly got off. Seeing Xiao Chen's stall, the leaders frowned slightly, but because the stall was still some distance from the school gate, they did not interfere. Fortunately, I changed my stall, otherwise I would have no place to set up my stall tomorrow. Xiao Chen rejoiced secretly. After he packed up his stall, he took the remaining seafood porridge to the security guard at the school gate, Mr. Lu, as usual. After taking the porridge, Mr. Lu turned around and poured it into the incubator. His movements were quick, unlike those of an old man. Uncle Lu, please enjoy today's seafood porridge, Xiao Chen said with a smile. You are so polite, kid. Uncle Lu took the porridge and whispered, but the selection of civilized campus will take a week. You'd better set up a stall at the intersection these days. If there is any new news, I will tell you. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Xiao Chen said gratefully. After receiving the news, Xiao Chen drove to the market, bought enough food for 3 days, and returned to the village contentedly. Back at Xiao Luoshua's house, he stored the food and prepared to continue making money. At the same time, Zhao Jun from Qinjiao village was still angry at home, cursing Xiao Chen. Feng Fong advised, Why are you so angry? Xiao Chen is just a country bumpkin. How dare he hit you in front of so many people? I don't care. Xiao Chen must come and kowtow to apologize to my son. Feng Fong said sternly. Zhao Ji's anger intensified when she heard this. She remembered what Xiao Chen had said, You can't leave me even if you die. But now he broke off the engagement at the critical moment, which made her very unhappy. Mom, I'll ask him to come over and apologize. Xiao Chen is a loyal person. He will come back to me like a dog. Zhao Jia sneered. Feng Fong nodded. You have to let him know that men should be stepped on by women. As long as he delivers the refrigerator and agrees to kowtow to us, I will consider your marriage. Zhao Jun smiled and agreed. By the way, half of the several thousand yuan he earned must be given to me as medical expenses. He was moved, thinking that Xiao Chen must have enough money to buy a refrigerator. Giving him half would be enough for him to live a life of luxury for a while. Mom, I knew that his money was what I deserved. He gave me all the money he earned before. Otherwise, how could I have lived so well? Zhao Jia's eyes flashed with pride. In her opinion, Xiao Chen's money was hers, and in the past 2 years, all the money Xiao Chen earned had been handed over to her. Otherwise, Zhao Jia would not have been able to dress up beautifully even after graduating from high school and having no job. It all depended on the money Xiao Chen handed over to her. But the 200 or 300 yuan Xiao Chen earned every month was not enough for Zhao Jia to make ends meet. She spent it all after a few visits to the county bar. If she hadn't been dating Xiao Chen for the past 2 years, she would have secretly dated several boyfriends. After having several abortions, the doctor said she would never be able to have children again. She would never think of marrying Xiao Chen, a poor boy from the next village. But now Xiao Chen has made some money from selling wild vegetables, so he's a little bit worthy of her. Chapter 22. Ex-wife comes to visit. After returning to Dashi village, Xiao Chen first returned the borrowed three-wheeled motorcycle to the village chief. Xiao Chen, have you sold all the wild vegetables you harvested? Seeing the empty truck bed, the village chief Chen Jiangwo showed a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Chen borrowed the three-wheeled motorcycle in the morning. He loaded it with more than 500 kilograms of wild vegetables. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. Good luck. The village chief Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but admire. Xiao Chen, you have grown up and become capable. If you have the ability in the future, please help the brothers and sisters in the village. I am old, and the future of Dashi village will depend on you young people. At this point, the village chief looked sad and mentioned that when there was a famine, the brothers and sisters in the village competed for food with each other and managed to survive the famine. Then he sighed again. Older people tend to be more verbose. Xiao Chen kept a smile on his face until the village chief finished speaking. Then he left. When he was about to return home, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the door with a slightly ugly expression. What are you doing here? Xiao Chen said to Chun Mei in a bad attitude. Xiao Chen, what's your attitude? Don't you know that you are the one who is doing something wrong? Chun Mei was a little angry. She looked at Xiao Chen with a cold and arrogant look and said, I came to you in person now. I have given you face. Don't be so shameless. Xiao Chen also laughed when he heard this. I did something wrong? Tell me, what did I do wrong? He is no longer the Xiao Chen of his previous life. He will no longer be unconditionally nice to Chun Mei. He is even stupid enough to register all his assets under Chun Mei's name. Chun Mei now is just a stranger to him. Did you hit my brother? So what? Are you crazy? Don't you know that my parents only have this one son? How dare you hit him? Aren't you trying to save my face? Chun Mei pointed at Xiao Chen's nose and cursed in a sharp voice. It was your brother who attacked first. I just fought back, said Xiao Chen. Even if my brother started first, you shouldn't fight back. You are his brother-in-law. What's wrong with being hit by him a few times? Chun Mei said as a matter of course. Xiao Chen smiled. You mean it's okay for your brother to hit me, but it's not okay for me to hit back? Xiao Chen loved Chun Mei. He was so stupid that he didn't fight back when she hit him, didn't respond when she scolded him, and even kept giving money to Zhao Junhua. Now he realized how stupid his previous behavior was. Of course, getting hit by my brother won't hurt you. As the son-in-law of our Chen family, don't you have this little magnanimity? Chun Mei said. She now feels that Xiao Chen is becoming more and more ignorant. In the past, Xiao Chen never dared to talk back to her. Is it because of that woman Xiao Luoxue that he thinks he has the qualifications to negotiate with him? I played with Xiao Luoxue when I was in high school, but I only played with her because her grandfather often gave her pocket money, so I could often find opportunities to ask her for money to buy food. I didn't expect this woman to dare to steal her man. I'm very busy. If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. Xiao Chen was already amused by Chun Mei's stupid words and said impatiently. Seeing Xiao Chen's impatient tone, Chun Mei became even angrier. She swore that if Xiao Chen wanted to marry her, she would never agree unless the bride price was doubled. This dogman. Xiao Chen, you must go to Qinjia village right now, cow to my brother and apologize, and get my parent forgiveness. Also, I heard that you bought Xiao Luoxue a refrigerator as a betrothal gift just to piss me off. I have to say that your behavior is very stupid, and it only makes me think that you are very immature. My parents want this refrigerator. Hurry up and have someone move it out of Xiao Luoxue's house and send it to my house. Also, give half of the money you earn from selling wild vegetables to my brother. After you finish these things, I will consider whether to forgive you. Xiao Chen angrily. In her opinion, as long as she made a request, Xiao Chen would have to carry it out unconditionally. Xiao Chen is just a country bumpkin, but she is a woman who can make it in bars in the county town. She's giving Xiao Chen a chance. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Chun Mei as if she were an idiot. This woman, doesn't she still think that I will come back and ask her to marry me? Xiao Chen, are you mute? You didn't even say a word after hearing what I said. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't speak, Chun Mei became even angrier and said angrily. Xiao Chen felt that he had reason to tell the other party about their current relationship. Chun Mei, are you still asleep? Who do you think you are? I've already broken off the engagement with you. There is no relationship between us. Xiao Chen is my fiancé. I bought a refrigerator for my fiancé. What does it have to do with you? You still want me to give the money on me to your brother? Are you dreaming? Hearing this, Chun Mei's face darkened and she said angrily, Xiao Chen, that's enough. You're already in your 20s and you're still playing this kind of trick? Can you be more mature? I am willing to marry you, which is the blessing you have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Hurry up and send my refrigerator to my house, and your money should also be kept by me. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me. The commotion here attracted the attention of many villagers in Dashi village, and they all gathered around to watch the fun. When they saw that the person arguing with Xiao Chen was Chun Mei from Qinjia village, they all showed a look of contempt on their faces. I say, how can you be so shameless? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why should I give you the money I earn? Xiao Chen chuckled. My money, even if I give it to you, is for my fiancée Luo Shui. At best, you can only be considered my ex-girlfriend. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Chun Mei was stunned. What did he say? Am I his ex-girlfriend? Have you been dumped? With Xiao Chen, she could not count on both hands how many relationships she had, and this was the second time she had been dumped. Chun Mei still remembers that half a year ago, while she was dating Xiao Chen, she was also dating a man from a well-off family in the county. The two were in love, and she even got pregnant. In order to marry that man, Chun Mei immediately broke up with Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen came to her house, crying, and knelt at her door for a day and night, begging her to get back together, but Chun Mei was unmoved. Later, the parents of the man in the county town disliked her because she was a rural girl and did not allow their son to date her. They also gave Chun Mei a large sum of breakup fee and asked her to have an abortion. Chun Mei returned to the village and rested at home for 2 months, claiming to be sick. However, Xiao Chen still brought her soup every day, asked about her health, and begged Chun Mei to get back together in both open and secret ways. Chun Mei agreed to Xiao Chen's request to get back together only after she realized that she could not marry into the city. Thinking of this, Chun Mei looked at Xiao Chen with an unfriendly look. The man who only knew how to bow his head and beg her to get back together half a year ago now dares to break up with her? Xiao Chen, I know that you got engaged to Xiao Chen just to piss me off. You've seen how angry I am, so you win. Go and break off the engagement with Xiao Chen now, and I can give you another chance to get back together. Chun Mei said to Xiao Chen in a commanding tone. Ill. Xiao Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chun Mei. Why didn't he realize that this woman was hysterical before? Chapter 23, Who Do You Think You Are? You. Chen Mei was furious. Rebellion. Rebellion. This Xiao Chen really thought that he could boss her around just because he made some money. My mother is right. It turns out that all rich men will become bad. If I don't teach this bastard a lesson, he won't even know his last name. I must let Xiao Chen know that I am a woman beyond his reach. I am willing to marry him. He must have found a treasure. Chun Mei gritted her teeth and said in her heart. Just at this moment, a Honda motorcycle drove over from a distance, and sitting on it was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had mousse on his head, wore sunglasses, and a leather windbreaker, which was considered a very fashionable outfit at the time. Moreover, the Honda motorcycle he was riding was not something that everyone could afford. Chun Mei's eyes lit up. It's Wang Hu from Lichi village. In the past few years, Wang Hu had always wanted to marry her, but Chun Mei disliked Wang Hu's age, as he was already in his 30s, so she did not agree. Chun Mei's parents also prefer Wang Hu to be her son-in-law. A few days ago, when Xiao Cheni broke off the engagement with her, Chun Mei's parents went to find Wang Hu to discuss the issue of the bride price, but Wang Hu has not responded yet. Now that Wang Hu appears here, he must be looking for her. Chun Mei was just about to wave to tell Wang Hu that she was here, but she didn't expect that Wang Hu had already driven to the door of Zhao's house. Wang Hu, how did you know I was here? Did my mother tell you? Chun Mei said in a pretentiously arrogant manner. At the same time, she looked at Xiao Chen as if saying, See, I have many suitors, and it is your blessing that someone falls in love with you. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake? Chen Mei, you're also... When Wang Hu saw Chen Mei, a strange look appeared on his face. Chen Mei smiled coldly and said to Wang Hu, do you want to talk to me about the betrothal gift? I can tell you that the betrothal gift and the items must be in accordance with my parents' requirements. Not a penny less. I will not accept any less. What I hate most is some men who are always calculating and fighting over every penny. Marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event for a woman. It is a big deal and must not be taken lightly. While saying this, Chen Mei did not forget to glance at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the people Chen Mei was talking about were him. The villagers around all looked a little surprised. They had not expected that after Xiao Chen and Chen Mei broke off the engagement, Chen Mei's family quickly started discussing the issue of the bride price with Mr. Wang from Lichi Village. We can talk about the betrothal gift slowly. Wang, who seemed not to want to talk more about this matter, and said it vaguely. Chen Mei wanted to show off her charm in front of Xiao Chen, so she shouted, Wang Hu, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me before? Now I'm talking about the betrothal gift, but you're evasive. Are you still a man? Hearing Chen Mei's insulting words, Wang Hu's face turned ugly, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Chen Mei, I think it's better to go to your house another day to discuss the betrothal gift. I came to Dashi village for other things. He felt that it was inappropriate to discuss the bride price with so many people around. No, I want her answer now. Do you not want to give the betrothal gift my parents proposed? Chen Mei didn't give Wang Hu a chance to avoid the topic and spoke directly. You want a dowry? Are you worthy of it? At this time, Wang Hu no longer gave Chen Mei face and sneered. Who do you think you are? Wang Hu, what do you mean? Chen Mei looked unhappy. What do I mean? Haha, I should be the one asking you. What do your parents mean? Wang Hu's face was full of sarcasm. He sneered at Chen Mei. Chen Mei, do you know how much your parents and I want for the bride price? 9,999 yuan. Go ask around in the surrounding area who would offer such a high bride price for marrying a daughter-in-law. Do you really think you are a rich girl in the city? Chen Mei was stunned after being scolded by Wang Hu. She was full of anger. Wang Hu, if you can't afford the bride price, just say it directly. Why are you pretending? I can't afford the bride price. Haha, everyone knows that I, Wang Hu, am a wealthy man in Lizzie Village. How can I not afford a mere 9,999 yuan? What are you worth this price? You are a bit pretty, but so what? Wang Hu laughed disdainfully. With this betrothal money, I can marry a female college student. Isn't she more attractive than a country girl like you? Wang Hu, I will never marry you in this life, even if you regret it. Haha, you regret it? Come on, a brainless woman like you is so dirty that I feel ashamed to even touch you. Fortunately, brother Xiao Chen broke off the engagement with you. Otherwise, a woman like you who only knows how to stand on the side of your brother and parents and doesn't know how to be considerate to your husband would drag brother Xiao Chen down for the rest of his life. After saying that, Wang Hu spat in front of Chen Mei, scaring the latter so much that she took several steps back. When the villagers around heard what Wang Hu said, they all applauded. Wang Hu expressed what most of them were thinking. When Chen Mei reacted, her face turned extremely ugly. She didn't expect Wang Hu's words to be so harsh. Hearing the mocking laughter all around, Chen Mei was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. Xiao Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself in public. Chen Mei, hurry up and leave. Don't come to Dashi village anymore and bother Xiao Chen. That's right. Xiao Chen is going to marry Xiao Luoxua soon. They're a perfect match made in heaven. As for people like your brother and your parents, you should stop causing trouble for them. Hearing the words of the villagers from Dashi village around her, Chen Mei's face became even uglier. Xiao Chen said angrily, Xiao Chen, you'd better think seriously about what I said. I will wait for you at home tonight. As long as you apologize to my brother and let my parents forgive you, I can consider letting bygones be bygones. After saying that, Chen Mei turned and walked out. Ill. Looking at Chen Mei's departing back, Xiao Chen said speechlessly. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to scold Chen Mei, but after he was reborn, he found that Chen Mei was a bitch, and he was too lazy to waste words with such a mentally ill woman. When the villagers around saw the show was over, they all dispersed. Just as Xiao Chen was about to return to the yard, Wang Hu suddenly called him, Brother Xiao Chen, wait a moment. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Wang Hu with some confusion. Speaking of which, he and Wang Hu were once rivals in love, and they had many conflicts in their pursuit of Chen Mei. The reason why Chen Mei's parents dared to raise the price when he married Chen Mei was because Wang had also promised a high price for the bride price in order to marry Chen Mei. Logically speaking, after being reborn, Wang Hu knew Chen Mei's character and broke off the engagement with Chen Mei. At this time, he should have taken the opportunity to propose to the Chen family and marry Chen Mei. I heard about what happened to you in Xinjiao village that day. The people in the Chen family are really worthless. They are asking for too much. Chen Mei is also stupid and only listens to her parents and brother. No matter how beautiful she is, I dare not marry such a woman home. As if he could see what Xiao Chen was thinking, Wang Hu scratched his head and explained. Xiao Chen suddenly realized and looked at Wang Hu, who looked honest a few more times. Sure enough, in this era, people who can start from scratch and accumulate some wealth are not simple-minded. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Chen asked. Wang Hu thought for a few seconds and said, I heard that you are buying a lot of wild vegetables. Do you want to cooperate with me? It turned out that there were also a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain of Lychee Village. After Wang Hu knew that Xiao Chen was buying a large amount of wild vegetables, he wondered if he could get a share of this business, so he came to find Xiao Chen on purpose. Chapter 24. Did Sangu and his friends dig up 100-year-old ginseng? Cooperation. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, How do you want to cooperate? I have contracted the mountain behind Lychee Village. There are many wild vegetables on the mountain. If you buy a large amount, I can have people pick them. After talking with Wang Hu, Xiao Chen roughly understood the other party's intention, but he declined the offer on the grounds that the amount of wild vegetables he needed was not much. The amount of wild vegetables that Jixiang Tea House needs now is at most 700 kilograms. Each household in Dashi Village is limited to picking 20 kilograms a day, and with the amount picked by Sangu and his friends, it is more than enough to meet the needs. Xiao Chen promised the village chief Qin Jiangwo that he would help his brothers and sisters in Dashi Village to become rich. Naturally, he would not give up the benefits of wild vegetables to people from other villages. Wang Hu seemed to have known this result. After being slightly disappointed, he still asked Xiao Chen for his contact information. I don't have a cell phone yet. If you have any problem, please call the village chief's house to find me. Seeing the flip phone in Wang Hu's hand, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He was worthy of being a wealthy man in Lychee Village and could actually afford a cell phone. However, he still spoke calmly. In Dashi Village, only the village chief's home has a public telephone. The village chief's wife and son set up a village store, selling daily necessities and providing paid public telephones to earn a living. Okay, Wang Hu didn't waste any words. He left his contact information, exchanged a few words, and then drove away on his Honda motorcycle. Looking at the Honda motorcycle speeding under Wang Hu, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with light. There is no boy of this age who doesn't like to ride a motorcycle and experience the thrill of flying close to the ground. After returning to the house, Xiao Chen put away the more than 3,000 yuan he had earned and prepared to ride his pedal tricycle to the county town again. As soon as he went out, Xiao Chen ran into Xiao Luoxue, who was rushing over here. Xiao Luoxue's cheeks were flushed, beads of sweat appeared on her snow-white forehead, and she was panting, obviously having just experienced a fast run. Luoxue, why are you running in such a hurry? Xiao Chen used the corner of his sleeve to wipe the sweat off Xiao Luoxue's face and said with a smile. Feeling Xiao Chen's intimate behavior, Xiao Luoxue blushed. She seemed to remember something and asked nervously, Did Chen Mei come here just now? What did she say? She was just picking soybeans outside when she heard someone from the same village coming to tell her that Chen Mei had come to reconcile with Xiao Chen and asked her to come back quickly to see him. When Xiao Luoxue heard this, she was a little hesitant. She looked strong on the outside, but was actually a very sensitive girl on the inside. She was worried that if she came back and happened to see Xiao Chen and Chen Mei getting back together, what should she do? After all, Chen Mei and Xiao Chen have been in a relationship for 2 years, and their emotional foundation is definitely not weaker than hers. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and came back. No matter who Xiao Chen chose, she would come back and witness it with her own eyes. She wants to get back together with me and asked me to deliver the refrigerator I bought for you to her house. Seeing Xiao Luoxue lower her head, Xiao Chen smiled. Xiao Luoxue's body trembled slightly, and she bit her red lips lightly. Sure enough, she came. Do I still have the qualifications to compete? Xiao Luoxue knew how much Xiao Chen loved Chen Mei. Once, Xiao Chen knelt at the door of Chen Mei's house for a day and a night in order to beg Chen Mei to reconcile. It was still she who stayed by Xiao Chen's side, holding an umbrella for him and adding clothes for him at night. Xiao Chen was insulted at Chun Mei's house on the day of the wedding and turned around and got engaged to her in a fit of anger. Xiao Luoxua knew that as long as Chun Mei came in person and said she wanted to get back together, Xiao Chen would definitely nod and agree. Thinking of this, Xiao Luoxua's expression was inevitably a little gloomy. She lowered her head, made way for Xiao Chen, and said, "Grandpa is not at home right now. Please move the refrigerator out. When Grandpa comes back, I will explain to him and say, it's because I don't want to marry you that I asked you to move your things away." When she said the last sentence, Xiao Luoxua felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, and it seemed as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She bit her teeth lightly, trying hard to hold back the tears that were turning red in her eyes. She liked Xiao Chen very much, very much. Even if Xiao Chen finally chose Chun Mei, she still chose to help Xiao Chen keep it secret. Xiao Luoxua once naively fantasized that if Xiao Chen and Chun Mei broke off their engagement and chose to get engaged to her, would the two of them stay together forever and grow old together? But now it seems that it was just my wishful thinking. Xiao Chen, you must be happy. Xiao Luoxua turned around and prepared to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Xiao Chen would see her tears. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, a warm, big hand grabbed her snow-white hand. "As my fiancé, don't you want to ask me how I rejected Chun Mei?" Xiao Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Luoxua's ears. Rejection? Xiao Luoxua's beautiful eyes sparkled again, and she suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen. What did he say? He rejected Chun Mei's proposal to get back together. Seeing the panic, hesitation, and helplessness on Xiao Luoxua's face, Xiao Chen felt guilty. He deserved to die. How could he make Xiao Luoxua sad? He hurriedly told Xiao Luoxua in detail how he rejected Chun Mei. At the end, Xiao Chen held Xiao Luoxua's hand and said seriously, "I said that I will only love you and be good to you in this life, and I will never break my promise." After hearing what Xiao Chen said, Xiao Luoxua could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Xiao Chen hurriedly hugged Xiao Luoxua into his arms, patted her back, and comforted her. "Luoxua, it's my fault. I should have told you directly. It's all my fault for making you sad." Xiao Luoxua cried even harder. The worries, panic, and hesitation of these days had exhausted her, and it was not until now that Xiao Chen personally gave her a reassurance pill that she felt at ease. Xiao Chen didn't dare to say anything else. He was worried that if he continued, Xiao Luoxua would cry even harder. After finally waiting for Xiao Luoxua to finish crying and pull out his arms, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Not crying anymore. Xiao Luoxua blushed and shook her head without saying anything. "Brother Chen, we found it. We found it." At this moment, the voices of 3 dogs came from not far away. The two turned around and saw Sangu, Huizi, Xiaobin, and others running towards them carrying bags of wild vegetables. Hearing Sango's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Have you found some aged wild ginseng?" He asked Sangu and the others to help him find 100-year-old ginseng just yesterday. He didn't expect that Sangu and the others found it so quickly. They were too quick. Could it be that in the previous life, it was Sangu and his friends who dug up the wild ginseng? Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at Sangu and his friends a few more times. Although Sangu and his friends also started a small business in their previous life, they didn't make much money and could only be considered to be well off. But no matter what, with the 100-year-old wild ginseng, he could sell it for a huge sum of money, and also gain favors from Lu Ying and the big businessman in the county, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. "Brother Chen, we haven't found the aged wild ginseng yet." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sengo scratched his head and said. Xiao Chen was stunned. The smile on his face froze, and he said helplessly, "We didn't find the wild ginseng from the previous year. Why are you so excited?" His joy was for nothing. Sango smiled awkwardly. "Brother Chen, although we didn't dig up any old ginseng, we did dig up a Ganoderma lucidum that is of unknown age." "What?" Xiao Chen heard this. His face was shocked. Chapter 25, Sister Lu, I don't want to work hard anymore. As he spoke, Xiaobin took out an umbrella-shaped Ganoderma lucidum the size of a basketball from his wild vegetable bag. Xiao Chen took it and looked at it, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. This Ganoderma lucidum is at least over 50 years old. Whether it is even 100 years old or not, with his experience, he cannot tell for the time being. Who picked this Ganoderma lucidum? Xiao Chen held the Ganoderma lucidum, turned to look at Sangu, Huizi, and Xiaobin, and asked. Sango and Huizi pointed at Xiaobin together. Ganoderma was discovered by Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin quickly added, "The three of us discovered it together and picked it together. We are all brothers, and no one wants to create a rift because of the Lingji issue. Then let's consider the amount you three picked together. How much do you plan to sell this Ganoderma for?" Xiao Chen asked with a smile. "Brother Chen, this Ganoderma lucidum is of no use to us. We just happened to see it and picked it. You could just take it. Why sell it for money?" Sangu waved his hand and said. Huizai, Xiaobin, and the others also nodded. They were very grateful that Xiao Chen gave them the opportunity to pick wild vegetables and sell them for money. "No, this Ganoderma lucidum is the result of your labor." Xiao Chen shook his head, thought for a few seconds, and said, "How about this? I will buy this Ganoderma lucidum for 3,000 yuan." When Xiaobin and the other two heard this, they were all shocked. 3,000 yuan? To buy our Ganoderma lucidum? Brother Chen, you are not kidding, right? Isn't this too much? 3,000 yuan is not a small sum of money in this day and age. An ordinary rural family may only earn this much in a year. Just digging up a piece of Ganoderma lucidum can equal their annual income. Not only them, but even Xiao Luoxue was shocked by Xiao Chen's words. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money?" "Wife Ben." Xiao Chen smiled at Xiao Luoxue. When Xiao Luoxue heard this, her face turned red. Seeing that Sangu and the others were shocked by the price, Xiao Chen didn't waste any words. He went back to his room, took out 3,000 yuan, and divided it among Sangu and the others. Sangu, Xiaobin, and Huizai were all shocked when they saw the 1,000 yuan in their hands. It was the first time for them to see so much money. Everyone couldn't help but raise a silly smile on their face. If you follow Brother Chen, you can really get rich. Keep the money safe, don't lose it. Seeing the silly smiles of the three people, Xiao Chen also said with a smile. The three of them nodded in agreement and quickly hid the money in the crevices of their clothes, sealing it tightly. After tasting the sweetness, Xiao Bin was excited. "Brother Chen, are we still looking for that aged wild ginseng?" Sangu and Huizi looked at Xiao Chen hopefully. "Look, if you can find it, I'll still charge you the same price." Xiao Chen said without even thinking. "Because I don't know whether Lu Ying wants this Ganoderma lucidum, it would be safer to collect another wild ginseng. Besides, this kind of rare and aged medicinal material is very coveted by the rich people in the city." When Sangu and the other two heard what Xiao Chen said, they were like being injected with chicken blood. They turned around and ran up the mountain again. "Xiao Chen, you spent so much money to buy Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. Is there any use for it?" After Sangu and the others left, Xiao Luoxue asked curiously. "It's useful, very useful. Whether I can earn enough money to build a wedding house before the wedding depends on it." Xiao Chen put away the Ganoderma lucidum, turned to Xiao Luoxue, and said, "Luoxue, I still have to go to the county town. I'm leaving first." Looking at Xiao Chen's back as he rode away on the tricycle, Xiao Luoxue's eyes were blurred. Thinking of what Xiao Chen had just said about making money to build their wedding house, Xiao Luoxue's face couldn't help but blush. After returning to the county town, Xiao Chen went straight to the Jixiang tea house. It was already noon, and after the busy hours in the tea house, Lu Ying had some free time. When she saw Xiao Chen coming, a smile appeared on her face. "Brother Xiao Chen, you're here. Haven't you had lunch yet? Come on, I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Chen to refuse, he asked him to park the tricycle at the door, then pulled him into the Jixiang tea house, opened a small private room, and served 4 or 5 home-cooked dishes. Seeing Lu Ying so enthusiastic, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Lu Ying could become the catering tycoon and the richest woman in Fenghuang County in the future. Just based on her attitude towards others and her attitude of not judging people by their wealth, she deserves to be rich. "Sister Lu, I'm just a small vegetable vendor. You're too polite." Xiao Chen pointed at the delicious food on the table and chatted politely with Lu Ying. "Brother Xiao Chen, don't underestimate yourself. I think you are a man who can accomplish great things," Sister Lu said as she picked up some food for Xiao Chen. Feeling the kindness in Lu Ying's words, Xiao Chen felt a little warm in his heart. He hadn't had lunch yet, so he started eating without hesitation. The two of them ate and chatted, talking about everything from current affairs to economics. Xiao Chen is a person who was reborn from 20 years ago, and many creative ideas of the future are spoken casually. Lu Ying's bold and advanced business remarks from time to time also surprised Xiao Chen. Some of her opinions even made Xiao Chen wonder if Lu Ying was reborn. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Ying's eyes when she looked at Xiao Chen. Although she was in her early 30s, she had been busy making money in recent years, and there was no one around her who cared about her. Xiao Chen in front of her was a few years younger than her. She admired him for his courage and ideas. In addition, Xiao Chen was also handsome. For a moment, her heart, which had been calm for a long time, was actually beating a little. Brother Xiao Chen, you're the most thoughtful man I have ever met. You will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the future. Lu Ying opened her red lips slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Chen. After hesitating for a few seconds, she asked, "Do you have someone you like?" Xiao Chen has also lived once, so how could he not understand the meaning of Lu Ying's words? The woman in front of me is the richest woman in Fenghuang County and the catering tycoon in the future. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man will bring a fortune, and a woman 30 years older than a man will bring the kingdom. Besides, the woman in front of him was only 7 or 8 years older than him, which was the most charming age. If I could seize this opportunity and say, "Sister Lu, I don't want to work hard anymore," I'm afraid he can save 20 years of hard work right now. But Xiao Chen still said truthfully, "Sister, I have a fiancé, and the wedding will be on the 25th of next month. You must come to the wedding then." He really wanted to make money, but that was only for the sake of giving Xiao, his parents, and his sister a good life. If he gave up his principles and bottom line for this, it would be putting the cart before the horse. "Do you have a fiancé?" When Lu Ying heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Brother, I don't know which girl is so lucky to marry you. Don't worry, I will definitely go there and give you a thick red envelope when the time comes." Although the two of them quickly changed the subject, the atmosphere in the private room still became somewhat subtle. "Sister Lu, you specifically asked me to drive the motorcycle tricycle back this morning and come to see you. Is there something wrong?" Xiao Chen asked. "Recently, I need a lot of wild vegetables. Your old pedal tricycle definitely can't carry so much. It's not a good idea to always borrow someone else's motorcycle tricycle." Lu Ying had regained her composure at this moment. She took out a bunch of keys, pushed them in front of Xiao Chen, and said with a smile, "I happen to have a Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle here. You can take it and drive it first." Xiao Chen quickly refused when he heard this. "Sister Lu, this is impossible. It's too expensive. I'm not giving it to you as a gift. I'm just lending it to you. If it breaks, you have to fix it for me." Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, "Besides, if you have a motorcycle tricycle, you can deliver the wild vegetables faster in the future, and I won't have to wait for you." Oh well. Seeing that Lu Ying said so, Xiao Chen couldn't refuse. In return for the favor, Xiao Chen immediately took the bag that was placed aside to the dining table, opened it, and said to Lu Ying, "Sister Lu, I have something here. I wonder if you would like to accept it?" Chapter 26 Scrap, Steel Boss Zhonglong. When Lu Ying heard this, a look of curiosity appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes stared directly at the bag in front of Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen took out the things in the bag, she only took a glance, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "This is Lingji." Xiao Chen held a basketball-sized, umbrella-shaped Ganoderma lucidum in his hand and handed it to Lu Ying. "Sister Lu, I can only tell that this Ganoderma lucidum is more than 50 years old, but I'm not sure exactly how many years it is. You run a tea house and have seen a lot of rare medicinal and dietary ingredients. Can you take a look?" Lu Ying wiped her hands, carefully took the Ganoderma lucidum, and after examining it carefully for a while, she concluded, "This Ganoderma lucidum is about 65 years old, and it is considered a rare medicinal material. Sister Lu, I haven't found the aged ginseng you wanted yet. Will you take this Lingji that's over 60 years old?" "Yes, of course," Lu Ying said without even thinking. Although we didn't find any aged ginseng, the 65-year-old Ganoderma lucidum is also a very nutritious food and can be given to the elder. She looked at Xiao Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked hesitantly, "Brother Xiao Chen, how much do you plan to sell this Ganoderma lucidum for?" "Sister Lu, just give me a price. As your brother, I will never bargain," Xiao Chen said with a smile. Although this Ganoderma lucidum is rare, it has no value in his hands. If he sells it to Lu Ying, he can not only earn a huge sum of money, but also gain Lu Ying's favor. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Ying felt warm in her heart, but at the same time, she was a little troubled. She thought for a few seconds and said, "This 65-year-old Ganoderma lucidum has a market price of about 20,000 yuan, but it is hard to find because it is out of stock. How about I buy it from you at 30,000 yuan? Okay, listen to Sister Lu. He bought this Ganoderma lucidum for 3,000 yuan and sold it for 30,000 yuan, with a return rate of 1,000%. Wait, I'll have someone get the money. Lu Ying smiled and prepared to get up. Sister Lu, I don't dare carry so much cash on me. Please deposit it into my bank card. Xiao Chen stopped Lu Ying and told her his bank card number. After the 1990s, bank cards have gradually replaced passbooks. Small transactions are paid in cash, while large transactions have already been paid by bank cards. Soon, someone brought the payment receipt and handed it to Lu Ying respectfully. Brother Xiao Chen, the money has been transferred. Please keep the receipt. Lu Ying handed the credentials to Xiao Chen and gave instructions. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Soon, a middle-aged man with a somewhat fat body walked in from outside and said with a generous smile, "Boss Lu, so you are here to accompany the guests. I was wondering why I couldn't find you drinking anywhere." When Lu Ying saw the person coming, she smiled neither servile nor arrogant and said in feigned anger, "Boss Zhonglong, you knew I was entertaining guests, yet you still barged in. You scared my good brother." Zhonglong turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, saying generously, "Little brother, I'm sorry. In the whole Fengwang County, only Boss Lu can drink well and is willing to drink with me. I'm drunk now and have no choice but to break in. I'll drink 3 cups by myself to apologize to you." Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at Zhonglong, and a memory emerged in his mind. Zhonglong is a generous person who often donates money to help poor college students, take care of the elderly, and donate money to repair Hope Primary School. In the 1990s, he was a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist in Fengwang County, mainly engaged in scrap steel business. It's a pity that the ending is tragic. After a while, he will end up committing suicide by jumping off a building like him. While thinking, Zhonglong had already drunk 3 glasses of wine in a row and raised his glass to Xiao Chen. "Little brother, 3 glasses of wine have been drunk. Shall we be friends?" Seeing that Zhonglong was so generous and magnanimous, and willing to make friends with him without asking who he was, it seemed that he was indeed a warm-hearted person. It would be such a pity if such a philanthropist and entrepreneur committed suicide by jumping off a building. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen looked at Zhonglong and said, "Brother Zhonglong, have you collected a batch of scrap steel recently, and are you ready to sell it?" "How do you know that?" A strange look appeared on Zhonglong's face, and he looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. He had indeed gone to another county to collect a batch of scrap steel not long ago, but it had just been transported back to the warehouse, and even the company's senior executives didn't know about it. How did this young man in front of him know about it? "Brother Zhonglong, if you trust me, Xiao Chen, you'd better not rush to sell this batch of scrap steel. Check it first." Xiao Chen did not explain much, but just advised seriously. After hearing what Xiao Chen said, Zhonglong became more and more confused about Xiao Chen's background. However, he had purchased that batch of scrap steel at a high price in order to sell it quickly, so as to raise funds to purchase scrap steel abroad. Because an old friend of his found a batch of extremely cheap scrap steel abroad. As long as he can raise funds to ship the scrap steel back and sell it, his assets can at least double. "Brother Xiao Chen, today we just met. Let's not talk about business first. Come, let's drink." Zhonglong smiled, obviously not taking Xiao Chen's words seriously. He turned a blind eye and prepared to pour wine for Xiao Chen. "Forget about drinking. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Xiao Chen politely declined Zhonglong's kindness and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he emphasized again, "Brother Zhonglong, remember my words. Don't rush to sell that batch of scrap steel. Check it first. It will definitely be beneficial to you." I remember that year, Zhonglong was involved in a major theft case because of the batch of steel he bought, and it even alarmed people in the provincial capital. Although Zhonglong later proved that he had nothing to do with the case, he still lost a lot of resources because of it, and his company went into decline. In order to revive the company, he took a desperate risk, sold all his assets, raised funds, and purchased a batch of scrap steel from abroad. Unexpectedly, just after he shipped it back to China, another major incident happened in the country, causing him to lose all his money and eventually commit suicide in hatred. Xiao Chen didn't know whether reminding Zhonglong would cause any butterfly effect, so he could only say a few words vaguely. Whether Zhonglong can listen or not depends on Zhonglong himself. After Xiao Chen left, Zhonglong turned around and asked Lu Ying curiously, "Boss Lu, what is the origin of this brother Xiao Chen?" Lu Ying pointed at the Ganoderma lucidum on the table and chuckled to Zhonglong. "He is a capable man. If we give him a few years, it won't be difficult for him to surpass us." Seeing the Ganoderma lucidum on the table, Zhang Long couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. This is an aged Ganoderma lucidum. You want to give it to the one in the county? That's right. He found this Ganoderma lucidum for me. It only took him 2 days. Boss Liu, you were so lucky to find such a capable person to help you, Zhang Long said with envy. Hearing this, Lu Ying showed a proud look on her face, but then a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is she blessed? No, the lucky one should be the girl who is engaged to Xiao Chen. If I marry such a capable man, I won't have to worry about money in my life. Chapter 27. This is the warmth of home. Xiao Chen returned home. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Zhao family's yard was full of villagers from various families. When Xiao Chen parked the Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle at the door, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Look, it's a Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle with a front compartment and a built-in steering wheel, just like a car. I heard that this car is not cheap, at least 4 or 5,000. My goodness, for 5,000, I can't even afford it if I don't eat or drink for a year. In our village, only the village chief's family has a 3-wheeled motorcycle, right? The village chief's motorcycle is no match for this 3-wheeled motorcycle with a carriage. When Xiao Chen got out of the car, many villagers were shocked again. Brother Chen, did you buy this car? Senga said in surprise. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, my friend, he saw that it was too dangerous for me to transport wild vegetables on a tricycle every day, so he lent it to me for a while. When the villagers around heard what Xiao Chen said, they all showed a look of realization on their faces. Xiao Chen didn't waste any time and immediately took out the scale to weigh the freshly picked wild vegetables for each villager to check the quality. After weighing, we found that each family's wild vegetables weighed about 23 kilograms, and they obviously picked a little more. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at them. When the villagers noticed Xiao Chen's gaze, they all showed a smirk on their faces. Xiao Chen, we accidentally picked too many. If you don't want them, we can just take them back and fry them ourselves. Xiao Chen shook his head, but still took out the money and paid for the wild vegetables according to their weight. It was understandable that the villagers were tired of being poor and wanted to make more money. Although these wild vegetables were picked in large quantities, they were of the best quality, and he was too lazy to haggle over them. When every household saw the 23 yuan in their hands, a smile appeared on their face. I still say the same thing. I will only accept 20 kilograms from each household, and no more than that. Everyone, remember this, don't make trouble with me when someone doesn't want yours, Xiao Chen emphasized. His words were a reminder to the villagers. Now, if the weight exceeds 2 or 3 kilograms, he would pretend not to notice it. But if it exceeds 25 kilograms, he would definitely not accept it. Everyone nodded in agreement, praised Xiao Chen a few words, and then went home to cook dinner. Xiao Chen weighed the 3 bags of wild vegetables picked by Sangu, Xiaobin, and Huizi, a total of 200 kilograms. He gave them 200 yuan and asked them to divide them. The 3 of them had just sold Ganoderma lucidum to Xiao Chen during the day and earned 3,000 yuan. Now that they saw the 200 yuan, they were not so excited. Okay, take the money home and hide it. I won't keep you for dinner. Seeing Sangu and the other 2 like this, Xiao Chen kicked each of them and ordered them to leave. Just at this moment, Xiao came from next door carrying some food. When the 3 of them saw this, they all smiled knowingly. Brother Chen, then we won't disturb you in sister-in-law's world of 2. Yes, let's go home and have dinner. You 2 can develop your relationship slowly. I envy Brother Chen. When Xiao heard this, her face turned red. Get out. Xiao Chen made a gesture, ready to kick again. Upon seeing this, Sangu and the others turned around and ran away, occasionally making booing noises from the distance. Xiao face was as red as a ripe apple. Ignore them. They just like to talk nonsense. Xiao Chen scratched his head and said, it doesn't matter. Why are you here? Xiao raised the lean meat porridge in her hand and said with a red face, I saw you were busy going out to do things at noon, and you probably didn't have time to eat lunch, so I brought some porridge cooked at noon for you. At the end of her speech, Xiao voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she was almost speechless due to shame. Xiao Chen also understood. It turned out that Xiao was worried that he was busy working and had not had lunch yet, so she brought some porridge to warm his stomach so that he would not be hungry until dinner. I've already eaten, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Huh? Well, then I'll take it back. Xiao was a little flustered. Xiao Chen took the porridge from Xiao hand and said with a smile, You can eat it again after you've eaten it. My wife gave me porridge, and I can't waste it even if I die of fullness. In his previous life, when Xiao Chen's career was just starting out, he was often so busy that he had no time to find food, and Chumei never thought about whether he was hungry, but was only concerned about whether he dressed well every day and where he was going to go out for fun. Even after a busy day, Xiao Chen would not see any steaming food on the table when he returned home. In the end, he could only cook some egg noodles for himself, eat a few bites, and then fall asleep on the bed. Chen Mei didn't care about anything else except how much money he earned and how much money he could give to herself and her brother. You haven't gotten married yet. Who is your wife? Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Xiao Luoxua blushed and retorted with a little shyness. Xiao Chen chuckled and took a mouthful of warm porridge. A trace of warmth surged into his heart, and his eyes actually turned red. Is the porridge too hot? I might have been in a hurry and used too high a heat. How about letting it cool down before drinking it? Noticing that Xiao Chun's eyes were red, Xiao Luoxua thought that the porridge was too hot and scalded Xiao Chun, so she asked with concern. No, this temperature is just right. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. This is the warmth of home. Fengwang County, Chairman's Office of Zhang's Resources Company, Ltd. After Zhang Long came back from the Jishuang Tea House, he told his subordinates about a batch of scrap steel shipped back from the neighboring county. On the one hand, he calculated the cost of purchasing the batch of scrap steel and made an expenditure report, and at the same time, he asked his subordinates to contact the buyers. He planned to sell this batch of scrap steel at a good price. Boss Zhang, you are really very powerful. You actually received such a large amount of scrap steel. If we sell all of this scrap steel, we can make at least 1 or 200,000, right? Below, a bald middle-aged man who looked like an accountant complimented Zhang Long. In this era, 1,800,000 is definitely an astonishing number. Hearing this, Zhang Long showed a hint of pride on his face. He had spent a lot of effort to collect this batch of scrap steel. At first, this batch of scrap steel was in the hands of a boss named Chun from the neighboring county. I negotiated with him for nearly a week and treated him to a week of hanging out in the bar before he agreed to give up the batch of scrap steel. The price was still 30% higher than the price appears. If Zhang Long did not have the resources to ensure that this batch of scrap steel would be profitable, and if he did not want to enter the foreign scrap steel market, he would not be willing to pay such a high price compared to his peers. But for some reason, whenever he thought of what Xiao Chen said to him at the Jishuang Tea House at noon, he began to feel uneasy. How did he know that I had just received a batch of scrap steel? I clearly didn't tell anyone. Also, he told me not to sell this batch of scrap steel so quickly. What does that mean? Is there something wrong with this batch of scrap steel? The bald accountant saw Zhang Long suddenly fall into deep thought and asked, Mr. Zhang, you are about to receive a huge sum of money, but you don't seem happy at all? This bald accountant has been with Zhang Long for more than 10 years and can be said to be a veteran of the company. He also owns shares. Zhang Long will discuss things with him whenever he has something. Zhang Long thought about it and decided to tell the bald accountant everything about what happened to Xiao Chen today. Mr. Zhang, your worries are not without reason. Upon hearing this, the bald accountant showed a thoughtful expression on his face and said, the price of scrap steel has been rising over the past 2 years, and many people have set their sights on this piece of cake. It's hard to guarantee that some people won't have shady ideas. Besides, I just heard from Mr. Zhang that the original owner of this batch of scrap steel sold it to you reluctantly. It's hard to guarantee that this is not a trap. Otherwise, I will take people to the warehouse and carefully check whether there are any problems with the scrap steel. We need to check it out carefully. Zhang Long nodded. I'll go with you. He now feels more and more that what Xiao Chen said to him was definitely not just a simple reminder. Luing said that the young man was a capable person, but there was no guarantee that he might have heard some rumors. Chapter 28. A country bumpkin dares to look at me. In Xiao Luoxua's kitchen, Xiao Chen was cooking enthusiastically, and Xiao Luoxua was helping him beside him. Xiao Chen originally planned to cook the meal at home, and then let Xiao Luoxua call Grandpa Xiao over for dinner. But he found that the ingredients were all in Xiao Luoxua's refrigerator. It would be better to cook directly at Xiao Luoxua's place and chat with Grandpa Xiao. Xiao sat in the yard, smoking a pipe, and said with a kind smile, Xiao Chen, is the 3-wheeled motorcycle outside your door yours? It's from the boss who bought my wild vegetables. She lent it to me for a while. Xiao Chen replied from across the kitchen. After a while, I'll buy another 2-wheeled motorcycle for Luo Shui. I can't drive. Why buy it for me? Hearing this, Xiao Luoxua said shyly, I promised you that I would buy you 3 electric appliances and a motorcycle. I've already bought a refrigerator, but I still need a color TV, an air conditioner, and a motorcycle that can rotate. Xiao Chen said with a smile. I remember everything Xiao Jun said at the door of Chun Mei's house that day. The son of the wealthy Wang from the next village wants to marry you, and he promised to give you 3 electric appliances and a motorcycle and a betrothal gift of 10,000 yuan. I want to give you what others can give you. Xiao Luoxue moved her lips slightly and wanted to say that she didn't marry Xiao Chen for these things. Xiao Chen was the first to speak. I gave you these things not because I was angry, but because I wanted you to know that you are so outstanding and deserve these things, or even better. Swish. Hearing Xiao Chen's unquestionable love words, Xiao Luoxue's face suddenly turned red. The lethality of these words was indeed great. Seeing this, Xiao De, who was standing by, smoked a few more cigarettes and sighed. It's great to be young. Back then, Grandma Luo Shui and I. Xiao Luoxue listened to the old man talking about the past, while Xiao Chen turned back to the kitchen to cook. Xiao Shan and his wife and Xiao Qing returned home. They heard the noise and came over. Seeing Xiao Chen cooking in the Xia family's kitchen, they immediately understood what was going on and moved small tables over and set them up in the yard, waiting for dinner to start. At first glance, it looks like 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are enjoying family happiness in the yard. The next day, Xiao Chen got up early, washed up, and arrived at Xiao Luoxue's house. Xiao Luoxue had already gotten up. She considerately helped Xiao Chen take out the ingredients from the refrigerator and put them aside. When she saw Xiao Chen, there was some shyness in Xiao Luoxue's beautiful eyes, obviously thinking of the sweet words Xiao Chen said to her last night. The two worked together and quickly prepared 600 servings of bean sprout pork intestines. Because he had a new motorcycle tricycle, Xiao Chen didn't need to worry about the weight issue. So he cooked an extra pot of seafood porridge and loaded the breakfast and 660 kilograms of wild vegetables onto the back bed of the tricycle. Then Xiao Chen and Xiao Luoxue had breakfast together and drove to the county town. Along the way, feeling the lightning speed brought by the 3-wheeled motorcycle and the difference from the previous 3-wheeled motorcycle, where he could hardly move forward, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sing out loud. If you have too many complaints about this world. He fell down. I don't dare to move forward. Why? As he was singing, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that this song seemed not to have been released in this era, and the famous singing star Zhou Zong in later generations did not make his official debut until 4 years later. If I take the lead and sing all of that person's songs in advance, will I also be popular in the entertainment industry? But soon, Xiao Chen gave up the idea. Instead of being a star, it would be better to be a sponsor. What if he really becomes famous because of this, and one day I hear that person say in an interview that he has always lived in his shadow? That would be kind of funny. 15 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived at the back door of the Jishan tea house and carried down 660 kilograms of wild vegetables and 300 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. When Lu Ying saw the more than 600 kilograms of wild vegetables, she decisively paid for the wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Xiao Chen earned 3,240 yuan, excluding the cost of purchasing wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. He still made a small profit of more than 2,500 yuan. Based on the speed at which he makes money, even if he didn't receive the 30,000 yuan from the Ganoderma lucidum yesterday, he could still earn 60,000 yuan within a month. At the current rate at which he was making money, Xiao Chen felt that he could completely determine the address for building the house, find a construction team, and discuss a date to start construction. After all, the rate at which he was spending money on building a house might not keep up with the rate at which he was making money. Brother Xiao Chen, with your current daily gross profit, it won't be difficult to earn $1 million a year. Lu Ying teased, such a young millionaire, let alone Fenghuang County. Even in the city, there are not many. Sister Lu, you are too kind to me. Excluding the cost of materials and labor, I don't make much money. Xiao Chen said modestly. Lu Ying looked at him with a half smile, but she didn't say anything. She just said, Brother Xiao Chen, you have a small fortune now. How about treating me to lunch? Under Lu Ying's scorching gaze, Xiao Chen surrendered and nodded helplessly. Forget about lunch. I'll treat you to morning tea after I finish setting up the stall. Good. Xiao Chen left the Jishan tea house. He did not notice that at the back door of the Longfeng tea house, there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at his back. This country bumpkin actually used a recipe to make Boss Lu's tea house popular, and he also made a lot of money selling wild vegetables. I really don't know what kind of luck he had. The fat manager looked at me with resentment and spoke through gritted teeth. Ever since the cold mixed wild vegetables at Jixiang Tea House became popular, diners from all over have been flocking to the tea house, and the business of Longfeng Tea House has been getting worse day by day. The fat manager even heard that the higher-ups had noticed that Longfeng Tea House's business was bad. If the situation could not be reversed, it would not be long before the higher-ups would withdraw the state-owned shares and sell Longfeng Tea House as a private tea house. By then, he, a pampered manager, would probably end up washing dishes in the back of some restaurant. Fat manager, since the Jixiang Tea House's business is so hot because of the recipe for the cold wild vegetables, why don't we spend some money and secretly buy the recipe? Suggested the lackey at the side. The fat manager frowned and said coldly, that guy won't sell us the wild vegetables. So what's the point of us buying the recipe? Diners eat for the taste. If there are no wild vegetables, we can just use other vegetables instead. Hearing this, the fat manager's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of this? My brain has not been used for a long time, and it seems to be really rusty. Okay, let's do this. Find someone to secretly buy the recipes from the chef of the Jixiang Tea House. We will launch new dishes during the afternoon tea and evening tea markets. The fat manager's face became full of energy, and he said proudly, you are just a country bumpkin, and you dare to look at me. I want to let Boss Lou and that kid know that they can't overthrow the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House with just one or two special snacks. Chapter 29. Serving breakfast to the school cafeteria? In a warehouse. Zhang Long's face looked a little ugly. There were already 7 or 8 cigarettes, but scattered on the ground. He was not in a good mood. Even the bald accountant next to him didn't look good at the moment. Have you finished checking everything? Have you found all the problematic scrap steel? Zhang Long said with a gloomy face and a slightly angry tone. Upon hearing this, the bald accountant's face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, although we have found a ton of problematic scrap steel, there should be some that we haven't found yet. But if we work hard, we can check them all today. At this point, a haggard look appeared on the bald accountant's face. Last night, he and Mr. Zhang came to the warehouse to inspect the newly received batch of scrap steel. Not long into the inspection, they discovered the problem. In this batch of scrap steel, in addition to scrap steel of ordinary materials, there's also some scrap steel that has been specially treated, as if someone deliberately wanted to conceal the original use of these special scrap steels. After a night of inspection and searching, the bald accountant finally found out most of this special batch of scrap steel. After a simple reorganization, he discovered that this special scrap steel was actually a batch of stolen steel. Before this, the companies that manage resources had already been informed by their superiors that once discovered, they must notify the superiors immediately and not engage in private transactions. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences themselves. It was a close call. If we had sold this batch of scrap steel without knowing it, and our superiors had discovered it, we wouldn't have been able to explain it even if we had 10 mouths. The bald accountant sighed as if he had just survived a disaster. Zhang Long's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He nodded heavily. Yes, it was almost trouble. Mr. Zhang, these problematic scrap steels are worth hundreds of thousands. What should we do with them? Asked the bald accountant. As the company's accountant, he must act in the company's interests. There are only 2 ways to deal with this batch of problematic scrap steel. The first is to hand it over to the authorities to help catch those who steal and sell black scrap steel. The second way is to transport this batch of scrap steel away and sell it at a low price in a remote city. The former will lose a lot of money, and although the latter can make back the investment, it is risky. Hand it over all of it. If you lose money, you can earn it again. I, Zhang Long, am also a veteran. I cannot do anything that would let down the country and the people. Zhang Long said without hesitation, notify the people above immediately and have them take over the warehouse, count all the black scrap steel, and fully cooperate with the people above. Yes, Mr. Zhang. On the other side, Xiao Chen drove to the intersection outside the gate of the County No. 1 middle school and quickly set up his stall. The students who couldn't wait any longer gathered together and paid for their meals. In less than half an hour, all 300 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 400 servings of seafood and pork porridge on Xiao Chen's stall were sold out, making a profit of 1,400 yuan. As usual, he gave the remaining seafood porridge to Uncle Lu at the school gate. After chatting for a few words, Xiao Chen packed up his stall and prepared to leave. Little brother, wait a minute. Just then, a powerful voice came from the direction of the school gate. Xiao Chen looked back and saw a middle-aged man in a white shirt walking slowly towards him. He had a scholarly air. Uncle Lu followed beside him and blinked at Xiao Chen from time to time, as if reminding Xiao Chen to hurry up. Xiao Chen did not leave, but stood there, waiting for the other party to come over. Uncle Lu was a little anxious when he saw Xiao Chen was so straightforward. He pretended to be angry and said, "Little brother, this is our vice principal Li Ping, who allowed you to set up a stall here to sell breakfast. Hurry up and leave." Li Ping waved his hand to stop Uncle Lu, then turned to Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't be too nervous. You're setting up a stall at the intersection, which is not within the scope of our school's responsibility. I can't control you, but you're selling breakfast to our students, so I have to ask about it." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Principal Li is right. I wonder what you want to ask." Seeing that he was powerless to save the situation, Uncle Lu could only stand aside, squinting his eyes and basking in the sun. "What are you selling at your breakfast stall? Are the raw materials hygienic?" Li Ping asked. There happened to be some leftovers of bean sprout rice noodle rolls on the chopping board. Xiao Chen didn't waste any time, put together a portion, poured the sauce on it, and then scrambled between two iron pots for a long time. He scooped out a small half bowl of porridge and handed it to Li Ping. "Principal Li, what I sell in my stall is rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and seafood and pork porridge. The bean sprouts are grown at home, and the rice noodle rolls are steamed with glutinous rice flour. The porridge ingredients are dried shrimp, scallops, fresh pork, and other ingredients. They are all made on the same day, so they are absolutely fresh and clean. You try it." Li Ping wanted to say that he had already eaten, but when he saw the bright color of the bean sprout rice noodle rolls and porridge that Xiao Chen brought over, he couldn't help but take them and tasted a few bites. After eating, he looked a little surprised. "It tastes really good. No wonder the students love the food from your stall so much." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Principal Li, you are overpraising me. After all, we're doing business with students, so we must act with conscience." Li Ping nodded in agreement. Uncle Lu, standing by, secretly gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up and praised him for his ability to speak. Li Ping suddenly spoke up, "But your stall is on the roadside, and students are gathered at the intersection to eat breakfast. There are cars coming and going, and the environment is dusty. There are still significant health and safety risks, and it will also affect our school selection as a civilized campus." Uncle Lu raised his eyes slightly, and he was determined to drive Xiao Chen away. "Principal Li, this..." Xiao Chen was about to say something. Li Ping spoke first. "So, are you willing to be the agent for breakfast in our school cafeteria?" "What?" Xiao Chen was startled and seemed to have not yet recovered from Li Ping's unexpected words. Being an agent for breakfast for a school cafeteria is not an easy job, and the profit is definitely not small. Who is the person who makes the most money in the school? It is not the staff of the school logistics department, but the supplier of the school cafeteria and the owner of the store. Xiao Chen remembered that 20 years later, the annual agency fee of an ordinary high school canteen in Fenghuang County was as high as 1 million, not including the shop rent provided by the school to the canteen owner. There are also suppliers to the school cafeteria who drive multi-million-dollar Range Rovers when entering and leaving the school. For a top high school like the County Number 1 High School, the wealth of the school cafeteria suppliers and canteen owners cannot be underestimated. To be honest, the cooking skills of the chefs in our school cafeteria are average, and students don't like the food they make. Often, students pay for breakfast but refuse to go to the cafeteria to eat, preferring to go to class on an empty stomach. This greatly affects the quality of class and is not conducive to learning. Li Ping thought Xiao Chen was reluctant, so he explained, "Your breakfast has fresh and clean ingredients and tastes great. Students will love it. Only when students are well fed can they study hard, learn knowledge, and serve the country." Chapter 30, Mysterious Origin of Lu Ying. "Principal Li, you are right. In order to ensure that students can have enough food to attend classes, I am willing to serve breakfast in the school cafeteria," Xiao Chen said, looking at Li Ping with a righteous face. Li Ping's face lit up, and then he said cautiously, "But the subsidies given to the school cafeteria are not much. Little brother, can the unit price of this breakfast be? I sell these bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge for $2 each in my stall. If I supply them to the school, I'll charge them for $1.5 each." Xiao Chen asked righteously, "Principal Li, how many servings do you want every day?" He calculated the cost of rice rolls with bean sprouts and found that a serving was only a little over 30 cents, and the cost of seafood and porridge was about the same. So based on a unit price of 1 renminbi and 50 cents per serving, he still has a 500% profit. There are about 900 students in the 3 grades of the County Number 1 middle school. Let's start with 1,000 copies of each and see how the students react. Li Ping was delighted when he heard Xiao Chen's words and said hurriedly. Xiao Chen hesitantly. Little brother, after the unit price is reduced, the quality of the ingredients will not be. He had encountered a situation in the past where a supplier openly agreed to a low-price contract with the school, but secretly lowered the quality of the ingredients, which almost caused students to get food poisoning. Xiao Chen was a little angry when he heard this. Who does Principal Li think I am? It is my honor to see students eating the breakfast I made. How can I cut corners on the ingredients? The breakfast ingredients you have in your hand will be the ingredients I will serve to my students in the future. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Ping was so moved that his eyes turned red. He took Xiao Chen's hand and said, Little brother, I want to thank you on behalf of the students of the County Number 1 middle school. Principal Li, can the breakfast payment be settled on a daily basis? After all, this is a small business. No problem. When leaving the county's number 1 middle school, Xiao Chen had an unconcealable smile on his face. According to the demand of the canteen of the county's number 1 middle school, 1,000 servings of bean, sprout rice noodle rolls, and 1,000 servings of seafood and pork porridge have to be made every day. The daily gross profit reaches 3,000. After deducting the cost, more than 2,000 can be earned. The most important thing is stability. As long as the ingredients are clean and fresh and the taste remains unchanged, this business can be done until Principal Li Ping retires. Xiao Chen knew that with such a huge demand, he and Xiao could not meet it alone. So he planned to let his parents participate. Xiao Shan and his wife got up early every day and went out to plaster. It was not only hard work, but they also inhaled a lot of dust. In his previous life, his father Xiao Shan worked so hard to plaster in order to repay the debt he owed when he got married that he died of lung cancer within a few years. His father Xiao Shan died. His mother Li Tsuehua became depressed and passed away a few years later. His sister had no money to go to college, so she went out to work and suffered a lot. In this life, Xiao Chen will never allow such a tragedy to happen again. Let my parents get up early and help make breakfast so they can rest for the whole day. They won't be too tired, and they will have something to do, so they won't be too bored. When I marry Luo Shui in the future, they can also help take care of the grandchildren and enjoy life. Xiao Chen murmured to himself that he had already made a secret decision in his heart that when he got back, he would ask his parents to put down their plastering work and come home to help. In the office of Zhang Resources Company, Zhang Long was drinking tea with a handsome man in casual clothes. The latter smiled at the former and said, Mr. Zhang, you are lucky to have checked the scrap steel before selling it this time. Otherwise, if this batch of scrap steel really flowed into the Fenghuang County market, you would probably have to live there for a while. Zhang Long smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Captain Li, please don't scare me. You know I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do such a thing as selling black scrap steel? Li Aigua smiled and did not scare Zhang Long anymore. He said, Okay, you have explained all the problems on your side. Next, you may need our cooperation to help us lead out the gang that steals and sells scrap steel so that we can catch them in one fell swoop. Then, you may be able to recover the money you lost. Yes. Zhang Long gave a standard military salute without even thinking. Although he has retired, he is still a soldier of the people, and it is his duty to defend the country and fight crime. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Mr. Zhang, from what you said just now, you only realized that there was a problem with this batch of scrap steel after a young man reminded you? Li Ai would change the subject and asked curiously. That's right. Zhang Long nodded and told Li Aigua everything that happened at the Jixiang tea house yesterday. After hearing this, Li Aigua showed a hint of surprise on his face. A small vegetable vendor actually knew that there was something wrong with your scrap steel. Could he be a fortune teller? That's hard to say, but from what Boss Lu said, that young man is a capable person. Zhang Long smiled and did not discuss further. Is it Lu Ying, the boss of Jixiang Tea House? A strange look appeared on Li Aigua's face. He is an old man in the county bureau and knows much more than ordinary people. In the eyes of businessmen like Zhang Long, Lu Ying might just be a capable, wealthy woman with good business. But Li Aigua has heard a lot of rumors about Lu Ying. Rumor has it that Lu Ying came from the provincial capital and his family was wealthy. Several generations ago, some of his ancestors had climbed snow-capped mountains, and they did so on horseback. Even Lu Ying was optimistic about this young man, so Li Aigua had to take him seriously. Li Aigua pondered and said, Boss Zhang, no matter what, That young man saved you once. You have to thank him. Okay, it's getting late. I'm leaving now. I'll find you if I need anything else. After saying that, he stood up and left. After Zhang Long escorted Li Aigua out of the company gate, he murmured, I really should thank that little brother. Immediately, he returned to the office, opened the safe, took out an elaborately carved wooden box, looked at it with some pain for a few seconds, and resolutely rushed to the auspicious tea house. When they arrived at the Jixiang tea house, it was just after 8 in the morning, when the morning tea market was bustling. Xiao Chen saw Lu Ying busy in and out of the tea house, but did not say anything to disturb her. Xiao Chen found a table in a secluded corner and sat down. After ordering some snacks, he made some tea and slowly sipped it. He has been very busy these days, and it is rare for him to have such a leisurely moment. Looking at the diners in the tea house laughing and talking from time to time, his mood is unprecedentedly peaceful. Xiao Chen sat there for 2 hours. There were fewer diners in the tea house, and only then did Lu Ying notice him in the corner. Brother Xiao Chen, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. I just got here not long ago, and seeing that you were busy, I didn't bother you. Lu Ying glanced at the snacks on the table and said with a half-smile, You promised to treat me to morning tea, but you started eating first? Sister Lu, you've been busy all morning. You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something together? Xiao Chen said with a shameless smile. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. If an ordinary man heard what she said, he would have invited her to have lunch at a high-end Western restaurant. Only Xiao Chen treated her to the remaining snacks without batting an eyelid. But Lu Ying was really hungry, so she sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating, muttering, Brother Xiao Chen, this morning tea doesn't count. You still owe me a meal. Xiao Chen made tea for her to moisten Lu Ying's mouth and said with a smile, Okay. At this time, a sturdy figure appeared at the door of the Jixiang tea house. When he saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Little brother, I guess you would be here, and it really paid off. Zhang Long held Xiao Chen's hand and said gratefully, You saved my life. Chapter 31 Zhang Long's Gratitude and the Priceless Ice Jade Buddha. Seeing Zhang Long's expression, Xiao Chen guessed something in his mind and said calmly, Have you found a batch of problematic scrap steel? When he heard what Xiao Chen said, the young man in front of him really knew that there was black scrap steel in the batch of scrap steel he collected. I found it, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been involved in a lawsuit. Zhang Long said with gratitude. Lu Ying, who was standing by, had a strange look on her face when she heard this. She asked curiously, Boss Zhang, what are you two talking about? I don't understand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long told Lu Ying everything about a batch of scrap steel he had collected in the neighboring county, among which there was a lot of black scrap steel. After hearing this, Lu Ying showed surprise on her pretty face and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, when did you become able to predict the future? Could it be that you are also a fortune teller? Xiao Chen didn't know how to explain it, so he could only smile and say nothing. His action seemed even more unfathomable in Zhang Long's eyes, and he hurriedly pushed the precious wooden box respectfully in front of Xiao Chen. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Brother Xiao Chen, you saved my life. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Zhang Long respectfully opened the wooden box, revealing a jade Buddha the size of a baby's fist. Mr. Zhang, this jade Buddha seems to be carved from the ice-type raw stone you bought for 50,000 yuan last time. Lu Ying, who was standing by, saw the jade Buddha and was also surprised. This ice-type jade Buddha would only cost 150,000 yuan if it were put on the market. You just gave it away like this. Although the jade Buddha is precious, it is nothing compared to brother Xiao Chen saving my life. After learning from Lu Ying about the value of this ice jade Buddha, Xiao Chen's expression became serious, and he waved his hand and said, Mr. Zhang, you are older than me, so I will call you brother. This icy jade Buddha is too precious. I can't accept it. Besides, I'm just reminding you a few words. It's nothing. You should take this jade Buddha back. Zhang Long was about to say something when Lu Ying, who was standing beside him, echoed him, Boss Zhang, my brother is a man of great importance. He keeps his word. If he asks you to take it back, you should take it back. If you really want to thank me, just treat me and Sister Lu to a meal. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Long had no choice but to put away the ice jade Buddha and said, Then I'll set up a table at the Jixiang tea house at noon. Please come and have fun, Brother Xiao Chen. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if I can have a part in this meal. Lu Ying chuckled. Of course, of course. At noon, Xiao Chen stayed at the Jishan tea house. Zhang Long booked a large private room and served him a bunch of expensive dishes. Zhang Long wanted to open the wine, but was stopped by Xiao Chen on the grounds that he wanted to drive and not drink. The three of them drank tea instead of wine and chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Xiao Chen admired Zhang Long very much, and he was happy to be able to save this philanthropist. Zhang Long admires Xiao Chen's talent, knowledge, and vision. After the meal, Zhang Long and Xiao Chen became brothers. Brother Xiao Chen, I am grateful for your kindness. I will remember this favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me and I will definitely help you. After the meal, Zhang Long patted his chest and assured Xiao Chen, Brother Zhang, this is what you said. I will remember it. Next time I ask you for help, don't make excuses to avoid it. Xiao Chen said with a smile. What kind of person is brother? The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Lu Ying, who was standing aside, looked at Xiao Chen with her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Because Zhang Long had many things to deal with in the company, he chatted with Xiao Chen for a while and then got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he stuffed 10,000 yuan into Xiao Chen's hand and drove away without giving Xiao Chen a chance to refuse. This brother Zhang, looking at the 10,000 yuan in cash in his hand, Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Lu Ying smiled and said, You have helped Mr. Zhang so much, he is grateful to you. If you don't want the Ice Jade Buddha, just accept the money. Xiao Chen nodded. Zhang Long forced it on him. If he insisted on giving it back, it would be like he was not treating the other person as a friend. Sister Lu, I just heard you say that Brother Zhang's Ice Jade Buddha was bought from gambling on stones. I wonder if this gambling on stones. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Ying. Seeing that Xiao Chen was interested in gambling on stones, Lu Ying smiled and said, With your current wealth, you could try a little gambling on stones. The gambling stone market is outside the county town. If you want to try it, I'll ask Mr. Zhang to take you there in a few days. Thank you so much, Sister Lu. I should be the one thanking you. I have given the lingji you sent me yesterday to an elder in my family. After he took a small portion, his health improved. My business has also received a lot of help. As for the ginseng, you need to pay more attention to it. I will buy it at a high price. I'll pay attention, Sister Lu. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. On the way back to the village, Xiao Chen was thinking while driving. He earned more than 4,000 yuan today by setting up a stall and selling wild vegetables. Adding the 10,000 yuan thank you gift from Zhang Long, his savings are almost 50,000 yuan. It's time to put house building on the agenda. After returning to the village, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Chen took the dirty dishes off the back of the truck, washed them, dried them, and put them in the utility room. After cooperating with the canteen of the #1 middle school in the county, he no longer needed to set up a stall. He only needed to put the cooked porridge and the chopping board with bean sprouts and rice rolls on the car. After delivering them to the school, the chef from the school canteen would naturally distribute breakfast to the students. These bowls and chopsticks are useless. After Xiao Chen washed the dishes and prepared dinner, the villagers of Dashi village brought him picked wild vegetables one after another. Together with the wild vegetables brought by Sangyu and his friends, Xiao Chen collected a total of 700 kilograms of wild vegetables and spent 700 yuan. Several villagers picked 26 kilograms of wild vegetables, and Xiao Chen paid them for 25 kilograms. He had set the rules yesterday, and they could not be violated. When the villagers saw this, they knew they were in the wrong and just smiled awkwardly. After the villagers left, Sango and the others leaned close to Xiao Chen's ear and whispered in a low voice. Brother Chen, when we were picking wild vegetables today, we found some ginseng on the shady side of a north mountain. Xiao Chen heard this. His eyes lit up. Oh, you found ginseng? We only saw a few small ginseng plants, and we haven't found any older ginseng yet. Sanga said truthfully. Kwazai at the side added, However, now we see ginseng appearing in Beishan. If there really is aged ginseng, it's possible that it can be found there. Xiao Chen also understood that it was difficult to find 100-year-old ginseng, so he nodded and said, I'll ask you to take care of this matter. When you look for ginseng, you must also be careful of snakes, insects, rats, and ants, and take precautions. Chapter 32 Family Meeting to discuss building a wedding house. Don't worry, Brother Chen, we all grew up in the mountains. How could we not understand this? Sango patted his chest and said. After seeing off the 3 dogs and 3 other people, Xiao Chen loaded all 700 kilograms of wild vegetables onto the back of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Brother, let me help you. Xiao Qing had just come back from class and hurried over to help move the wild vegetables. Country girls are not spoiled and are able to move and lift things. In no time, she loaded all the wild vegetables into the car. Wash your hands, go call Sister Luo Shui and Grandpa Xia, and get ready for dinner, Xiao Chen said, brushing the dust off his hands. Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. At this time, Xiao Shan and his wife also came back from work. Their bodies were covered with white dust, their hair was dirty, and they coughed from time to time. It was obvious that they had inhaled a lot of dust into their lungs after a day of dealing with it. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen became more determined to ask his parents to give up working outside and help him make breakfast at home. After dinner, when Xiao Shue and Grandpa Xiao went back, Xiao Chen asked the family to sit in the yard and prepare for a small family meeting. Xiao Chen, look, your mother and I are covered in dust. We need to take a shower quickly. If there is anything important, can't we wait until we take a shower to talk about it? Xiao Shan took a puff of his pipe and said helplessly. Li Tsuhua glared at Xiao Shan and said unhappily, my son wants to hold a family meeting, so it must be something important. What's wrong with him going to take a shower after listening to it? Xiao Chen didn't waste any words and said directly, there are two main things to discuss at the family meeting tonight. The first thing is there any land at home? I want to build a wedding house. When these words were spoken, Xiao Shan and his wife, as well as Xiao Qing, were all shocked. Brother, why do we need to build a wedding house? There are 2 floors in our house. When you and Sister Luo Shui get married, you can live on the 2nd floor, and I can move to the 1st floor, said Xiao Qing. The 1st floor is too humid, which is not good for my parents' health. I was not married before, but now I'm getting married. I plan to let my parents move to the 2nd floor, and Luo Shui and I will build a wedding room, Xiao Chen explained. Xiao Shan fell silent after hearing this. Li Tsuehua, who was standing by, looked embarrassed. Xiao Chen, our family doesn't have much money left. Do you think we should wait until later to build a wedding house? The old couple also wanted to help their son build a new home, but they did not have much savings. Even if their son was capable and could make money now and did not need them to give him a dowry, the money they had was still not enough to build a house. Dad, Mom, I'll pay for building the house myself. I just want to ask about the homestead. Xiao Chen saw the worry on his parents' faces and said with a smile, what? When Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Shan heard this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Xiao Chen, where did you get the money to build the house? Although his son started making money by selling breakfast at a stall, building a house was not an easy task. Xiao Chen smiled and said, this brings me to the second thing I want to talk about. He glanced at his parents and sister and said slowly, you all know that I have to collect wild vegetables every day and sell them in tea houses in the county town. I also make some money by setting up a stall to sell breakfast. Brother, you are making money now, but you can't spend it recklessly. You have to save money to marry Sister Luo Shui. Xiao Qing couldn't help but say, don't worry, I already have the money for the wedding gift and the money for the 3 electricity and 1 transfer. What? When these words were spoken, Xiao Shan and his wife and Xiao Qing were shocked again. Xiao Chen, are you kidding me? The betrothal gift and the 3 electricity sales together would cost at least 10,000 yuan. You made so much just by selling breakfast and wild vegetables for a few days. Li Tsuehua said in surprise. Xiao Chen was well prepared. He took out the money he earned today from the house, spread it in front of his parents and sister, and said calmly, this is all the money I earned today. When the 3 saw the money all over the floor, they were stunned, their eyes widened, as if they were in a dream. My God, how much money is here? Li Tsuehua gasped and exclaimed in surprise. Not much. I only made a little over 4,000 yuan from setting up a stall and selling wild vegetables today. Boom! After saying this, Xiao Shan almost broke the pipe in his hand. Li Tsuehua almost fell off the bench. Fortunately, Xiao Qing reacted quickly and supported her in time. How much? Son, say it again. Li Tsuehua asked again with a shocked look on her face. Mom, you heard me right. I made more than 4,000 yuan today. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. And I have reached a cooperation agreement with the school cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school. I will provide 2,000 breakfasts to the school cafeteria every day. The gross profit from selling breakfast alone will reach 3,000 yuan a day. When Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Shan heard this, they took a deep breath again. With a gross profit of 3,000 yuan a day, wouldn't the gross profit for a month be 90,000 yuan? They had never seen so much money in their lives. Thinking of this, the old couple's eyes reddened. My son, you have made great progress. Seeing his parents wiping away tears, Xiao Chen was glad that he did not tell anyone that he had 50,000 yuan in savings. He was really worried that the old couple would not be able to bear the shock and faint. Xiao Chen is now able to make money. It's not impossible for him to build a wedding house, but our family has no more residential land. If we want a residential land, we can only buy one from someone in the same village. 10,000 yuan could buy a 300 square meter piece of wasteland. Xiao Shan looked a little excited. After thinking for a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, "It is a great honor for my son that has money to build a new house. So naturally, he is happy to support him." Handing over the land sale matter to his father Xiao Shan, Xiao Chen brought up the second matter. "Dad, Mom, this dusty job is tiring and dirty. You will cough every night, which hurts your lungs and your body. You better not do it. I need help to provide breakfast for 1,000 students in the school cafeteria. Why don't you stay at home and help me?" Xiao Chen said seriously, "Although I have to get up early every day to mass-produce bean sprout rice noodle rolls, the advantage is that the working hours are short. After the ingredients are prepared, I will be responsible for delivering them to school, and you can have a day off." Since he didn't mention the salary, his family wouldn't care too much about it. If they talked too much, it would make them feel distant. When I was young and naive, it was my father who supported the family. Now it is his turn. This, Xiao Shan showed hesitation on his face. After all, he was the father. If he asked his son to work for him, he would inevitably think more. Zhao Qing held Zhao Shan in Li Zihua's hands and said coquettishly, "Dad, Mom, I think what brother said is right. You go out early and come back late every day doing the work of distributing ashes. It is not only dirty and tiring, but also hurts your lungs and body. You might as well help me sell bean sprout rice noodle rolls. I am mature and sensible now. When I make money in the future, I will definitely be filial to you." Hearing what Zhao Qing said, Zhao Shan took a few puffs of his pipe and exhaled heavily. "Okay, while we are still young, let's help Xiao Chen more." After getting his father's consent, Zhao Chen's face immediately showed joy. In this way, the business cooperation with the canteen of the #1 middle school in the county is on the right track, and the family will have a stable income of more than 2,000 yuan a day in the future. On the night he gave up on marrying Chun Mei, among the many plans he had written in the room, several were about to be completed. Chinjia village, in the Chun family courtyard. Mother Chen pointed at Chun Mei's face and scolded her. "Didn't you say that Zhao Chen would listen to you? Come over to apologize to your brother and move the refrigerator over? It's been 3 days, and where is Zhao Chen? You still say that Zhao Chen can't live without you. I see that you've been dating Zhao Chen for 2 years, and you don't even know what kind of person he is." Chen Mei's face looked a little ugly, and she clenched her fists. "Impossible. He was willing to die for me before. Why would it be like this time? There must be something wrong." Zhao Jun's injuries had almost healed. Hearing his sister's words, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Sister, if there's nothing wrong with your charm, then it must be that woman Xia Luoxue who is trying to seduce Zhao Chen. Men, they always get tired of the old and love the new." When Chen Mei heard this, her face turned pale. In terms of beauty, Xia Luoxue is not inferior to her at all. If she is the village beauty of Qinjia village, then Xia Luoxue is the village beauty of Dashi village. Villagers from all over the country often compare the two of them. On the surface, Chen Mei gets along well with Xia Luoxue, and they are best sisters, but secretly, she doesn't consider Xia Luoxue as a friend at all. Back then, Zhao Chun and Xia Luoxue were childhood sweethearts and almost fell in love with each other. However, she often flirted with Zhao Chun, took the initiative to get close to him, and performed some intimate actions, which made Zhao Chun, who was still a novice, unable to resist the temptation and fell at her feet. She was with Zhao Chun just to show off to Xia Luoxue and make Xia Luoxue feel inferior to her. It can be said that Zhao Chun is just a tool she uses to suppress Xia Luoxue. It's all Xia Luoxue's fault. If it weren't for her, Zhao Chun would have married me. His family savings, the money he earned these days, and the refrigerator he bought are all mine." Chen Mei looked somewhat resentful and spoke through gritted teeth. Chapter 33. Stealing Skills from Longfeng Tea House? "Sister, if Xia Luoxue can seduce Zhao Chun, can't you snatch Zhao Chen back from her?" Zhao Jun said with a smirk on his face. "Whatever you say, you've been with Zhao Chun for 2 years. You know his hobbies and habits better than Xia Luoxue." Chen Mei's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't she think of this? Relying on his charm and giving Zhao Chun a little sweetness, it would be easy for him to snatch Zhao Chen back from Xia Luoxue. Chen's mother said snobbishly. Chen Mei, I heard that Xiao Chen drove a three-wheeled motorcycle back to the village. It seems that he made a lot of money. Wang Hu suddenly changed his mind and was unwilling to give the bride price. You must hold on to Xiao Chen tightly. I know, Mom, Chen Mei said impatiently. She had already figured out how to deal with Xiao Chen. The next morning, when Xiao Chen woke up, he found that his parents had gotten up early and were busy in Xiao Luoshua's kitchen. When he arrived at Xiao Luoshua's house, 500 servings of bean sprout rice rolls were already out of the oven. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Shan decided to help their son make breakfast for students, and naturally, they kept their word. This business made a lot of money, and they had to help their son support it. Thanks to the help of Xiao Shan and his wife, and the participation of Xiao Chun, in less than an hour, 1,000 servings of bean sprout rice rolls and 1,000 servings of seafood and pork porridge were cooked and loaded on a Xiao Chun's tricycle. Xiao Chun finally loaded all the wild vegetables into the car. He drove to the county town. Because the students all got up early, in order to prevent them from going hungry, Xiao Chun did not go to the Jishang tea house this time, but went to the school cafeteria of the county number 1 middle school first. When he arrived at the school gate, Uncle Lu was sitting there wearing a military coat and squinting his eyes. Boss Xiao, you're here so early? Xiao Chun now supplies breakfast to the school cafeteria and is no longer the breakfast vendor he used to be. Uncle Lu also has a little more respect in his attitude towards him. Uncle Lu, you should just call me Xiao Chen. My family members call me that, and it sounds more intimate this way. Xiao Chun said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a bowl of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and a bowl of seafood porridge and handed them to the old man. Your breakfast. Uncle Lu didn't expect that Xiao Chun would be so friendly to him after he became successful. He couldn't help but show a little more admiration in his old eyes. You are so honest, kid. Uncle Lu, look at what you said. Aren't I the same person today and yesterday? The same person as me? Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, hurry up and send the food in. Many students are already up. Okay. When they arrived at the school cafeteria of the county number 1 middle school, the principal Li Ping was already waiting at the door. When he saw Xiao Chen coming, he hurriedly asked the cafeteria chef to come out and bring in breakfast. Now there were already many studious students in the cafeteria waiting for breakfast. When Xiao Chen came out of the county S number 1 middle school, he had 3,000 yuan in meal settlement money in his arms. Excluding the costs, he earned more than 2,000 yuan. Boss, why are you leaving? You're not selling breakfast today. When they arrived at the school intersection, a student customer who rarely got up early saw Xiao Chen driving out and shouted. Xiao Chen every day for a while, and his taste has become picky. If Xiao Chen doesn't set up a stall here to sell breakfast in the future, he will starve to death. Not only him, many students on the roadside had nervous expressions on their faces. Obviously, they had all eaten the breakfast sold by Xiao Chen and were reluctant to give up this delicacy. From today on, I will no longer sell breakfast at a stall. Xiao Chen stopped the tricycle and explained. As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him burst into cries of grief. No, boss, how can I live without your breakfast? Is the price of breakfast too cheap and you can't make any money? Otherwise, you can raise the price a bit and we won't blame you. Yes, boss, you must continue to set up the stall. Hearing the words of these lovely students, Xiao Chen's heart warmed and he felt that the hard work of getting up early and working in the dark to make breakfast these days was worth it. By allowing students to study without going hungry, he has made a contribution to the future of the motherland. Although I don't set up a stall anymore, you can still eat the breakfast I made. Xiao Chen smiled and explained, from today on, I will provide breakfast for your school cafeteria. The cafeteria is open now, so go get some food quickly. Don't go to class on an empty stomach anymore. When the students heard this, their eyes lit up. What? The breakfast in the school cafeteria has been changed to bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge made by the boss? When did the school become so generous? Then what are you waiting for? I paid for breakfast. I'll go first to show my respect. Brothers, have as much seafood porridge as you want for free, come on. In the blink of an eye, all the students in front of Xiao Chen ran towards the school, running faster than when they heard the school bell. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly, feeling very happy in his heart. By cooperating with the school cafeteria, although the unit price is reduced, we can make small profits, but sell a large number of products, the quality of breakfast is improved, and students can also have a full breakfast before going to class. The expenses of the school cafeteria are subsidized, and it will not be like before, where breakfast was made but no students eat it and the food was thrown away and wasted. It can be said that we kill 3 birds with 1 stone. After leaving the #1 middle school of the county, Xiao Chen drove to the back door of the Jixiang tea house. Before he got close, he heard a loud noise coming from afar, as if someone was arguing about something. Manager Pan, you are capable of stealing my skills. You are breaking the rules. Boss Lu, look at what you said. There's no stealing or not. It's just that your kitchen staff disliked the low salary you offered and jumped to my place. The master brought his skills to our door, so can I not sell them my skills? You. Xiao Chen drove closer. He saw Lu Ying and a group of waiters from the Jixiang tea house confronting the people from the Longfeng tea house. Next to the fat manager of the Longfeng tea house stood two chefs with their heads lowered. Xiao Chen felt that they looked familiar, as if they had worked at the Jixiang tea house before. Xiao Chen's tricycle appeared here and attracted a lot of people's attention. Brother Xiao Chen, you're here. I just happened to have something to tell you. Lu Ying saw Xiao Chen. Her face looked a little unhappy. The waiters at Jixiang tea house all knew Xiao Chen and knew that Xiao Chen had a good relationship with their boss. The recipe for cold wild vegetables was also provided by Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen coming, they felt like they had seen their backbone. Sister Lu, what happened? Through the conversation between the two parties, Xiao Chen had guessed what was going on, but he still asked. Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with anger. She pointed at the fat manager and said, our recipe for mixed wild vegetables was stolen by their tea house. The fat manager was unhappy when he heard this. Boss Lu, we all run restaurants, and it's common for chefs to change jobs. It's an exaggeration to say that I stole your recipes. The waiter from the Longfeng tea house had a smug look on his face, looking at the person opposite him with a joking expression. Their tea house used to be the best tea house in the county, so even if they used the other person's recipe, it would be an honor for the other person. You. Hearing what the fat manager said, Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with anger, and she was about to explode. Xiao Chen stopped her and said with a smile, Sister Lu, I think Manager Pan is right. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even the waiters at Jixiang tea house did not expect that Xiao Chen would speak for them. Could it be that even Xiao Chen has seen that the strength of Jixiang tea house is not as good as their Longfeng tea house, and intends to get close to their Longfeng tea house? The fat manager at the side raised his lips and said, Boss Lu, did you hear me clearly? Even Boss Xiao thinks I'm right. This recipe for cold wild vegetables came from him. What else do you have to say? Chapter 34, you can go now. You don't need to send me wild vegetables tomorrow. Brother Xiao Chen, do you know what you're talking about? Xiao Chen in disbelief and said, Sister Lu, isn't it just a recipe for cold wild vegetables? If Manager Pan wants it, just give it to them. Xiao Chen said. The waiters at Jixiang tea house felt chilled when they heard what Xiao Chen said. Their boss treated Xiao Chen sincerely, but he didn't expect to be treated so ungratefully in return. Boss Lu, even Boss Xiao said that there's nothing wrong with me using this recipe for mixed wild vegetables, so I'm sure you won't have any objections. Manager Pan said with a smirk on his face. Lu Ying had an unpleasant expression on her face and remained silent. Since Boss Lu has no objection, then starting today, Longfeng Tea House will officially serve the dish of mixed vegetables. Manager Pan showed a proud look on his face and added to Lu Ying, I forgot to tell Boss Lu that yesterday afternoon, when our Longfeng Tea House launched the cold mixed seasonal vegetable snack, it was recognized by many old customers. I believe it will bring countless customers to our Longfeng Tea House in the future. After saying that, he waved his hand and took the waiters from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House back. Before leaving, the waiters from the Longfeng Tea House bared their teeth smugly at the waiters from the Jixiang Tea House, looking so arrogant that the latter were so angry that their faces were full of resentment. They looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a traitor. After the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House left, Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Lu Ying. Sister Lu. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Ying. No, Boss Xiao, I am not worthy of your calling me sister. I have misjudged you before. Please keep the wild vegetables you sent me today. I will settle the bill for you. You don't need to send me wild vegetables starting tomorrow. Xiao Chen with unfriendly expressions. Sister Lu, are you mad at me for doing nothing when I saw the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House stole the recipe for mixed wild vegetables? Lu Ying's attitude did not surprise Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, seeing Xiao Chen say this, Lu Ying also said frankly, That's right. I used to think you were a courageous person who could not tolerate any sand in your eyes. Have you forgotten how the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House looked down on you when you sold wild vegetables a few days ago? Have you forgotten so quickly? Of course I haven't forgotten. Lu Ying snorted coldly and said, Since you haven't forgotten, Why did you give them your signature dish, mixed wild vegetables? Even if I don't allow them to do so, won't they launch this dish? Xiao Chen asked back. Ah. Lu Ying's red lips moved slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Longfeng Tea House has already poached her 2 chefs, and both of them know how to make cold mixed wild vegetables. Even if she doesn't allow it, Longfeng Tea House will still launch this dish of cold mixed seasonal vegetables. When the guys around heard what Xiao Chen said, the dissatisfaction on their faces faded a little. The key point of this dish of mixed wild vegetables is the crispy taste of the wild vegetables and the gimmick of being purely natural. This is also the reason why people still pay for this snack, even though you sell it at such a high price. At this point, Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ying and asked, Longfeng Tea House doesn't have wild vegetables. They use ordinary seasonal vegetables instead. Although the taste is similar, it is not wild vegetables after all. If it were you, would you be willing to spend such an expensive price just to eat a delicious seasonal vegetable? Lu Ying's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped something, but also as if she had grasped nothing. What if Longfeng Tea House lowers the price when it launches this cold vegetable dish and competes with us for customers with its low price? Lowering the price means that the product quality of this snack will decline. It's like pork originally costing 5 yuan a pound, but I suddenly sell it to you for 50 cents a pound. Would you feel that you have made a profit? I think this pork is too cheap. There must be something wrong with it. Lu Ying said. Yes, the same principle applies to the transformation of mixed wild vegetables into mixed seasonal vegetables. Xiao Chen nodded and said, once Longfeng Tea House launches the dish of mixed vegetables, it will be a dead end no matter if they sell it at the original price or at a reduced price. If that's the case, why should I be angry that he stole my recipe? Hiss. When the waiters at the Jishan Tea House heard what Xiao Chen said, they all gasped and looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a monster. In just a few minutes, Xiao Chen actually thought so much. No wonder he makes a lot of money. Xiao Chen in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of light. Brother Xiao Chen, being a vegetable vendor is a waste of your talent. Why don't you be a marketing consultant for my tea house? In addition to paying you a salary, I will also give you 10% of the tea house shares. Sister Lu, last time you said that if I could come up with 10 menus for the tea house, you would give me 10 shares. If you give me 10 more now, that would be 20 shares. Aren't you afraid that I will sideline you and take over your tea house? Xiao Chen teased after hearing this. Lu Ying raised her beautiful eyes slightly and said in a somewhat provocative tone, you could be bolder. Isn't it good to have both money and beauty? The waiters around had never seen the proprietress in such a charming manner. They all gasped and looked at Xiao Chen with envy. Boss, I have bad teeth. I also want to eat free food. Ahem. Xiao Chen coughed lightly and avoided Lu Ying's burning gaze. He was afraid that if he looked at Lu Ying directly, he would be melted by this enchantress. He hurriedly changed the subject and said, Sister Lu, let's talk about the new snacks. Sure enough, when Lu Ying heard what Xiao Chen said, her beautiful eyes lit up. Have you thought of a new recipe? Xiao Chen smiled and pointed at the 700 kilograms of wild vegetables on the back of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Sister Lu, are you still going to take these things from my car? Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said unhappily, I'll take it, of course. In a private room of Jishan Tea House, Xiao Chen patted the 2,800 yuan from selling wild vegetables that had just come into his pocket, smiled, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it happily. Seeing Xiao Chen's look, Lu Ying said unhappily, Brother Xiao Chen, I have also collected the wild vegetables, and you have also drunk the tea. It's time for you to tell me about the new tea snacks, right? I have already written the new recipe, but it's at home, and I forgot to bring it. Xiao Chen said with a smile. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Lu Ying's face was full of joy, but after hearing the second half, the smile on her face suddenly turned into disappointment. Brother Xiao Chen, you didn't bring the new recipe. What did you say? Are you teasing your sister? Her face puffed up slightly, and she said in a pretended angry tone, Sister Lu, don't be angry. You should have paper and pen here, right? Can't I just rewrite it? When Lu Ying heard this, she also thought it made sense, and immediately asked someone to bring paper and pen and put them in front of Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, hurry up and write out the new recipe. If you can't, you won't be allowed to go back today. Xiao Chen also became excited after hearing this. He pointed to his shoulder and sighed. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I've been getting up early these days to make beans sprout rice noodle rolls and move wild vegetables. My shoulders are so sore that I can't even hold a pen. Hearing this, how could Lu Ying not know what Xiao Chen meant? She bit her red lips and thought to herself, "You stinky little brother, just wait for me. If you don't come up with a novel recipe for tea and snacks, I'll show you how I'll punish you." Although she was thinking this, she had already walked behind Xiao Chen, and her white jade fingers were massaging Xiao Chen's shoulders very naturally. "Brother, is the strength of my hand okay?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Well, it's okay. It will be better if you use a little more strength. It's hard to use force through the clothes. If you want to be more comfortable, you can come to my office later and lie on the sofa. It will be more convenient." "This isn't good. We are siblings. What's wrong with that?" Chapter 35. Do you believe in numerology? No, that's intuition. Outside the private room, Zhang Long looked at Li Aigua in front of him with embarrassment. He had originally wanted to invite Li Aigua to have morning tea with Boss Lu today, but he didn't expect that before he could greet Boss Lu, he heard this intriguing voice coming from Boss Lu's private room. It would be fine if he was the only one who heard it, but Li Aigua was right in front of him. This person is from the county bureau and is involved in every case. Would he force Boss Lu to go to the bureau so early in the morning? Captain Li this. Just as Zhang Long was about to plead for mercy, Li Aigua stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it's my duty," Li Aigua said with a righteous look on his face. After saying that, he twisted the door handle and rushed into the private room. "Everyone, put on your clothes and raise your hands. You don't have to speak, but everything you say will become your testimony." In the private room, Xiao Chen and Lu Ying turned around at the same time and looked at Li Aigua with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Zhang Long also rushed in. When he saw that Lu Ying's hand was on Xiao Chen's shoulder, as if she was pressing the latter's shoulder, and there was no other special movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. When Li Aigua saw this scene, he was a little stunned. He seemed to realize that he had misunderstood something, and his face was a little embarrassed. "You guys, are you pressing my shoulders? What else do you think you're doing?" Xiao Chen asked back. Li Aigua's face became even more embarrassed. "Boss Lu, Brother Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Captain Li from the County Bureau." Seeing this, Zhang Long hurriedly introduced Li Aigua. Lu Ying was a businessman. Although she was disturbed by someone pushing the door, she did not look unhappy. She just withdrew her hand from Xiao Chen's shoulder and chuckled. "It's Captain Li. It's our honor to have you come to our Jixiang tea house. If you don't mind, would you like to sit down and have some tea together?" After learning about Li Aigua's identity, Xiao Chen looked a little strange. He always felt that this name was very familiar, as if he had heard of it in his previous life. Don't mind. Zhang Long on the side said hurriedly. Li Aigua knew that his action of breaking into the room just now was a bit abrupt. After sitting down, he also picked up a cup of tea and apologized. "Boss Lu, just now it was me and Mr. Zhang who heard some noise outside the door and misunderstood. I apologize to you. I should have punished myself with 3 cups of wine, but I am about to go on a long journey, so I can only replace the wine with tea." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Hearing this, Lu Ying also picked up the teacup and chuckled. "Since it's all a misunderstanding, Captain Li, there's no need to say anything more. Drink this cup of tea and we'll be friends." She is a businesswoman and has to deal with all kinds of people every day. If she could get to know an official like Li Aigua, she would at least have some protection if she encountered harassment in the future. Hearing Lu Ying's neither humble nor arrogant words, Li Aigua sighed inwardly. He was worthy of being from the provincial capital. His manners and conversation were different from those of ordinary businessmen. After Lu Ying drank the tea, Li Aigua turned to look at Xiao Chen and poured another cup of tea. "Brother Xiao, I heard that there was a problem with Mr. Zhang's batch of scrap steel. It was you who reminded him of it. You are really powerful. I hope you don't take what happened just now to heart." When Lu Ying heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She originally thought that Zhang Long and Li Aigua came to the Jixiang tea house simply to drink tea, but now it seems that they want to meet Xiao Chen. Li Aigua mentioned the scrap steel issue, probably with the intention of testing him. But she didn't expect that what Xiao Chen reminded Zhang Long would actually come true. Xiao Chen's face looked slightly strange. It seemed that he was right. There was indeed something wrong with the batch of scrap steel that Zhang Long had collected. At the same time, Xiao Chen also knew why he felt Li Aigua's name was so familiar. It turned out that at this time in his previous life, Zhang Long did not discover the problem with the scrap steel, so not long after he sold it, he was visited by people from the county bureau. The person leading the team was Li Aigua. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Li Aigua temporarily controlled Zhang Long, asked Zhang Long to cooperate in luring out the gang from the neighboring county that was selling black scrap steel, and then personally led people to arrest them. Who would have thought that the gang of evildoers were so cruel and had hot weapons in their hands? In order to protect his companions, Li Aiguo was shot in the waist. Although the gang of evildoers was eventually brought to justice, Li Aiguo had to retreat to the second line due to health problems. Xiao Chen naturally respects people with such a sense of justice. Captain Li, Sister Lu said that we shouldn't talk about what happened just now. Why are you still talking about it? Xiao Chen picked up the tea and said to Li Aiguo respectfully, I have always respected those of you who are at the forefront of the charge to protect people's property. This cup of tea is for you. When Li Aiguo heard this, a smile appeared on his face. After a few cups of tea, everyone became familiar with each other and started chatting. Brother Xiao, I have a personal question for you. If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. Li Aiguo said to Xiao Chen, Brother Li, you want to ask me how I know that Mr. Zhang purchased a batch of problematic black scrap steel? Xiao Chen knew what the other party wanted to ask and asked back. Right. Li Aiguo also nodded directly. Lu Ying and Zhang Long looked at Xiao Chen. They were also very curious. Xiao Chen thought for a few seconds and asked, Brother Li, before I answer your question, please answer me a question first. Do you believe in numerology? When he reminded Zhang Long about the black scrap steel, he knew this day would come. He couldn't say that he knew these things after being reborn, so he could only find a more mysterious excuse. I've always kept my distance from matters related to ghosts, gods, and divinations. After hearing this, Li Aiguo pondered for a few seconds and gave an ambiguous answer. His identity can only be an atheist. Then I understand. Then I can also tell you to remind Mr. Zhang that there is something wrong with that batch of scrap steel. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, and then said, It's just my intuition. Intuition? Hearing this answer, the three of them looked a little strange. This answer obviously could not satisfy them. Li Aiguo also knew the answer. It was just Xiao Chen's excuse. Xiao Chen must be a talented person hidden in the market. I just don't know why I choose to hide myself. Brother Xiao's intuition is so accurate. Li Aiguo said with a helpless smile on his face. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. She felt that Xiao Chen was lying with his eyes open. Brother Xiao Chen, if your intuition is really so accurate, can you tell me which stock will rise recently? I want to buy some stocks and make a little money. Sister Lu, I've checked my instincts. All the stocks that are green should be bought in bulk. I don't believe you, that's strange. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. It was almost noon, and Li Aiguo's face suddenly became serious after he received a phone call. Boss Zhang, I received information from a brother department that the group suddenly bought train tickets out of the province and might be trying to escape. I need to take people to the neighboring county immediately. You have to come with me and find a way to lure them out. Zhang Long nodded when he heard this and said, I'll contact them right away. They stole so much black scrap steel, but they sold me less than 70% of it. There should be another 30% that they didn't dare to sell. I'll tell them that I sold that batch of scrap steel and made a lot of money, and ask them if they have any more stock. If they want to run away, they must want to sell all the black scrap metal. The two discussed for a few words and prepared to leave. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped Li Aiguo and said, Captain Li, wait a moment. Li Aiguo was very anxious at the moment. Seeing Xiao Chen stopping him, he suppressed his anxiety and said, Brother Xiao, we had a great chat today. I will treat you to a drink when I finish my mission. I have something urgent to do now, so I won't waste my time talking to you. Having said that, he was about to leave. But Xiao Chen said, Captain Li, if you believe me, wear an extra bulletproof vest and bring an extra box of bullets. Chapter 36. Delicious and fun internet-famous snacks? Li Aiguo paused and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, this is your intuition again? If you believe me, then this is intuition. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Li Aiguo showed a rare serious look on his face and nodded heavily at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, when I come back, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Captain Li, I'll wait for your triumphant return. After Li Aiguo and Zhang Long disappeared outside the Jishang tea house, Xiao Chen turned around and saw Lu Ying with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him curiously. Xiao Chen was stunned. Sister Lu, is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like this? I'm just curious. You were born in Dashi Village, Dashi Town. You dropped out of school after graduating from high school and have never been to the provincial capital. How do you know so many things? And it seems that you have the ability to predict the future. Lu Ying smiled charmingly and looked at Xiao Chen teasingly with her beautiful eyes. You have too many secrets. As your sister, I wish I could cut open your brain to see what's inside. Sister Lu, cannibalism is against the law. Go away. Who is eating people? I'm just curious about your secret. Okay, then I'll tell you frankly. After I graduated from high school, I met a white-haired old man in the mountains. He saw that I had extraordinary bones and said he wanted to teach me. Sister Lu, why did you leave? I haven't finished yet. Xiao Chen as she walked into the Jixiang tea house. If I believe all your nonsense, I'll just close this tea house and come in to write a new menu. Xiao Chen spread his hands. Soon, Xiao Chen wrote a new recipe and asked Lu Ying to gather the dim sum chefs in the kitchen to try it out. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning, and there are not many customers in the tea house, so there's enough time for them to try it out. This time, Lu Ying learned her lesson. The dim sum chefs she selected were all veterans of the Jixiang tea house, and some of them even had shares in the company. Such people would not be afraid of being poached again. Soon, the dim sum chefs made the dim sum that Xiao Chen wanted according to the recipe. Is this the white rabbit coconut milk jelly you mentioned? It looks like there's nothing special about it, except its snow white color. Lu Ying looked at the 3 snow white rabbit coconut milk jellies on the tea table and said with a look of doubt, "It's not that Jixiang Tea House doesn't have jelly snacks, but the method is very simple. Just boil a little white jelly, white sugar, milk, and black tea, and let it cool. For the sake of aesthetics, tea houses in the provincial capital even insert an exquisite little umbrella into the jelly, which is quite popular among children, but the sales are only average. This white rabbit-shaped coconut milk jelly in front of you, although it follows Xiao Chen's new recipe and has extra coconut milk added, and the shape has been changed from the traditional round jelly to a white rabbit shape. But compared with traditional jelly snacks, only the taste and texture have improved slightly. In the past, jelly snacks only had 2 characteristics: good-looking and delicious. The target audience was children. If parents were unwilling to let their children eat too much jelly, sales would definitely not be high. Xiao Chen explained with a smile, but the target audience of my white rabbit coconut milk jelly is young couples. I can assure you that once this snack is launched, it will definitely become a must-order snack for couples when they come for tea. Lu Ying also showed a strange look on her face. Why are you so confident? Xiao Chen smiled and asked a Chongsam waitress to bring a porcelain spoon. Sister Lu, my white rabbit coconut milk jelly is not only beautiful and delicious, but also has another feature, which is it's fun. Fun. Lu Ying was stunned. It was the first time she heard that a snack could be praised as fun. Shouldn't an excellent snack be good in color, aroma, and taste? When the tea house chefs and Chongsam waitresses around heard what Xiao Chen said, they all showed a strange look on their faces. If these words came from someone else, these dim sum chefs would probably flip the table on the spot, but these words were said by Xiao Chen. Good brother, don't keep me in suspense. What's so fun about this white rabbit coconut milk jelly? Lu Ying shook Xiao Chen's hand and asked. Xiao Chen didn't waste any words. He picked up the porcelain spoon and, under the gaze of everyone, hit the snow-white skin of white rabbit coconut milk jelly with it. Boom, boom, boom. When the porcelain spoon fell, the white rabbit's buttocks immediately twisted left and right like a water ball, extremely elastic, just like a lifelike rabbit twisting its cute buttocks towards the diners. Hiss! The dim sum chefs around gasped when they saw this scene. Could such a chewy and cute white rabbit jelly really be made by them? It's really beautiful, delicious, and fun. The waitresses and Chongsams all found it extremely novel, and their appetites were aroused. They all wanted to swallow the cute and chewy white rabbit jelly into their throats in one gulp. Brother Xiao Chen, why is this jelly so elastic? Xiao Chen in wonder and amazement. Sister Lu, just tell me, is this white rabbit coconut milk jelly fun? Is it interesting enough? Can it attract young diners? Yes, definitely. I have a feeling that once this dim sum is launched, it will definitely attract a large number of young diners. Lu Ying said confidently. We cannot give up on the audience groups of children and the elderly. When launching this snack, we can tell diners that the ingredients of white rabbit coconut milk jelly include milk and coconut milk, both of which are high in protein. They can not only supplement calcium, but also beautify and clear away heat and improve immunity. Xiao Chen said with a smile. When Lu Ying heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Chen. This stinky little brother definitely knows marketing. A born businessman. If this slogan is released, everyone from 70-year-olds to 3-year-old children will definitely want to order one and try it. Because originally this was just a snack for kids, but now it has become a tonic. Start mass production immediately and do as Xiao Chen said. I want to see this snack appear on every tea table in the afternoon and evening tea markets. Lu Ying raised her head and gave instructions to all the chefs in the kitchen, waiters and Chong Sams, and lobby managers in front of her. Also, today all employees' salaries will be tripled. She anticipated that the snack bar would be very popular and the employees' workload would increase, so she gave them an early salary increase to boost morale. Sure enough, when all the employees heard Lu Ying's next sentence, they were energized and took action quickly. At the afternoon tea market, once the White Rabbit coconut milk jelly was launched, just as Xiao Chen said, it quickly won the favor of all diners with its gimmick of being beautiful, delicious, and fun, and every table must order one. The smooth texture, chewy texture, calcium supplement, heat-clearing, and beauty-enhancing properties of the White Rabbit coconut milk jelly instantly captured the hearts of every diner. The kitchen keeps making batch after batch of White Rabbit coconut milk jelly, and they simply can't make enough. Looking at the bustling scene in the tea house, Lu Ying felt full of strength. With the two special snacks of cold wild vegetables and White Rabbit coconut milk jelly, she believed that it would not be long before she could open auspicious tea houses in every corner of Fenghuang County. By then, even marching into the provincial capital might not be impossible. Just when Lu Ying was in high spirits, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Sister Lu, I've helped you come up with the new snacks. Isn't it time to settle the bill for the new menu?" Hearing what Xiao Chen said, the smile on Lu Ying's face froze. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen, her face full of anger. This naughty little brother only knows how to spoil my fun when I'm having the best time. She paid Xiao Chen the 3,000 yuan for buying the new cookbook. She quickly asked Xiao Chen to leave so as not to spoil her mood. Xiao Chen was not angry. He left the Jixiang tea house with a smile on his face, holding the 8,800 yuan he earned today. Then he went to the market, bought some food and snacks for Xiao Luoxue, and drove back to the village. Chapter 37. Li Aigua turns danger into fortune. The manager's office of Longfeng Tea House. Manager Pan leaned comfortably on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hand and singing a little tune. After he poached the chef from Jixiang Tea House and introduced the cold seasonal vegetables, the tea house's customer flow increased significantly. Today's sales chart for morning tea and afternoon tea has also come out. Relying on the gimmick of cold seasonal vegetables, the sales of their tea house have tripled compared to the past. He now feels that his good days are about to come. What auspicious tea house! What country boy! Won't he be trampled under his feet? When the sales of Dragon and Phoenix Tea House go up, I will apply to open a branch and swallow up Jixiang Tea House. I want to see how Lu Ying can still act so arrogant in front of me. When Manager Pan thought about how he had taken over the Jixiang Tea House and forced Lu Ying to kneel before him and let him do whatever he wanted with her, a sly smile appeared on his face. Bang! At this moment, the door of the manager's office was suddenly knocked open, and an employee ran in a panic. "Oh no, Manager Pan, something happened. Why are you so flustered? Can't you be more mature, like me? Speak slowly." Manager Pan seemed to have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He sipped his tea and spoke leisurely. The employee said in a panic, "Manager Pan, Jixiang Tea House has launched a new snack called White Rabbit Coconut Milk Jelly. Once launched, it has been favored by many diners. Now, Jixiang Tea House is full of people, and there are even many people queuing for tables. Many diners in our tea house have dropped their bowls and chopsticks and ran across the street." Bang! Hearing this, Manager Pan's eyes widened, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. "How so? Lu Ying, you are going to kill us all." The employee continued. "Manager Pan, the chairman just called and said that he wants to close the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. He asked you to take inventory of the good stuff in the next few days and then resign." Hearing this, Manager Pan's eyes widened, as if he hadn't reacted yet. Lose his job just because he didn't buy Xiao Chen's wild vegetables to protect the sales of Longfeng Tea House. If he had known this would happen, he should have treated Xiao Chen well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a temporary meeting room at the railway station in the neighboring county, a group of people with real guns and live ammunition sat around. Li Aigua stood in front of them and explained to the people below, "There is news that the scrap steelcase gang we're closely monitoring has bought interprovincial train tickets and will escape in the next 2 days. There's so many people. If they really succeed in escaping, it will be very difficult to arrest them again." At this point, Li Aigua pointed to Zhang Long standing by and said, "This is the boss of Fenghuang County Zhang's Resources Company, Limited. He is also the victim of this case and a veteran. I can fully trust his loyalty to the country and his people, so I specially invited him to assist us in handling the case. Mr. Zhang, please say something. Zhang Long nodded, looking at everyone, and said seriously, on the way here, I'd already contacted that group of people by phone. I successfully aroused their greed by saying that I wanted to buy another batch of scrap steel, but their escape plan remained unchanged. We agreed to meet at the telephone booth east of the train station exit. I would pay the money, and he would hand over the key to the warehouse where the black scrap steel was hidden. I mean, it would be best if I acted while I was dealing with that gang and captured them in one fell swoop so that I could catch them red-handed. After saying that, Zhang Long stepped aside. He is just a citizen now and can make proposals, but how to enforce the law depends on the people present. When everyone heard Zhang Long's words, a thoughtful look appeared on their faces, as if they were thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Li Aigua glanced at everyone and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of Mr. Zhang's proposal? If you have a better idea, you can bring it up." Everyone shook their heads and agreed with Zhang Long's proposal. Since everyone has no objection, let's do it this way. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Zhang Long came to the telephone booth east of the train station exit with a box of cash, and soon a group of people came up to him. Just when they were about to complete the transaction, the passers-by around them suddenly transformed into plainclothes policemen with guns and arrested the gang of thieves. When the gang of villains saw that their actions were exposed, they immediately fled in all directions, but they were all captured by plainclothes police hiding in the dark. Only the leader escaped. When Li Aigua saw that the leader was trying to escape, he chased after him alone, holding onto him tightly and not giving him any chance to escape. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the gang leader immediately pulled out his gun and shot at Li Aigua. Li Aigua dodged and fired back with the gun. "You damn cop, you only make a few $100s a month. Why are you risking your life for so much?" The gang leader had a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Why don't you let me go? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, which is enough for your salary for 20 years. Li Aigua remained unmoved, his face full of righteousness. "My family has been in the army for 3 generations, and we were born to defend our country. You are a black sheep, and you still want to bribe me. You are dreaming." Seeing that bribery failed, the gang leader was furious and said with a ferocious look, "Then you can die." As he was talking, he quietly approached Li Aigua and was now very close to Li Aigua. Because he was very sensitive to sounds, he had just had a gunfight with Li Aigua, and the opponent had used up all 12 bullets, but he only had 1 bullet left. After saying that, he jumped in front of Li Aigua, pulled the trigger in his hand, and a bullet shot Li Aigua. Li Aigua didn't expect the gang leader to be so bold that he dared to shoot at close range at this time. He quickly raised his gun and fired. Click! Unexpectedly, there was a blank sound from the pistol. The bullets had been used up long ago. Bang! A bullet hit Li Aigua's chest, and he fell straight down. The gang leader saw this scene and showed a ferocious smile on his face. "You dare to play with me? You don't know how to live or die. I can kill you and live happily." After saying that, he turned and left. Bang! But at this moment, the sound of a bullet being fired suddenly rang out. The gang leader opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at his right leg, which was hit by a bullet, with a look of astonishment. He looked back and saw Li Aigua holding a gun in one hand and tearing off 2 layers of bulletproof vest with the other hand, his face full of surprise. "You, how come you still have bullets?" Li Aigua's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "After you go in, you will have some time to figure it out." As they were talking, many policemen had already rushed over, quickly pounced on the gang leader, and locked him up. "Captain Li, are you okay?" At this time, Zhang Long also rushed over. When he saw that Li Aigua was shot in the chest, his face suddenly changed, and he said worriedly. Li Aigua sat on the ground exhausted and scratched his bulletproof vest with his fingers. He saw that the bullet penetrated the first layer of bulletproof vest and stopped on the second layer. "If I hadn't worn 2 layers of bulletproof vest, this bullet would probably have killed me." Looking at the new box of bullets that had just been loaded into the pistol, Li Aigua's expression was a little complicated. If he had not taken Xiao Chen's word seriously, he would probably not only die today, but the criminal would also not be brought to justice. Boss Zhang, that brother Xiao, is truly an amazing person. Chapter 38, Contract Shishan and Start Fruit Business? Xiao Chen returned to Dashi village. It was already getting dark. He delivered the ingredients to Xia Luoshue's home, put them in the refrigerator, and then took out a few bags of snacks for Xia Luoshue and Grandpa Xia. Xia Luoshue wanted to refuse it, but Xiao Chen said that it was a little snack he bought for his wife, and she couldn't refuse it. Grandpa Xia also agreed and asked Xiao Luoxue to accept it. Xiao Luoxue accepted it with a blushing face, and Xiao Chen immediately took out a plum and fed it to Xiao Luoxue. The plums made her mouth water, and the sour and sweet taste blossomed on her taste buds. Xiao Luoxue couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Her family was not rich, and she rarely had snacks on weekdays. Is it delicious? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Yeah. Xiao Luoxue responded shyly. It's delicious. I will buy it for you often. If you have morning sickness during pregnancy, eating some snacks will help you feel more comfortable. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Charlotte gave Xiao Chen a white look, her tone slightly shy. When did I promise to have a baby for you? Aren't you ashamed? Xiao Chen laughed. After staying at Xiao Luoxue's house for a while, Xiao Chen returned to the Zhao family yard. Mother Li Tsuehua was cooking in the kitchen, while father was calculating something in the yard. Seeing Xiao Chen coming back, Xiao Shan also said, Xiao Chen, I spent 9,000 yuan to buy the homestead for your house. I have completed all the formalities. It is at the entrance of the village, very close to the village chief's house. There's a small pond behind it, and it is also close to the village road. So soon, Xiao Chen was somewhat impressed by his father's speed of doing things. Not everyone is willing to sell their homestead land at will. Most villagers want to leave their homestead land to their children and grandchildren. The homestead belongs to Tang Zheng from our village. His parents passed away early, and there are not many people left in the village. There is no use for him to keep the homestead, so he sold it to me, Xiao Shan explained. Xiao Chen's face showed a look of realization when he heard this. This Tang Zheng was 10 years older than him. He was one of the first people in Dashi village to get rich by riding the spring breeze of reform in the 1980s. He was in the fruit reselling business and was a very generous and open-minded person. He moved out of the village a few years ago and settled down in the town. In addition to the old house left to him by his parents in the village, he also had a residential plot. If this piece of residential land was really wanted to be sold, even 12,000 would not be too much. Selling it to his father Zhao Shan for 9,000 yuan shows how generous Tang Zheng is. It turned out to be Brother Tang, Zheng's homestead. We're getting a good deal by selling it to us at this price. When I get married, I have to invite him back to attend the wedding. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. If he only relied on collecting wild vegetables, he would not be able to make the whole village rich. After all, the demand for wild vegetables in the tea house was limited. It would take some time for Jixiang Tea House to become a chain store. Perhaps I could develop a fruit industry and help the villagers get rich. The soil in the mountains of Dashi village is fertile and very suitable for fruit planting. He remembered that in his previous life, the west mountain of Dashi village had been contracted out to someone to build an orchard. The lychees, longans, and oranges produced there are all sweet and juicy and became a major local specialty. Not only fruit merchants from the surrounding area, but even big fruit merchants from other provinces rushed to buy them, and they were in great demand. If I contract the land in advance, I can not only lead the villagers to get rich through hard work, but also establish a commercial base for myself. As for the early sales volume and the reputation of the fruit, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. Tang Zheng was in the fruit business, and he had fruit shops in several nearby towns. In the early stage, he could cooperate with Tang Zheng to expand the fruit channels. Furthermore, after a period of time, online e-commerce will emerge, and JD.com and Taobao will open shopping websites one after another. You can register an online store in advance and use the internet to sell fruits to various places. By then, money will flow in like water. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. Xiao Shan did not notice his son's excitement and nodded. Yes, yes, Tang Zheng is a good kid. When you were chased by the village dogs, he helped you chase them away with a stick. Now that you have grown up, you should not forget his kindness. Dad, I understand. As they were talking, Li Tsuehua had already prepared dinner, and Zhao Qing had also returned from school. The family sat together in the yard and started eating. Dad, the school cafeteria's student meal payment has been settled today, a total of 3,000 yuan. Excluding the cost, there is still a profit of 2,400. From now on, you and Mom will be responsible for preparing the student meals in the school cafeteria. As for Luo Shui, I have also made an agreement with her that her salary will be counted towards the cost of the bean sprouts. You can keep the rest of the money. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen took out the school cafeteria bill and handed it to his parents. His parents have raised him for more than 20 years, and now it's time for him to repay them. A profit of 2,004? My goodness, this is too much money. Li Tsuehua widened her eyes and said in surprise, but did not take the money. Xiao Shan glared at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree before that your mother and I would make beans sprout rice noodle rolls to help you share some of the pressure? This business is still yours. Besides, your mother and I don't spend any money. Why would you give us money? Li Tsuohuan nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Chen, you should save this money yourself. You will need money to build a house, give a betrothal gift, buy electricity, and have children after marriage. Mom and your dad don't like to spend money. We can't sleep well if we have so much money. Xiao Chan wanted to say something, but Zhao Qing interrupted him. Brother, just take the money. Dad and Mom are not good at managing money. After you get married, give the money to Sister Luo Shui and let her manage it for you. Sister Luo Shui is the best at budgeting. Maybe she can help you invest and manage your money and make a lot of money in the future. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Shan both nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin thought about it carefully and felt that this was the truth. After Grandpa Xia passed away in the previous life, Xiao Luoxue went out to work. Zhao Chen occasionally heard news about Xiao Luoxue, and they all said that while working, she studied accounting, finance, and other knowledge, and also attended night school and obtained a diploma from an adult university. Later, through stock speculation and investment, his net worth reached tens of millions in 20 years. Before she jumped off the building to commit suicide, Xiao Luoxue found him and said that she was willing to take on his debts. This was definitely not empty talk. She had the ability to do so, but because Zhao Chan felt guilty about Grandpa Xiao's death and Xiao Luoxue, he was unwilling to accept Xiao Luoxue's gift and committed suicide out of shame. Zhao Chen suddenly felt that after he and Xiao Luoxue got married, if he let Xiao Luoxue go to night school to learn financial management knowledge, and then let her invest in financial management, she might earn as much money as he did. He is responsible for earning the investment capital, while Xiao Luoxue is responsible for investment and financial management, expanding the capital pool. Why not become the condor heroes of the business world together? Chapter 39. Wild ginseng appeared in Yaoshan. After dinner, the villagers also brought the wild vegetables they picked, still 700 kilograms. After settling the bill, the villagers left with smiles on their faces. Sangu and his friends are the last to come back. In addition to wild vegetables, they also had a bag full of dirt in their hands, which looked very inconspicuous. After Zhao Chan weighed them and paid them the money, Singo opened the bag, revealing the small ginseng roots inside. Brother Chun, in addition to digging wild vegetables today, we also dug up some wild ginseng. It's not very old, only about 7 or 8 years old. Do you want to collect it? Sango asked tentatively. Xiao Bin at the side hurriedly added, Brother Chun, don't feel embarrassed. If you don't want to accept it, we can take it home to dry it and keep it for making soup. It turned out that while they were digging wild vegetables, they were also looking for wild ginseng of an older age. They didn't find any wild ginseng of an older age, but they did find quite a few that were 7 or 8 years old. They felt it was a pity to throw them away, so they picked some and brought them back to see if Zhao Chen wanted them. Oh, wild ginseng that's 7 or 8 years old. Zhao Chen also became interested and reached out to carefully examine the wild ginseng in the bag. These wild ginsengs are indeed only a few years old. Although their medicinal effects are not as good as those of century-old ginsengs, they also have excellent medicinal value. Considering that Lu Ying's tea house not only runs a tea business, but also a meal business, she might be able to use these wild ginsengs of small vintages. Zhao Chun immediately said, I want all these young wild ginsengs. I'll give them to you at 10 yuan each. Do you want to sell them? Sangu and others were shocked when they heard this. A piece of wild ginseng. The purchase price is 10 yuan. There are at least 80 or 90 wild ginsengs in this bag, so it can be sold for more than 900 yuan. The three of them only earned 200 yuan in total after picking wild vegetables all day. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison without hesitation, we sell it. Zhao Chun immediately counted the number and found exactly 100 wild ginsengs. He decisively took out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into their hands. If divided equally, each person can still get more than 300. This is equivalent to their previous monthly salary. For a moment, Xiaobin and the other two were excited, even more excited than when they discovered the Ganoderma lucidum from last year. After all, although the aged Ganoderma lucidum was sold for several $1,000s and made them rich, it is a rare medicinal herb and is not easy to find. But the wild ginseng from these small years is huge in number. Brother Chun, will you collect this wild ginseng in the future? Xiaobin couldn't help but ask. His family situation was the worst among the others, and the tile-roofed house he lived in with his grandmother was in danger of collapsing at any time. He had originally planned to use the money he had earned these days to repair the house so that his grandmother could live more comfortably. But now that he saw that picking wild ginseng seemed to make more money, he couldn't help but have an idea. If he had such a harvest every day, maybe he could just build a one-story cement house so that his grandmother could also enjoy the life. Are there many wild ginsengs from these small years? Xiao Chen asked curiously. There are many mountains in Dashi village, and he doesn't know the conditions on every mountain. We found these wild ginsengs on the medicinal mountain behind Beishan. There's still a lot of them there all over the mountain, and we can't pick them all in a short time. Xiaobin said hurriedly. Xiao Chen had a thoughtful look on his face. Although Yaoshan belonged to Dashi village, it was already deep in the mountains. There used to be a Yaowang temple on Yaoshan. Whenever villagers were sick, they would go up the mountain to worship. But later, the place was affected by the turmoil decades ago, and the Yaowang temple was destroyed. Since then, few people go to Yaoshan anymore. However, there are indeed many medicinal herbs growing on Yaoshan Mountain, and it is said that they were planted by the priest of the former Yaowang temple. Can I grow medicinal herbs through the Medicine Mountain and get involved in the medicinal herbs business? I also buy wild ginseng from small years, but not too much, just 100 pieces a day. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said also go to the town and buy some ginseng seeds. Every time you pick wild ginseng, plant some ginseng seeds. Hearing this, Sango showed a puzzled look on his face. Brother Chun, there are a lot of wild ginseng of small vintages on Yaoshan Mountain. Why do we still need to sow it? No matter how much wild ginseng there will be a day when it will all be picked. You have planted the seeds now, and new wild ginseng will grow every year. Can't you keep picking it? Xiao Chen smiled and said that this is also his sustainable development strategy. Sango showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Brother Chun, you still think long-term. Xiaobin was excited. Sango, we will do whatever Brother Chun says. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You kid. After making money, you've become more confident and dare to talk back to me? It seems like you're itching for trouble. Let's go out and practice. Let's practice, let's go. Seeing Sangu and his friends playing and walking out of the yard, Xiao Chen shook his head and chuckled. The next day, Xiao Chen got up early and went to Xiao Luoshua's kitchen and started making bean sprout rice rolls and seafood porridge with everyone. Yesterday, he only made enough student meals for the school cafeteria and did not supply bean sprout rice rolls to Jixiang Tea House. Although Lu Ying did not say anything, she was definitely a little disappointed. He planned to make 500 more servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls today and supply them to Jixiang Tea House. With the current customer flow of Jixiang Tea House, these can be easily digested. After finishing everything, Xiao Chen drove to the #1 middle school in the county, unloaded the student meals, and after settling the meal bill with Principal Li Ping, he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Boss Xiao. Li Ping suddenly called out to him. Xiao Chen turned to look at Li Ping and said respectfully, Principal Li, what can I do for you? It's like this. The bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge you made are so delicious that the students said they can't get enough of them. Starting tomorrow, I want to increase the number of student meals to 1,500 each. Can you provide them? Li Ping asked tentatively. He knew that adding 1,000 student meals at once might be very stressful for Xiao Chen, but there was nothing he could do because the students really liked the combination of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge. Even the school staff stopped cooking at home and ran to the school cafeteria to clamor for the same specifications of teacher meals. Even the leader of the working group that was previously responsible for selecting the civilized campus heard that the breakfast in the cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school tasted good and wanted to inspect the hygiene issues of the school cafeteria again. If I can't meet the needs of the three parties, I'm afraid I'll suffer. That's why his attitude towards Xiao Chen was humble in the midst of testing. If we add 1,500 copies each, that means we add 500 copies each. A thoughtful look appeared on Xiao Chen's face. 500 servings of seafood porridge is not a lot. It's just a matter of cooking 2 more pots of porridge or 500 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts. The workload is a little bigger, but with the help of parents and Luo Shui, it is not a difficult task to complete. Okay, no problem. Under Li Ping's grateful gaze, Xiao Chen drove out of the county's #1 middle school, carrying 3,000 yuan for the meal, and rushed to the Jixiang Tea House. When he arrived at the Jixiang Tea House, the entrance was already full of diners waiting in line for a table. Business was booming. On the other hand, the Longfeng tea house across the street was still open, but very empty. Several receptionists stood listlessly at the door, looking low in spirits. The atmosphere on both sides is completely different and quite dramatic. The Dragon and Phoenix Tea House will eventually decline. I believe it will be acquired by Lu Ying soon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen pondered. Chapter 40. Selling ginseng and looking for an engineering team. Brother Xiao Chen, you're here. Come on, drink some ginseng soup first to warm your stomach. You're very cold this morning. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived at the back door of Jixiang Tea House, Lu Ying came out to greet him, followed by two Cheongsam waiters, one holding ginseng soup and the other holding a mink coat, ready to cover Xiao Chen with them. Xiao Chen had never been treated like this before and felt flattered. Sister Lu, what are you up to? I'm a little scared when you're like this. Please drink the ginseng soup. What are you afraid of? Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said unhappily. Xiao Chen said he was afraid. He still took the ginseng soup and drank it. The soup tasted good, but the ingredients were a bit poor because the ginseng was artificially grown and was very new. This ginseng soup tastes good, right? It's a new dish we launched in our tea house. Lu Ying asked with a smile. Not bad. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and asked, Sister Lu, the tea house business seems to be very hot today. I was just about to tell you about this. The new tea snack you developed, White Rabbit Coconut Milk Jelly, became a hot new product as soon as it was launched. The customer flow of the tea house has increased by 2 times. I plan to promote this tea snack to other branches and increase the customer flow of other branches as well. Lu Ying was excited and looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely hot gaze. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's new snacks, the business of Jixiang Tea House would probably have been taken back by Longfeng Tea House, and all his previous efforts would have been in vain. At the same time, she also received a rumor that the Longfeng Tea House was about to change from semi-state-owned, semi-private unit to a fully private one, and that its shares would be publicly transferred soon. As long as I get the shares and management rights of Longfeng Jixiang, I can have a lot of regular customers just because of this brand. Congratulations, Sister Lu. It won't be long before the sign of the Jixiang Tea House will be famous all over the country. Xiao Chen picked out some auspicious words and said, Brother Xiao Chen, I have to thank you for this. Come, I must treat you to morning tea today. After saying that, Lu Ying took Xiao Chen's hand and went into the tea house to drink tea. Sister Lu, the wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts have not been unloaded from the car yet. Just put it there. Someone will help you unload it. After it's weighed, I'll pay you directly. Isn't that enough? Faced with the enthusiasm of Lu Ying, Xiao Chen could only refuse disrespectfully, as he happened to need Lu Ying's help with something. At a table in the tea house hall, Xiao Chen and Lu Ying were eating snacks and chatting. Sister Lu, do you know any reliable engineering team? Xiao Chen asked. Construction team? You want to build a house? Lu Ying's face looked slightly strange. My wedding date is on the 25th of next month. I want to build a wedding house and move in with my wife before the wedding. When she heard that Xiao Chen was going to get married, a strange light flashed in Lu Ying's beautiful eyes, but she quickly concealed it. There should be quite a few engineering teams in the countryside. Your village should also have a familiar engineering team, right? It's okay for rural engineering teams to build small houses, but I want to build a small villa with a yard, said Xiao Chen. After hearing this, Lu Ying understood what Xiao Chen meant. If it came to building a villa, the engineering team in the county would indeed be more professional. Have you figured out the start date? I don't care about these things. The sooner the better. So anxious. Lu Ying frowned slightly. I do know someone reliable in the engineering team, but I have to ask if they have time. After saying that, Lu Ying took out her phone, dialed the number in front of Xiao Chen, and started chatting with the other party. A minute later, she hung up the phone, turned her head and smiled at Xiao Chen. You are very lucky. Their engineering team just finished a project and happened to be free. I have arranged for their designer to come to your house tomorrow to conduct an on-site survey. You could discuss the plan. Is there any problem? No problem. Thank you, Sister Lu. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he expressed his gratitude to Lu Ying. If he had done this himself, it might have taken some time and effort, but Lu Ying helped him a lot. No need to thank me. When I go to your place tomorrow, just treat me to a good meal, Lu Ying said with a smile. You want to go too? Xiao Chen was stunned. Why? You're not welcome. Lu Ying raised her eyebrows slightly and asked back with a smile. No, you're welcome. Of course you're welcome. Xiao Chen, sensing the murderous intent, smiled innocently. Lu Ying then drank her tea contentedly. She thought to herself, I want to see what kind of wonderful person Brother Xiao Chen's fiancé is, and how she could be so lucky to marry Brother Xiao Chen. At this time, an employee in charge of weighing came in and said to Lu Ying respectfully, "Boss, the wild vegetables have been weighed, 700 kilograms, 500 servings of beans, sprout rice noodle rolls, and a bag of 7 or 8-year-old wild ginseng. Exactly 100 roots." Lu Ying's face was slightly strange, and she looked at Xiao Chen. "You also brought wild ginseng?" "Before, I asked someone to check whether there were any wild ginseng of a certain age on the mountain. I didn't find any old ginseng, but I did find quite a few of these young ginseng. I didn't know if you wanted them, so I brought them here," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "Yes, of course," Lu Ying said without hesitation. The medicinal properties of wild ginseng from a young age are also amazing. It can be used to make medicinal ginseng turkey soup, which is definitely a top dish that diners are vying for. Especially for the old Cantonese people, a bowl of delicious ginseng turkey soup symbolizes the beginning of a sumptuous dinner, and it is also the greatest comfort and reward for them after a day of hard work. The old Cantonese people can make do with dishes and rice, but they have extremely high requirements for the quality of soup. Lu Ying could foresee that an 8 or 9-year-old wild ginseng, paired with an old hen and a medicinal chicken soup made from red dates, wolfberries, and other ingredients, would definitely be a big hit in the rice market. "I'll buy these wild ginsengs at 30 yuan each, and I'll take as much as you have," Lu Ying said to Xiao Chen with an excited look on her face. Xiao Chen's face showed a strange look when he heard that. If they were buying wild ginseng at 30 yuan each, wouldn't 100 roots of wild ginseng be 3,000 yuan? Including 700 kilograms of wild vegetables and 500 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. He made 7,800 yuan from Lu Ying today. With the money from the school cafeteria meals, he made nearly 10,000 yuan today. Hiss! Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. When did it become so easy to make money? "Sister Lu, this wild ginseng grows in the mountains, and there aren't many of them. I can't guarantee how much I can supply you every day." After paying the bill, Xiao Chen stuffed more than $700 bills into his pocket and said with a smile, "I understand, just do your best." As they were talking, another employee came in and said to Lu Ying, "Boss, Mr. Zhang is here, and he wants to see Mr. Zhao." "Zhang Long is here?" Lu Ying raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Did he come alone, or is there someone else with him?" "Captain Lee from the County Bureau is here too." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying looked at Xiao Chen as if asking what he thought. After all, the person who came wanted to see was Xiao Chen. "It seems that Brother Lee has returned triumphantly. He still owes me a drink, so we can't let him get away," Xiao Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying immediately understood what Xiao Chen meant and asked her employees to invite Zhang Long, Li Aigua, and others in. Chapter 41, recommending Sister Lu to buy stocks. The price will definitely rise. "Brother Zhao, thanks to you." As soon as Zhang Long approached, he gave Xiao Chen a big hug with an excited expression. Apparently, the money he paid to the gang that stole the scrap metal was recovered, so he didn't suffer a heavy loss. Li Aigua's eyes were red, and he looked a little tired, as if he had not slept all night. Xiao Chen looked at Li Aigua and said with a smile, "Captain Li, it seems that you have successfully captured the bad guys. Are you not injured?" When talking about this, a look of gratitude appeared on Li Aigua's face. If Xiao Chen hadn't reminded him to wear an extra bulletproof vest and carry an extra box of bullets, he would have died in the neighboring county. Xiao Chen saved his life. "Brother Zhao, your intuition saved me," Li Aigua said gratefully. Zhang Long on the side also briefly talked about what happened in the neighboring county. After hearing this, Lu Ying's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect Xiao Chen's intuition to be so accurate, and he actually saved Li Aigua's life. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. The bullet hit Li Aigua's chest, not his waist. In his previous life, didn't Li Aigua have to retreat to the second line because he was hit in the waist? Could it be that because of my own reminder, a butterfly effect occurred, causing the process to deviate? "It's just a coincidence, Brother Li, don't worry about it." Xiao Chen couldn't figure out, so he stopped thinking about it and smiled at Li Aigua. Li Aigua heard this and thought that Xiao Chen was a low-key person who didn't want his ability to be spread out, so he nodded and said, "Brother Zhao, I understand what you mean. It's just a coincidence, a coincidence." Zhang Long at the side said with a smile, "Captain Li, I remember you said yesterday that when you come back from the neighboring county, you will treat Brother Zhao to a drink. Why not wait for a day?" Li Aigua nodded and said, "Yes, we must have a drink. Brother Zhao, come to my house tonight, and I will ask your sister-in-law to cook you a big meal." "Captain Li, can I have some of this wine?" Zhang Long said with a smile. And me? Lu Ying said hurriedly. Okay, okay, come all of you. After surviving this disaster and returning from a neighboring county, he solved another major black scrap steel case. Li Aiguo was very happy that he would receive commendations from the Bureau and might even have a promotion. After they agreed on the time and place for dinner, Zhang Long and Li Aiguo left first. Zhang Long's company still had a lot of things to deal with, and Li Aiguo had not slept all night and also needed to go back to catch up on some sleep. Brother Xiao Chen, are you really good at fortune-telling? Xiao Chen curiously and asked. If Xiao Chen's first intuition that Zhang Long received a batch of black scrap steel was just a coincidence, then his second intuition that Li Aiguo's life would be in danger if he went to the neighboring county. Lu Ying was sure that it was definitely not a coincidence. Xiao Chen knew that Lu Ying was not easy to fool, so he could only smile and ask, Sister Lu, do you have any extra financial management funds? Why are you asking that? Lu Ying didn't know why Xiao Chen asked this, and asked in confusion. With deep technology, Shishu Changhong, and development banks. Xiao Chen said calmly. What? Lu Ying was stunned by the three nouns Xiao Chen suddenly said and didn't understand what they meant. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and said in a pretentious tone, Sister Lu, didn't you ask me yesterday if I could guess which stocks are the most profitable recently? I've already told you. If you have extra funds, you can try investing in them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was even more stunned. Xiao Chen really know numerology? Can you also calculate which stocks will rise? Reason told her that this matter was a bit absurd. Xiao Chen involuntarily. Maybe Xiao Chen really has this ability? After all, she had vaguely heard of these stocks, and they did exist, but she just didn't pay much attention to them. If Xiao Chen wanted to make up a lie to deceive her, he couldn't have made up the names of the stocks on the spot. Okay, sister, I'll believe you this time. I'll buy 10,000 yuan each of the stocks you mentioned. Lu Ying looked directly at Xiao Chen and said sternly, You, please don't let me lose too much money. Xiao Chen smiled when he heard this. He even wanted to tell Lu Ying that in half a year, she would regret buying too little. You should know that the stocks with the most terrifying growth in the stock market in 1996 were Shenzhen Technology, Shishu Changhong, and Development Bank. Among them, the stock price of Shenzhen Technology increased by 2,300%, or 23 times, within 1 year. If Lu Ying buys 10,000 yuan worth of stocks, by the end of the year, she can earn 230,000 yuan without doing anything. This is equivalent to the total income of an ordinary family in this era who works hard for 46 years without eating or drinking. Stock trading is one of the few ways that can make ordinary people rich overnight. After coming out of the Jixiang tea house, Xiao Chen had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by a fat figure. Manager Pan was wearing a washed-out suit, no longer arrogant as before, and smiled at Xiao Chen. Boss Xiao, long time no see. How are you these days? Manager Pan, we just met yesterday. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm very busy. Xiao Chen's face was indifferent, and he spoke in a calm tone. Xiao Chen looked down upon people like Manager Pan, who succeeded despite being a villain. Boss Xiao, you've seen that Dragon and Phoenix Tea House's business is bleak right now. To be honest, this tea house will be closed and transferred soon. Manager Pan said with a smile on his face. What does this have to do with me? Xiao Chen interrupted, frowning. Boss Xiao, I know what happened before. I was too short-sighted. Look, I ended up like this. You are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with me. Manager Pan smiled awkwardly. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and he looked directly at Manager Pan, waiting for his next words. Boss Xiao, I heard that you are very familiar with Boss Lu. Can you tell Boss Lu that as long as she is willing to hire me as the manager of the Jixiang Tea House branch, I can secretly sell the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House to her at a low price? Manager Pan smiled awkwardly. Xiao Chen frowned when he heard this. This Manager Pan is really a piece of shit. After all, he is the manager of Longfeng Tea House and has worked there for so many years that he has won the trust of his old boss. Now that he sees that the business of Longfeng Tea House is getting worse day by day and is about to close, he is not thinking about how to revive the tea house, but how to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, seek a way out, and sell out his boss for fame and fortune. Manager Pan, you are joking. Although I know Boss Lu, I am not a shareholder of Jixiang Tea House after all, so I have no say in such matters. Xiao Chen said calmly. If you have any ideas, you should talk to Boss Lu yourself. This, Manager Pan looked embarrassed. You know, he had been fighting with Lu Ying for so long and had suppressed Lu Ying for so long. Now, how could he save face by asking that yellow-haired girl to beg him? He still wanted to be thick-skinned and asked Xiao Chen for a few words. Okay, Manager Pan, I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. Xiao Chen interrupted Manager Pan, started the three-wheeled motorcycle, and drove away. Billowing black smoke spewed out from the rear of the car and headed straight from Manager Pan's face. Seeing that Xiao Chen was so disrespectful to him, Manager Pan's face became extremely resentful, and his eyes were fixed on the direction where Xiao Chen left. What's so arrogant about this country bumpkin? Who the hell does he think he is? Without your help, I can still sell the valuable things in the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. Chapter 42. County Pedestrian Street. Using stalls to sell internet-famous delicacies? After going to the market to buy some food, Xiao Chen returned to Dashi Village. Now the school cafeteria and Jishan Tea House need huge quantities of rice rolls with bean sprouts, and he has to buy ingredients once a day to meet the demand. When Xiao Chen returned to Xia Luoshua's house, he saw Xia Luoshua busy in the yard, apparently checking the germination of mung beans. It is not easy to grow high-quality bean sprouts. The method of growing bean sprouts in Xiao Luoshua's family is very complicated, and it mainly consists of 4 steps: separating the beans, soaking and washing, laying out the yarn, and watering. To sort the beans, you need to wash them in water twice, pick out the shells and bad beans, and then wash the selected beans with water, also letting the water soften the shells. This step is very important. If the shells are not softened, the germination rate will be greatly reduced. After completing the steps of sorting the beans and soaking and washing, you need to choose good containers that are light-proof and have water-permeable bottoms. Then you can start laying the yarn. To spread the gauze, put a piece of clean white gauze on the bottom of the container, then put the soaked mung beans on it, then put a second piece of white gauze soaked in water on the mung beans, and then you can cover the container. Finally, you just need to sprinkle an appropriate amount of water on the gauze every day to keep the mung beans moist, and bean sprouts will appear in about 3 days. This kind of purely artificially grown bean sprouts has extremely high nutritional value and is incomparable to those bean sprouts that were grown in various ways in the vegetable markets in the previous life. This is also the reason why Xiao Chen dares to sell his bean sprout rice rolls at such a high price. Luo Shui, are you busy? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. The consumption of bean sprouts has been quite high recently. I want to plant more to prevent shortages. She saw Xiao Chen coming. Xiao Luoshua blushed slightly and nodded. You haven't been out for a long time, right? Xiao Chen asked tentatively. Do you want to go to the county town with me? As far as I can remember, Xiao Luoshua hasn't been to the county town for several years since she graduated from high school, and the farthest she's been is to the town. In addition to growing bean sprouts, she also takes care of Grandpa Xia every day. To put it in the terms of my previous life, I was just a little homebody, going to the county town to play. When Xiao Luoshua heard this, her eyes lit up slightly, and she was obviously interested. She was just a girl in her early 20s, and her playful nature was still there. However, she rarely went out because she had to take care of her grandfather and Duya on weekdays. But I still have to take care of the bean sprouts. Xiao Luoshua looked a little hesitant. Luo Shui, Xiao Chen asked you to go, so just go. I'll take care of the bean sprouts in the yard. At this time, Grandpa Xiao came out of the house and said with a smile, Grandpa, can you do it alone? Xiao Luoshua was a little worried. Didn't I ride a tricycle every day to sell bean sprouts at the market in town? Xiao Desi smiled and said, Now, Xiao Chen has taken care of all our bean sprouts, so I'll just take care of the bean sprouts. There's nothing wrong with that. Xiao Luoshua couldn't help but be moved when she heard this. Luo Shui, I have a 3-wheeled motorcycle now. It only takes about 10 to 20 minutes to go to the county town and back. If there is anything urgent, I can just rush back. Xiao Chen encouraged from his side. Well, all right then. I'll go change my clothes. Xiao Luoshua finally couldn't resist Xiao Chen's temptation, nodded and agreed, then turned and went into the house to change clothes. When Xiao Luoshua came out, she was wearing a light yellow round-neck shirt, black jeans, and her jet black hair was tied into a ponytail with a pink bow. It seemed an ordinary combination, but against the backdrop of her crystal big eyes and slender eyebrows, she looked extremely charming. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He was really blind before. He ignored such a beautiful woman and instead licked Chen Mei like a dog. Am I wearing something wrong? Should I go change my clothes? Noticing Xiao Chen's direct gaze, Xiao Luoshua said nervously, No need, you look best this way. Xiao Chen shook his head and said seriously, My own wife is the most beautiful. No big star can compare to him. Before leaving, Grandpa Xia suddenly grabbed Xiao Luoshua, stuffed a passbook into Xia Luoxue's hand, and said in a low voice, Luoxue, take this money. When you get to the county, go buy some new clothes, jewelry, and the like. Although our family doesn't have much money, you have to have some jewelry when you marry into someone's family. Grandfather, hearing what her grandfather said, Xia Luoxue blushed extremely. Grandpa Xia didn't say anything else, just waved his hand and told Xia Luoxue to go and come back early. The three-wheel motorcycle was driving on the road. Xia Luoxue sat on the side seat of the car, watching Xiao Chen controlling the steering wheel easily and comfortably. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Is this considered a date? Wait a minute. Will Xiao Chen hold her hand, or will he do anything else bold? Should I refuse or accept? Luo Shuo, we're here. Just as Xia Luoxue was daydreaming, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly came to her ears. Xia Luoxue came to her senses, looked out of the car window, and saw the tricycle parked outside the pedestrian street of the county town. Although it is only afternoon, there are still many people shopping in the pedestrian street, and the cries of snack vendors and shop owners could be heard everywhere. Xia Luoxue hadn't seen such a scene for a long time, and her eyes were full of light. Come on, it's my treat today. Whatever you want to eat or buy is all mine. Xiao Chen patted his chest and said proudly, I have money, so I don't want you to treat me. Xia Luoxue pouted and smiled. After saying that, she took Xiao Chen's hand and walked towards the pedestrian street. The two walked around and bought a lot of local specialties, including taro cooked in a winnowing basket with sesame oil, potato dumplings with the right salty and sweet taste, grass jelly similar to tortoise jelly, and beef offal from western Guangdong eaten with hot sauce. Everything makes him salivate. Xiao Chen ate while examining it. It is now the mid to late 1990s, and the street stall economy has become increasingly prosperous, especially in places like the pedestrian streets in county towns. If you can get a stall and sell any snacks, you can make a fortune. There are many people who buy houses and cars by setting up street stalls. Should I also take over a stall and sell those internet-famous foods from my previous life? Fried potato towers, handmade lemon tea, dirty buns, cheese hot dog sticks, crispy pork belly, strawberry tower. Any one of them, in this era, is a king bomb, right? Xiao Chen immediately shook his head and dispelled the thought. Although selling snacks on a stall can make money, it is too tiring. Not to mention anything else, just making the handmade lemon tea would break his hands. Let's do some big business with more money and less work. Xiao Chen thought secretly in his heart. Set up a few orchards and medicinal herb gardens, hire people to help with planting, run sales channels yourself, save up some initial capital, and then throw it into the stock market. Wouldn't it be nice to just go all in and win at once? Xiao Chen, do you want to set up a stall and sell snacks? Xia Luoxue, who was standing by, saw Xiao Chen shaking his head and mumbling, and asked in surprise. No, no, no. The school cafeteria's student meal supply business alone is enough to tire us out. I was just saying that casually. Xiao Chen hurriedly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly sounded beside him. Xiao Chen, why are you here? And with Xia Luoxue. Chapter 43 of Chen Mei. When she is a male best friend, she really gives. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Chen Mei standing not far away, looking at him angrily. Next to Chen Mei stood a neatly dressed man. Xiao Chen recognized this man. His name was Li Sheng. After graduating from high school, he confessed his love to Chen Mei. After being rejected by Chen Mei, he became Chen Mei's male best friend. In her previous life, when Chen Mei and Xiao Chen were dating, she often went shopping with Li Sheng. Xiao Chen became jealous, but Chen Mei didn't care. She just said that Li Sheng was her good friend, and she didn't like Li Sheng at all. If the two of them had a relationship, they would have been together a long time ago. Every time they quarreled, Chen Mei would run away from home for a few days, and I would call and promise her various gold and silver items before she would agree to come home. Chen Mei, are you okay? Seeing Chen Mei and Li Sheng appear together, Xiao Chen's face remained calm, and he spoke slowly. Chen Mei pointed at Xia Luoxue's nose and said in a bad tone, Why did you go shopping with her? Do you want to piss me off to death? Don't you also go shopping with your best friend of the opposite sex? Xiao Chen asked back. Xiao Chen, don't get me wrong. Chen Mei and I are just ordinary friends. We have no other relationship. The person she loves most is you. Li Sheng on the side quickly explained. Xiao Chen, you heard it all. Li Sheng and I are just ordinary friends. You misunderstood it. Chen Mei said. I didn't misunderstand. And whoever you go shopping with is your freedom. I'm not interested. Xiao Chen's face was indifferent. He took Xia Luoxue's jade hand and said, So my wife and I are out shopping. It has nothing to do with you. I have already broken off the engagement with you." Hearing the last sentence, Li Sheng's eyes visibly brightened. During all these years that he had been Chun Mei's best male friend, apart from being able to hold Chun Mei's hand, touch her shoulders, and massage her thighs, he had never had any further opportunities. Chun Mei and Xiao Chen's relationship may help him hit a home run. "Xiao Chen, you know that you broke off the engagement with me and got together with Xiao Luoxue just to piss me off. Cut off contact with Xiao Luoxue now. I don't want you to apologize to my brother. I will marry you according to the previous betrothal price." Xiao Chen in a commanding tone. She wanted to see Xiao Luoxue's expression of being abandoned right now. This best friend actually dared to steal her man and her things. She wanted to make Xiao Luoxue desperate and miserable. After being abandoned, she would humiliate Xiao Luoxue severely and step on her under her feet. Neuropathy. Xiao Chen glanced at Chun Mei and uttered 3 words. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Luoxue and prepared to leave. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Chun Mei jumped up like a female cat whose fur was stepped on and rushed towards Xiao Luoxue with bared teeth and claws. "Don't leave. This matter hasn't been made clear yet. Xiao Luoxue, it's all your fault. You shameless woman, you stole my man. I'm going to scratch your face and make you unmarried for the rest of your life." No one expected that Chun Mei would suddenly throw a tantrum. Seeing that Chun Mei's sharp nails were about to scratch her face, Xiao Luoxue's face showed panic. No girl doesn't love beauty. At the critical moment, a strong hand blocked Xiao Luoxue and grabbed the sharp hand. "Chun Mei, have you had enough of the trouble?" Xiao Chen looked at Chun Mei with disgust and spoke coldly. "I haven't made enough trouble. Hit me if you can." Chun Mei had an arrogant look on her face. After she finished speaking, she tried to break free from Xiao Chen's hand and grabbed Xiao Luoxue's face. Xiao Chen in the past, every time she threw a tantrum, Xiao Chen would not dare to say a word and let her scratch himself. She didn't believe that the current Xiao Chen would dare to disobey her. Bang! A crisp slapping sound rang out in the air. Chun Mei opened her eyes wide with a look of disbelief on her face and saw a slap mark slowly appearing on her right cheek, which was particularly fresh. "Are you awake now?" Xiao Chen let go of Chun Mei's hand and asked calmly. Li Sheng hurried over, holding Chun Mei in his arms, and reprimanded Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, how could you hit someone? Chun Mei is your girlfriend after all. She has been with you for 2 years. Do you think you can live with your conscience by treating her like this?" There are many pedestrians on the pedestrian street, and they have already noticed the situation here. After hearing Li Sheng's words and seeing the 2 men and 2 women in front of them, they instantly imagined a TV drama in their minds and started pointing fingers at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked calm. He glanced at Chun Mei, who was being held in Li Sheng's arms without any resistance, and said calmly, "Li Sheng, do you want to think about what you just said? I was with Chun Mei for 2 years, but in those 2 years, she spent more time with you than with me, right? In order to marry her, my parents used up all their life savings as a dowry. But what about her and her family? After I brought her in, they just asked for a higher price. I can't afford to marry a woman like that." When the passersby around heard this, they immediately changed their tune and started pointing fingers at Chun Mei. Even Li Sheng was among those who were scolded. Li Sheng's face turned blue and purple. "Li Sheng, haven't you always had a crush on Chun Mei? Now that I've broken off my engagement with her, you can pursue her with a clear conscience." Xiao Chen continued, "There's just one thing. I hope you can keep her under control and stop harassing me." After saying that, he took Xiao Luoxue's hand, turned around, and left, leaving Li Sheng and Chun Mei being pointed at by everyone. Seeing this, Li Sheng hurriedly pulled Chun Mei away. No one noticed that among the crowd, there stood a fat middle-aged man, looking at Xiao Chen and Xiao Luoxue beside him with a look of resentment on his face. "Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be here. This is a good opportunity for you to know the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he picked up the phone and started contacting people. Not long after, in Li Sheng's old house, Chun Mei held a beer bottle in her hand and kept pouring it into her mouth. The malt-colored beer flowed down her red lips and chin, forming a beautiful scenery that made Li Sheng, who was standing beside her, stare in amazement. "Chun Mei, stop drinking. You'll get drunk if you drink anymore. Li Sheng, tell me, why am I inferior to Xiao Luoxue? Why did he break off the engagement with me and be with Xiao Luoxue?" Chun Mei's voice was choked with sobs. After she finished speaking, she took another sip of wine. Li Sheng comforted him. "It's his loss that Xiao Chen didn't choose you. He doesn't want a woman as good as you. He must be blind." As he spoke, Li Sheng patted Chun Mei's fragrant back to comfort her. My parents just want to add more betrothal gifts. What's wrong with that? I will only get married once in my life, and I am their only daughter. Can't he just follow my parents' wishes? Chun Mei's pretty face was a little red from being drunk. She leaned on Li Sheng's shoulder and said aggrievedly. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Chun Mei's hair, Li Sheng felt his heart beating fast. He didn't dare to make any big movements. He put his hand on Chun Mei's shoulder somewhat awkwardly to comfort her. I also think Xiao Chen went too far. It's just a betrothal gift, isn't it? You're such a good woman. I'm willing to give you 20,000, not to mention 10,000. What Li Sheng said was not a lie. He had been working for 4 or 5 years since he graduated from high school and had saved more than 20,000 yuan. This old house was bought for him by his parents. If they really wanted to get married, he could fully meet Chun Mei's request for a dowry. At this time, Chun Mei was already drunk and her eyes were blurry. When she heard Li Sheng's words, she raised her beautiful eyes slightly and looked at him. Even if it's 20,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, are you willing to give it? When had Li Sheng ever been looked at with such passionate eyes? And it was the girl he had secretly loved for many years. He was an honest man. Apart from work, he had no extra hobbies and not much life experience. Hearing Chun Mei's words, his heart skipped a beat, his face turned red, and he nodded heavily. I do. Chun Mei's eyes were blurred, and she was instantly moved. She hugged Li Sheng's neck with both hands and kissed him. Li Sheng's eyes widened. I just want to be Chun Mei's male best friend. I didn't expect that she would actually give it to me. Chapter 44, Misunderstanding, Not Taking Advantage of My Sister-in-Law. Xiao Chen held Xia Luoxue's hand and strolled in the pedestrian street. Occasionally, when they saw a nice clothing store, they would go in together. Xia Luoxue would choose clothes while he observed the marketing models of these clothing stores. Although the market economy is developing rapidly in this era, people's marketing methods are still very simple. When a customer comes in and asks about the price, they will bargain and complain that the goods are not cheap. The customer will then turn around and leave, and the boss will call him back to make friends. Whether or not you can sell clothes depends entirely on the customer's preference. Unlike the previous life, 20 years later, various marketing methods emerged one after another, such as buy one get one free, discounts and free gifts, discount promotions, seasonal promotions, and the last 10 days of clearance sales. Xiao Chen remembered that in his previous life, there was a large clothing mall that had a red sign saying that it had 10 days left to close down and clear out all the inventory. This sign lasted for several years. The owner of the clothing store changed his car every year, from BMW to Mercedes-Benz, and from Mercedes-Benz to Maybach, but he never saw his clothing store go bankrupt. However, Xiao Chen's pensive look had another meaning in Xia Luoxue's eyes. Xiao Chen, are you unhappy about Chun Mei's matter? Otherwise, let's go back. Xiao Chen cautiously. Xiao Chen to force himself to smile because of her. The appearance of Chun Mei may have reminded Xiao Chen of unhappy memories. Xiao Chen came back to his senses, and seeing Xia Luoxue's concerned eyes, he couldn't help but smile. I'm not unhappy, but you've been shopping for so long, you must be tired, right? How about we find a beverage store and have some drinks? At that time, there were no milk tea shops in the county, and most beverage shops sold ice cream, fruit juice, cola, and the like. Hearing this, Xia Luoxue swallowed her saliva. After playing for a few hours, and with the sun being hot, she was indeed a little thirsty. Good. The two of them picked a drink shop. Xia Luoxue sat at the table at the door, and Xiao Chen went into the shop to buy drinks. At this moment, several thugs dressed in shabby clothes seemed to walk straight towards them with a purpose and appeared around Xia Luoxue. Little sister, you are alone. What do you want to drink? The brothers will treat you. Watermelon juice, mango juice, or milk? Hee. As they spoke, these thugs had a sly smile on their faces. When Xia Luoxue heard their words, a look of panic appeared on her pretty face. She was just an innocent little girl. How could she have seen such a scene? My boyfriend is inside buying drinks. Please go away. The yellow-haired thug in the lead was not afraid at all when he heard this, and grinned evilly. Oh, your boyfriend is here too? That's great. When he comes out, we can tell him that we want to borrow her for use. I don't think he will object. After saying that, he stretched out his pig hand and wanted to touch Xia Luoxue's face. The thugs around all laughed evilly and started to make a fuss. Xia Luoxue's pretty face changed drastically, and she quickly stood up and wanted to escape into the beverage store. She was only safe with Xiao Chen. She also believed that Xiao Chen could protect her, just like he did when they were children. But those thugs would not let Xiao Chen escape and immediately blocked her way. Go away. Seeing this, the yellow-haired young man became even more excited. She's quite hot-tempered. I like girls like this. Old Pan is really nice to call me over and let me play with such a great girl. Hey, come here. Let your brother touch you. After saying that, the yellow-haired young man turned his hands into claws and prepared to touch Xiao Chen. At this moment, a transparent glass bottle suddenly smashed down and broke into countless pieces on the yellow-haired young man's forehead. The yellow-haired young man felt pain and took a few steps back, looking at the person who hit him with wide eyes. Who dares to do me a disservice? Do you think your life is too long? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Xiao Chen's face was grim. His eyes were like a beast that wanted to devour people, staring at the thugs in front of him. As soon as he turned around, someone dared to harass his wife. If I hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't my wife have been bullied? Xiao Chen, Seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly turned red, and she almost shed tears out of grievance. Just sit aside, I'll be done soon. Xiao Chen stuffed the watermelon juice he had bought into Xiao Chen's hand and asked her to sit aside and wait. Xiao Chen was still in shock and said to Xiao Chen, "You be careful." Good. Seeing that the couple in front of him didn't take him seriously at all and just talked to themselves, the yellow-haired young man covered his bleeding forehead and flew into a rage. Boy, you dare to throw a glass bottle at me. Are you tired of living? Xiao Chen turned around and looked coldly at the yellow-haired young man and said in a stern tone, "Just now, which hand did you intend to use to bully my wife?" "I want to bully with both hands. What's wrong?" Hearing what Xiao Chen said, the yellow-haired young man sneered. "Why are you pretending in front of me? Do you really think you are the Wu Zhao master in the martial arts movies? Brothers, catch him for me. I will make him taste the feeling of being blasted in the head with a glass bottle." The thugs behind him were all battle-hardened men. As soon as the yellow-haired young man finished speaking, several of them rushed toward Xiao Chen. They didn't believe that an ordinary young man could do anything. Seeing several people rushing towards him, Xiao Chen remained calm, without the slightest panic. He clenched his fists, swung his arm like a hammer, and hit the first thug who rushed in front of him, breaking his teeth. Then, one of them dodged by leaning forward, rushed into the middle of several people, and punched each person in the face with his fists like hammers. His fists were very powerful, and every punch he delivered would either break the opponent's nose or burst their teeth. In a matter of seconds, 4 or 5 thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Shit, I hit a hard spot. When the yellow-haired young man saw this scene, a look of horror appeared on his face. Seeing Xiao Chen walking towards him with a grim look, the yellow-haired young man suddenly panicked. "Brother, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. I was driven by someone to come to you to cause trouble. I didn't really want to take advantage of my sister-in-law." Xiao Chen seemed not to have heard what the yellow-haired young man said. He used a close-range push to knock the other person away. The man fell to the ground 5 or 6 meters away and rolled several times. When he got up again, the yellow-haired young man had blood in his mouth and looked at Xiao Chen in fear. Xiao Chen would not show any mercy to anyone who dared to bully his wife. If it were not for the rule of law, he would even want to kill the person. But his ferocious look had already frightened the yellow-haired young man to death. That look was something he had never seen even in the big guys he had met. He had an illusion that if he had touched Xiao Chen's body just now, the other party would definitely kill him. "Please spare my life. I will repay you by working like a slave." Seeing Xiao Chen approaching, the yellow-haired young man kowtowed and admitted his mistake. "Who asked you to come?" Xiao Chen stood in front of the yellow-haired young man and asked in a cold voice. Chapter 45. Manager Pan loses more than he gains. It was Mr. Pan from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. He said there were beautiful girls here and offered us 3,000 yuan to teach them a lesson. Xiao Chen nervously. "Teach him a lesson? Teach me a lesson?" Xiao Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. The yellow-haired young man nodded. "So, I'm only worth $3,000? Xiao Chen looked at the yellow-haired young man coldly and asked with a smile. He also understood something in his mind. It turned out that it was Manager Pan from the Longfeng Tea House who was causing trouble for him. It seemed that he was angry and humiliated because he did not give him face due to what happened in the morning. The yellow-haired young man was frightened by Xiao Chen's gaze and quickly slapped himself in the face. "Snap! Snap! Brother, we know we were wrong. We didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive us. We won't do it again." The slaps on the yellow-haired young man were very loud and showed that he had used a lot of force. It can be seen that he was really afraid of Xiao Chen and was frightened by being beaten by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but just stared at the yellow-haired young man, watching him slap himself. When the pedestrians around saw the commotion here, they all showed surprise on their faces. They stood in the distance and looked at this side in surprise. Seeing more and more people coming, Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Chen also noticed this and stopped the yellow-haired young man. Okay, I don't have time to watch you hurt yourself. The yellow-haired young man felt relieved when he heard this and slowly withdrew his hand from his face. Xiao Chen nervously. My wife was scared by you. Shouldn't you apologize? Xiao Chen said. Yes, I should. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired young man nodded hurriedly. Immediately, he pulled a group of thugs to bow and apologize to Xiao, then took out the 3,000 yuan that Manager Pan gave him and handed it to Xiao respectfully. Sister-in-law, we were wrong just now. Consider this 3,000 yuan as your tea money to calm your nerves. Seeing several thugs bowing to her and apologizing and demanding compensation, Xiao couldn't help but show a look of panic on her face and took a few steps back. Never mind. I don't want the money. Although these thugs wanted to bully her just now, they were all dealt with by Xiao Chen now, so she did not suffer any loss. She did not want to take the ill-gotten gains of the yellow-haired young man. Seeing that Xiao didn't want it, the yellow-haired young man suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He secretly glanced at Xiao Chen and found that the latter was looking at him coldly. His legs suddenly became weak, and he hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, you must accept this money. Otherwise, we brothers will not be able to sleep. Upon hearing this, Xiao looked hesitant. Luo Shui, this money is a token of their appreciation. Just accept it. Xiao Chen also spoke. Seeing that she had no way to refuse, Xiao could only nod and accept it, but she still gave the money to Xiao Chen and let Xiao Chen deal with it. Xiao Chen respectfully, Brother, what do you think about this? That's all for today. My name is Xiao Chen, and I live in Dashi Village. If you still have any objections, feel free to come find me. Xiao Chen said calmly. After these words were spoken, the thugs were so scared that they shook their heads. The punches Xiao Chen threw at them just now were as heavy as hammers. If they had hit them, all their bones would have been broken. Such people are definitely martial artists. They are scoundrels to be sure, but they are not stupid. How could they dare to go against such martial artists? Brother Chen, how dare we disobey? My name is Huang Feng, and I have some respect in these streets. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. The yellow-haired young man said to Xiao Chen with a smile. When the passers-by around heard this, they all showed surprise on their faces. Who doesn't know that Huang Feng is the gangster boss of this pedestrian street and several nearby streets? He not only likes to act like a spoiled brat, but also likes to fight. Now he has been beaten into submission. Xiao Chen just hummed lightly and didn't say much. Huang Feng saw this and left without further ado, taking his gang of thugs with him. When the people around saw that there was nothing to watch, they dispersed. Xiao Chen with a fangirl look on her face. Xiao Chen, you are amazing. When did you become so good at fighting? Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be bullied? Isn't your husband's potential bursting out? Xiao Chen said with a smile. Xiao blushed, handed a glass of watermelon juice to Xiao Chen, and said shyly, Shame on you. Who is your wife? You haven't even gotten married yet. Why are you talking nonsense? Xiao Chen took the watermelon juice. He took Xiao snow-white jade hand and said with a wicked smile, It will be soon. In more than a month, you will be mine. The latter struggled symbolically for a few times and then let Xiao Chen lead him. Wait till we finish drinking the watermelon juice. Where are we going? I'll buy you a few sets of clothes and take you to meet my friends tonight. Do you dare to go? Why are you afraid? I'm your fiancé. Xiao said this, feeling very happy in her heart. Xiao Chen was willing to take her to meet his friends showed that he really cared about her. On the other side, Huang Feng and others appeared in a Western restaurant. Manager Pan was sitting by the window with a scarf on his collar and a knife and fork in both hands. He was eating Western food elegantly, occasionally smelling the red wine on the table, with an intoxicated look on his face. Boss Huang, you guys are here? After seeing Huang Feng coming, Manager Pan asked with a sly smile, How is it? Did you deal with that kid? Is the chick next to him hot? It's exciting. It's really exciting. Huang Feng showed a sinister smile on his face and spoke with gritted teeth. Manager Pan did not notice Huang Feng's unfriendly expression. He lowered his head, cut a piece of steak, and put it into his mouth, grinning wickedly. Just be strong, Boss Huang. Enjoy it slowly, Bang. Before Manager Pan could finish his words, he was slapped in the face leaving him with a bloody mess, steak flying everywhere, and red wine splashing everywhere. Didn't you say that the boy was just a vegetable vendor and was easy to control? Huang Feng was so angry that he pointed at his own face and the faces of several of his men and cursed. Because it was afternoon, there were not many diners in the Western restaurant, and not many people noticed the commotion here. But when the waiters in the Western restaurant saw this scene, they all retracted their heads and dared not meddle in other people's business. Manager Pan was also stunned by Huang Feng's slap. He looked up and saw that Huang Feng and others all had injuries on their faces, with crooked noses, black eyes, and swollen faces, which looked quite funny. Boss Huang, what happened to you guys? Were you beaten by that kid? Manager Pan asked in surprise. Huang Feng's face darkened as he angrily said, "You ask even though you already know the answer. Brothers, drag him out and clean him up. Don't let him dirty up the place." Those thugs who were beaten had been holding a grudge in their hearts for a long time. If Manager Pan hadn't scolded them, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Even the 3,000 yuan that the boss had to be paid to the other party. Manager Pan was dragged out of the restaurant by several people with a look of horror on his face. No matter how he begged for mercy, it was of no avail. Soon, bursts of terrible screams were heard outside the Western restaurant. By the time Huang Feng and the others had vented their anger and left, Manager Pan was already covered in wounds, with a bruised face and nose, and walked out of the pedestrian street in a panic. Just at this time, he received another call from the chairman. "Old Pan, the higher-ups have decided to withdraw the state-owned shares from tomorrow, and the Dragon Phoenix Tea House will be turned into a private unit and publicly transferred. From now on, the Dragon Phoenix Tea House will no longer need you to manage it, so you can leave." When Manager Pan heard the news, he was shocked. Just as he was about to say a few words to plead for mercy, he heard a busy tone on the other end of the phone. He was hung up. From today on, he became an unemployed vagrant. He is already old and has been a manager of Longfeng Tea House for many years. If it weren't for the state-owned shares in Longfeng Tea House, the tea house would have closed down long ago. If he were asked to find a new job now, not everyone would want him. Xiao Chen was unaware of all this. After he and Xiao Chen strolled on the pedestrian street for a few hours, they drove to Li Aigua's home when it was getting dark. When they arrived at Li Ai's house, they found that Lu Ying, Zhang Long, and others had already arrived, looking towards the kitchen with strange expressions. Xiao Chen followed their gaze and saw Li Aigua wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen with 2 kitchen knives in his hands. However, he seemed to have not found the gas stove switch for a long time, and Li Aigua's wife did not seem to be at home. "Sister Lu, Mr. Zhang, what's going on with Captain Li?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 46, My Brother's Wife's Wedding Gift. Mr. Zhang's trip is very bad. Captain Li's wife's hospital had an emergency surgery, and she couldn't come back, so the task of cooking fell to Captain Li. Zhang Long said with a wry smile. It turned out that Li Aigua's wife was a doctor at the county hospital. They had originally planned to treat everyone to a banquet after they get off work, but unexpectedly they encountered an emergency patient, so Li Aigua had to cook the meal himself. "Brother Xiao Chen, this girl next to you, could it be that you always talk about your fiancée? She is so beautiful. No wonder she can charm you." Lu Ying noticed Xiao beside Xiao Chen and asked with a smile. When Xiao heard Lu Ying's praise, her face turned red and she was secretly happy. It turned out that Xiao Chen had always mentioned her in front of outsiders. "Sister Lu, hello, Brother Zhang." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying and Zhang Long both smiled. "Brother Xiao Chen, you brought your wife here without telling us. We, your brothers and sisters, didn't even prepare any gifts." Sister Lu glared at Xiao Chen and said unhappily. Zhang Long took out a small wooden box from his bag and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a small jade Buddha here. I'll give it as a gift to my sister-in-law." When the small wooden box was opened, there was a small jade Buddha with exquisite carvings inside. It looked lifelike, and you could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Xiao Chen helped him so much, preventing him from losing hundreds of millions. He had previously given Xiao Chen a big jade Buddha, but the other party didn't want it. But this time, he should be able to accept a small jade Buddha. Xiao waved her hands quickly. "This is too expensive. I can't take it." Although she had never seen jade jewelry before, she knew that the contents of the small wooden box were worth a lot of money. Seeing that the things could not be delivered, Zhang Long's face showed anxiety. "Luo Shui, since it's a meeting gift from Brother Zhang, just accept it." It was Xiao Chen who spoke up and advised Xiao. Zhang Long gave Xiao Chen the Jade Buddha twice, and Xiao Chen understood the other party's thoughts. If he did not accept the Jade Buddha, the other party would not give up. It would be better for him to accept it generously and compensate Zhang Long in other places later. Yes, sister-in-law Luo Shui, my little Jade Buddha is not worth much. Just accept it. Zhang Long nodded quickly. Seeing that Xiao Chen said this, Xiao Shui could only reluctantly accept the small Jade Buddha. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Zhang Long and said with a helpless smile, "Boss Zhang, you even gave me a small Jade Buddha. It seems like I have no choice but to give you something else." After saying that, she slightly pulled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. On her wrist, there was an icy jade bracelet which was simply polished and not overly carved, giving a sense of returning to nature. Xiao Chen knew that the less craftsmanship a jade piece had, the more precious it was. "Sister Luo Shui, this jade bracelet is not worth much. You're going to marry brother Xiao Chen soon. This jade bracelet can be considered as your wedding gift." Lu Ying took Xiao Shui's hand, put the jade bracelet in her hand on Xiao Shui's jade hand, and said with a smile. When Zhang Long, who was standing by, heard Lu Ying's words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Others might not know, but he knew very well that the jade bracelet on Lu Ying's hand was a pair. Even if they were taken apart and sold, they would still be worth a lot of money. It would be easy to exchange this jade bracelet for a Toyota car. But he didn't quite understand why Lu Ying would give one of the pair of jade bracelets to Xiao Shui. "Sister Lu, thank you." After Zhang Long's preparation, Xiao Shui did not refuse Lu Ying's gift. She just blushed and said shyly. Xiao Chen told everyone that they were going to get married. This is to make it final and not leave any chance for regret. Xiao Chen on the side saw everything and smiled slightly. Ping pong. At this moment, there was a sudden noise of dishes colliding in the kitchen. It seemed that Li Aigua hadn't cooked for a long time and was a little flustered. "I'd better go into the kitchen and help Captain Li. Otherwise, I don't know when we can have dinner tonight." Xiao Chen stood up and smiled. "I'll help too." Xiao Shui quickly stood up and said. Lu Ying took Xiao Shui's hand and said with a smile, "Sister Luo Shui, let's leave things like cooking to their men. Let's sit down and chat for a while." Charlotte looked hesitant. "Luo Shui, just sit down and chat with Sister Lu. I'll go and help." Xiao Chen said. Xiao Shui is very interested in finance and business management, and Lu Ying is the youngest and most promising female entrepreneur in the county, so it is a good opportunity for her to learn more from Lu Ying. Xiao Chen entered the kitchen. He quickly tidied up the messy kitchen. "Brother Xiao, I haven't cooked for a long time, so my cooking skills are a little rusty. Captain Li is busy with work every day, so let me take care of this." Xiao Chen took the kitchen knife and spatula from Li Aigua and said with a smile, "Then I'll help you." Xiao Chen did not refuse and quickly glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen, including pig's trotters, shrimps, ribs, pork tenderloin, beef, etc. In just a moment, he had a recipe in his mind. Half an hour later, everyone sat around the dining table, which was filled with delicious dishes, including braised pig's trotters, salt and pepper shrimp, pork rib soup, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried beef, and 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. In total, there were 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was a very sumptuous meal. At this moment, Li Aigua's wife came back and saw the table full of delicious dishes. She looked at Li Aigua in surprise and said, "Did I see a ghost? You made all these dishes." Forehead. Li Aigua's mouth twitched slightly, and he uttered, "I prepared all the ingredients." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. "Brother Xiao Chen, your cooking skills are better than the chef at my Jishang tea house. I'm getting more and more curious now. Do you know everything?" Lu Ying said with a smile. "My wife is still responsible for giving birth to a child." Xiao Chen waved his hand, holding Xiao Shui's hand, and said. When Xiao Shui heard this, her face turned red, and she stepped on Xiao Chen under the table. Xiao Chen felt pain, but he could only endure it, with a strange look on his face. When the people around saw this scene, they all smiled knowingly. After the meal started, Li Aigua took out the mitai that he had collected for many years and started drinking with everyone. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xiao Chen thought of the jade Buddhas that Zhang Long had taken out twice, both of which were of good quality, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang, I heard from Sister Lu that you have made some achievements in the jade business?" Zhang Long smiled and said, "I only know a little about jade. I've opened a few jade shops in the county town. Business is average. I can only keep a profit. Scrap steel business is my main business." Xiao Chen tentatively. Brother Xiao, I plan to go abroad in the near future to buy a batch of scrap steel and sell it back. Can you help me calculate whether this trip will go smoothly and whether it can make a profit? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's ability to predict the future twice has made them convinced that Xiao Chen is a master of divination, but he cannot say it openly due to the times. Now that Zhang Long asked him this, it could be considered a disguised test. Even Xiao Luoshue's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. When did Xiao Chen acquire the ability to tell fortunes? She and Xiao Chen were childhood sweethearts, and she had never seen Xiao Chen learn fortune-telling. I can't tell fortunes. Xiao Chen shook his head and said. When everyone heard this, they all understood. It seemed that Xiao Chen still didn't want to be too high profile. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen changed the subject and asked Zhang Long, but I don't know if you, Brother Zhang, believe in my intuition? Zhang Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew there was hope and nodded quickly. I believe it, Brother Xiao. Just tell me. My intuition tells me that this trip of yours will be very dangerous. If you're not careful, it will make your fortune disappear or even bring about a fatal disaster. Xiao Chen said seriously. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Chapter 47. Instruct Li Aigua to patrol more to the east. When Zhang Long heard this, his face turned pale. Brother Xiao, don't scare me. My heart can't take it. This is just my intuition. You don't have to take it to heart, Brother Zhang. Xiao Chen said calmly. There were some things he couldn't tell Zhang Long Ming, but what he said was not meant to scare Zhang Long. I remember that in his previous life, Zhang Long was noticed by his superiors because he sold a batch of black scrap steel. He took great efforts to clear himself of suspicion, but his reputation had already been damaged. He made a desperate move and used all his fortune to buy dozens of tons of scrap steel from abroad. Zhang Long had been planning to make a fortune, but he didn't expect that the international steel price would plummet. The large amount of scrap steel in Zhang Long's hands was directly smashed into his hands. He suffered heavy losses and owed a lot of foreign debts. He was so depressed that he jumped off the building and committed suicide. Therefore, when Xiao Chen said that Zhang Long's trip abroad was very dangerous and might even lead to his death, he was not joking. No, Brother Xiao. How can I not trust you? Zhang Long heard this and immediately said with a smile, I won't go abroad anymore, and I won't take that batch of scrap steel either. He changed the subject and turned to Xiao Chen, saying, Brother Xiao, you have great powers. Do you have any good ideas? I don't have anything else but a little money. How about we start a business together? I heard that it was you who gave Boss Lu's tea house, the most popular one in the county. When Luing heard this, she glared at Zhang Long and said, Boss Zhang, isn't it too much to poach my people in front of me? Boss Lu, what are you saying? Brother Xiao is not your tea house partner. I want to do business with him with money, but it's not allowed. Who said he wasn't? Lu Ying hurriedly grabbed Xiao Chen's shoulders and took out a share transfer contract from her bag. Brother Xiao Chen, this is the 15% share transfer agreement for Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. As long as you sign it, you will get 15% of the dry stock dividends every year. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Boss Lu, are you serious? Zhang Long said in surprise. What? You are allowed to see Xiao Chen's ability, but I can't see that he has a business acumen that far surpasses ours. Lu Ying snorted coldly. She definitely didn't do this on impulse. Just based on the two special snacks developed by Xiao Chen, Longfeng Tea House has firmly established itself as the #1 tea house in the county. Lu Ying was also impressed by the marketing methods that Xiao Chen thought of when launching the White Rabbit coconut milk jelly. If Xiao Chen can be brought firmly onto the big ship of Jixiang Tea House, it will definitely make Jixiang Tea House a famous tea house in Guangdong Province. Sister Lu, I won't accept the reward without merit. You just gave me 15% of the shares right away. How dare I take it? Looking at the share transfer agreement in front of him, Xiao Chen chuckled. Who said you didn't do anything? Mr. Zhang has just made it very clear about your contribution. You deserve this 15% stake. Lu Ying said seriously. Besides, I didn't give you this share for free. I promised you before that as long as you come up with 10 specialty recipes, I'll give you 10% of the shares. Now it's just like signing the agreement in advance. Xiao Luoxue on the side was surprised. She didn't expect that Xiao Chen would be so popular outside and so many bosses would be vying to work with him. For a moment, Xiao Luoxue's eyes narrowed slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Such a capable man is about to become her husband. Xiao Chen signed a share agreement. Lu Ying couldn't help but smile. Zhang Long saw this and said hurriedly, Brother Xiao, You are now cooperating with Boss Liu to run a tea house, so we won't interfere in the catering industry. If you think there's a way to do other industries, we can talk about it again. Brother Zhang, if you trust me, then don't do the scrap steel business anymore. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Chen said to Zhang Long, if we want to do it, we can do the jade and gold business. We can find a time to discuss the specific matters in detail. When Zhang Long heard this, his face became overjoyed and he nodded quickly. As he spoke, he was about to pour wine for Xiao Chen. Li Aiguan knocked on the table and said angrily, you guys are going too far. It was clearly me who invited Brother Xiao to a banquet. But how did it become a drinking party for you to discuss business? Forget, Captain Li, this is our fault. Let's drink 3 cups as punishment. Zhang Long said hurriedly. You wish. You want to punish yourself with 3 cups? I've kept this Mao Dai for a long time, and you still want to finish it all at once. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. When the dinner was almost over, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something and said to Li Aigua, Captain Li, if you have nothing else to do recently, you can take more people to patrol the east, especially the scenic spots in the east, and pay special attention to them. Li Aigua was stunned when he heard what Xiao Chen said. Patrolling in the east? The east of the county town is mountainous and has many scenic spots. It's not a residential area. Except for the occasional tourists, there are not many people there. Why should I patrol there? Lu Ying, who was standing by, reacted immediately and said to Li Aigua, Captain Li, Brother Xiao Chen asked you to patrol the east more often, so just go more often. You patrol the streets every day anyway, so these few steps won't make a difference. Yes, Captain Li, you should listen to Brother Xiao, that's right. Zhang Long also winked at Li Aigua and said. Hearing what the two said, Li Aigua was stunned at first. Then he suddenly reacted and stared at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, is this your intuition again? Captain Li, I looked at your face. You look like a dying man, but now the dead air has disappeared and you have a more rosy complexion. As long as you are more careful in the future, you should be able to retire peacefully. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. However, your face lacks official aura. You can only see a hint of official aura facing east. If you want to climb higher, you may need to go more to the east. At this point, Xiao Chen did not forget to add, of course, these words of mine are just casual words. Just pretend you didn't hear them. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Li Aigua perked up and the drunkenness on his face faded a little. Xiao Chen has explained it so clearly. If he still pretends not to have heard it, he would be a fool. If you want to climb up, just go more eastward. Brother Xiao, I'll remember your words. I will patrol seriously. Li Aigua looked directly at Xiao Chen and nodded heavily. Xiao Chen nodded. Then I wish Director Li and sister-in-law good health and all the best in advance. Hearing the change in Xiao Chen's address, Li Aigua's body trembled and his old face turned red. If I handle this matter well by myself, can I jump 3 levels? After leaving Li Aigua's home, Xiao Chen sat on the side seat of the tricycle, and Xiao was responsible for driving the tricycle back to the village. Xiao Chen, what did you mean by the last words you said to Brother Li? Can you really tell fortunes? Xiao asked curiously while driving. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head without further explanation. The reason why he reminded Li Aigua to run more often to the east of the county town was because he remembered that in his previous life, not long after the black scrap steel case ended, another major incident occurred in the county town. A young man from another province came to Fengwang County with his girlfriend for a trip, but he met a serial killer who had been on the run for many years and was almost brutally killed. Finally, he happened to meet a police officer who was patrolling the scenic area. He acted decisively, shot and killed the serial killer, and saved the young man from the province. Because this incident happened quickly and ended early, it was not well known to the public. It was not until more than 10 years later that Xiao Chen heard about it by chance from a retired staff member of the county bureau. It is said that the young policeman in the scenic area who saved the provincial doll brother was promoted continuously in just 5 years and enjoyed great success due to this achievement and his own excellent skills. Xiao Chen is now reborn, and now that he remembered this good thing, he naturally won't forget to help Li Aigua. Chapter 48. Love rival Chen Min is in danger? In an old house, Chen Mei sat in front of the dressing table, fixing her hair and appearance. She was already 80% sober. On the bed behind him, Li Sheng half leaned against the headboard, looking at Chen Mei with admiration, and asked tentatively, Chen Mei, when are we going to meet your parents? Meet my parents? Is this necessary? Chen Mei said in a cold tone, without even turning her head. Li Sheng was stunned. Chen Mei, Shouldn't we meet each other's parents and then set a date for the wedding? What did I ever say I was going to marry you? Chunmei turned her head and looked at Li Sheng with an indifferent expression. Li Sheng was stunned and said in astonishment, "Aren't we all like that? I will be responsible for you. Just treat what happened just now as a dream. Besides, you didn't suffer any loss. Just remember that it's impossible for us to be together." Chunmei said coldly, "Why? Can't you let go of Xiao Chen?" "That's right. I want to marry Xiao Chen. He's already with Xia Luoxue. He doesn't like you anymore. Why did you still want to marry him?" Li Sheng couldn't figure it out and looked unwilling. "How am I inferior to Xiao Chen? I have a house in the county town and a stable job, while he is just a country boy. He makes more money than you do. He now buys wild vegetables in Dashi village and has already bought a 3-wheeled motorcycle. He also bought a refrigerator worth several thousand yuan for Xia Luoxue. He can make at least a few hundred yuan a day." Chunmei turned her head and glared at Li Sheng, saying in a cold voice, "Can you do that?" Li Sheng fell silent. "I only earn a few $100s a day, which is only my monthly salary. Don't think too much. We're still best friends. What you did just now made me very satisfied." Chunmei walked up to Li Sheng, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "In the future, as long as it doesn't affect each other's lives, we can." She has seen countless men and knows the technique of giving a sweet after a beating. Although Li Sheng is just an honest man who doesn't make much money and is not suitable for marriage, she still has to rely on Li Sheng for her daily food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She didn't plan to throw away such a purse so soon. Hearing Chunmei's suggestive words, Li Sheng remembered what happened just now, clenched his fists slightly, and then slowly loosened them. "Chunmei, I will always wait for you. If one day you figure it out, I will definitely marry you." Chunmei heard this and touched Li Sheng's cheek. "Be good. Keeping a spare tire is not a bad thing." Xiao Chen and Xia Luoxue returned to the village. It was already evening. Many villagers who had picked wild vegetables were waiting outside the Xiao family's yard. Seeing Xiao Chen and Xia Luoxue driving back together, everyone had different expressions and started to make a fuss. "Xiao Chen, Luo Shui girl, where did you go to play?" Needless to say, didn't you see the large and small bags on the back of the truck? It's obvious that they went to the county town to buy things. The wedding is just over a month away, so it's time to prepare the dowry. Xiao Chen is so lucky that he even managed to get the most beautiful girl in our village. Look at what you said. Xiao Chen is not bad. He is tall and can make money. When Xia Luoxue heard the villagers booing, her face turned red. "I'll go back with my things first." After saying something to Xiao Chen, she took her things and ran towards the Xia family's yard. Xiao Chen saw this scene. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Aunts, let me tell you something. Luo Shui and I are about to start building our wedding room. Someone will come tomorrow to inspect the design drawings. The construction period is about a month. Go back and ask the men in your family if there are any men willing to help out. I will pay you 10% higher than the market price." After weighing the villagers' wild vegetables, Xiao Chen settled the bill for them and said. When these words were spoken, the auntie's eyes lit up. Many men in the families worked on construction sites, so it didn't matter where they worked. Now Xiao Chen offered a salary that was 10% higher than the market price, which was enough to make them excited. Besides, they feel at ease knowing that their men are working in the village just around the corner. "Xiao Chen, are we going to build a house now?" I've said before, Xiao Chen is a capable child. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. I'll tell your uncle when I get back and ask him to put aside his other work and help you build the wedding room first. Xiao Chen smiled when he heard this and said, "Then I'll trouble you aunts." He has his own considerations in mind. According to convention, when building a house in the village engineering team is usually asked for help. The homeowner makes money from building the house, and the villagers also make some money, which is considered mutual help. In addition, the construction team members are all from the same village. They know each other well and will not cut corners. There's another reason, that is, when building a house, if you need to transport materials, you can take the village road and no one will stand up to stop or oppose it. You have to know that many of the village roads these days are half donated by the villagers. If you make them unhappy and they don't let you drive on this road, you have no way to complain. Although the people of Dashi village are relatively united, and even if the village's construction team is not used to build houses, the villagers will not do anything to hinder the transportation of materials, but there will inevitably be barriers in their hearts. Therefore, Xiao Chen has now found an engineering company in the county to design the villa he wants, and has placed some villagers in the construction team so that he can have an explanation. After the villagers left, Xiaobin and his friends came hurriedly, put down the wild vegetables and ginseng bags, borrowed tools for cracking clams from Xiao Chen, and prepared to leave. Where are you going in such a hurry? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Brother Chun. Chun Min's hand is pinched and is about to break. Let's go over and take a look. Sangha hesitated for a few seconds and gave a brief explanation. The reason why he didn't elaborate was because Chun Min was the son of Boss Chun at the head of the village. He had been secretly in love with Xiao Luoxue for a long time. Boss Chun came to the house several times and wanted to propose marriage to Grandpa Xia, but Xiao Luoxue refused because she didn't have any feelings for Chun Min. It could be said that Chun Min is half of Xiao Chun's love rival. Xiao Chen also understood the general situation. Chun Min's family owns several fishing boats and makes a living by going out to sea to fish. He is one of the wealthiest families in Dashi village. This time, when Chun Min came back with his family's fishing boat, he accidentally discovered a large pearl oyster that was several decades old in the fishing tank. He decided to open the clam and take out the pearls. However, he encountered an accident while opening the clam and his arm was pinched by the clam shell. Although the meat of the pearl oyster is soft, it can unleash a tremendous force by staying inside the clam and relying on the opening and closing of the clam shell. Especially for aged pearl oysters, it is not difficult to break an adult's arm even if you want to. When the several fishing boat guys following Chun Min saw this scene, they were terrified and hurried to help pry open the clam shells. Unexpectedly, the pearl oyster seemed to sense the danger. The harder it pried, the more it clamped down, causing Chun Min to scream in pain. Seeing that their arm bones were about to be broken, Chun Min hurriedly stopped them and asked them to go back to the village to find the elderly for help. Sangu and others happened to pass by, and when they saw this happening, they prepared some wild vegetables and went over to help. Let's go and take a look together. Xiao Chen picked up his tools without saying a word and prepared to close the door and leave. Brother Chun, are you going too? Sengo was stunned and said in surprise. Huizi was also a little bit unbelievable. Brother Chun Min pursued sister Luo Shui and even came to propose marriage. Chapter 49. Opening the clam to save people. Xiao Chen said calmly. We are all from the same village. I will help if I can. As he spoke, he walked into the kitchen again and took out some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other things, which left Sangu and the others stunned. Are you going to help rescue people? Or to cook? Xiao Chen and his group soon arrived at the dock. At this time, the village chief Chun Jiangwo, Boss Chun, and several elderly people who went out to sea to fish all year round came. Chun Min slumped on the ground, his face pale. His left hand was clamped by a pearl oyster the size of a tray. Blood was flowing out of the cracks in the clam shell, and his breathing was a little weak. Everyone gathered around him, looking worried. Village chief, what should we do? The clam seems to be frightened. If we use a knife to pry open its shell, it's very likely that Chun Min's arm will be broken. An old fisherman said, No, you can't use the knife to pry the shell open again. I only have this one son, and you guys must help me save his hand. When Boss Chin heard this, he spoke hurriedly in panic. If that doesn't work, we can boil some water and pour it over the clam shells to scald them to death, and then the shells will open. An old fisherman suggested, No, if you put in a pot of boiling water, Chun Min's hand will be burned. Better to get burned than to have your hand broken, right? Immediately, the old fishermen on the scene were divided into two factions, one supporting the use of boiling water to scald the clams, and the other opposing the use of boiling water to scald the clams. The more Boss Chun listened, the more frightened he became, and he almost fell to his knees in fear. He only has this one precious son, and he doesn't want anything to happen to him. Xiao Chen, who had just arrived, understood what was going on after hearing this. There are two ways to open the pearl oyster. One is to use a knife to cut along the mouth of the clam and cut the two ligaments of the clam. Then you can easily open the clam and take out the pearl. Another way is to wash the clam shells and boil them directly in boiling water. After taking out the pearls, you can also cook a pot of clam meat soup. Village chief, you are knowledgeable. Is there any other solution? Nothing can happen to my son's hand. Boss Chun looked at the village chief Chin Jiangwo and said hopefully, Boss Chun, the flesh on your son's hand has come out. If you don't pry open the clam shell, he will die even if he bleeds. The village chief Chun Jiangwo took a few puffs of his pipe, looked at Chun Min who was bleeding from the clam shell, sighed softly and said, Boil the shells with boiling water. That's really the only way. When Boss Chun heard this, his face turned pale. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, several fishing boat workers were quick to support him. After thinking it over carefully, He could only grit his teeth and nod, and ask the men below to boil water and prepare to open the clams to save his son. Xiao Chen came to Chinmin and observed the pearl oysters that were several decades old. Deep-sea pearl oysters of this vintage mostly produce extremely high-quality pearls, including black pearls, blueberry pearls, and even gold pearls. If you're lucky enough to get a demon child or an emperor child, you can sell them for hundreds of dollars each. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Chun Min saw Xiao Chen. A look of surprise appeared on his face, with a special light in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Obviously, he knew about Xiao and Xiao Chen's engagement, and he was upset. He couldn't show any good face in front of his love rival. I heard that your arm was caught by a clam. I came to see if I could help. Xiao Chen chuckled. Chun Min's face looked a little strange. He always felt that what Xiao Chen said was somewhat insulting. He frowned and said in a deep voice, so many old fishermen don't have a good solution. What can you do to help? If I tell you that I can open the clam shell without boiling water and without breaking your hand, would you believe me? Xiao Chen asked back. His voice was not loud, but everyone around him could hear it clearly. Xiao Chen, what did you say? Can you really open this clam shell without scalding it with boiling water and save my son's hand? Boss Chen looked at Xiao Chen with hope on his face and asked, being scalded by boiling water is no small matter. In severe cases, it may cause necrosis of arm cells, requiring major surgery and transplantation of new skin. In mild cases, it may take several months to heal. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded. In his previous life, he traveled far and wide and saw many new things. In the southern waters, there were some boat people who specialized in collecting pearls from deep-sea clams and knew many ingenious ways to open clams. Xiao Chen happened to talk with an old boatman and learned something from him. It was not difficult for him to help Chun Min open the clam shell. Xiao Chen, are you sure? This is no joke. If you're not careful, Chun Min's hand will be gone. Village Chief Chun Jiangwo reminded. Village Chief, don't worry. Well, have I ever told a lie? Xiao Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, the village chief Chun Jiangwo also nodded slightly. Xiao Chen was a bit of a mess in the past. He was a man who always kept his word. Now that he has become mature and stable, he has become more reliable. Xiao Chen, then quickly help open the clamshell and save Chun Min. Uncle Chun will owe you a favor. When Boss Chen heard what Xiao Chen said, he was already extremely anxious. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, the old fisherman nearby immediately disagreed. No, village chief, Boss Chun, do you really believe that Xiao Chen can open the clamshell without hurting Chin Min's arm? I've been fishing and collecting clams at sea for decades. Apart from scalding with boiling water and prying with a knife, I don't know any other methods. We can't let Xiao Chen mess around. This concerns Chun Min's arm. Xiao Chen, we know you have strong business skills, but this is not the same as prying open a clamshell. When Boss Chun heard what everyone said, hesitation appeared on his face again. I told you I have a way. If you don't believe me, then do it your way. It's not my hand that was scalded. Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, although he had a way, he didn't want to be suspected by others. If someone uses this as an excuse to get entangled with him later, he will also be annoyed. When Chun Min heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. When Boss Chun heard that his son's hand might be scalded, his legs went weak again. Boss Chen grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said sternly, Xiao Chen, I believe you. You should open the clam. Seeing this, the old fishermen were ready to speak again. The village chief Chun Jiangwo interrupted first and said, let Chun Min decide on this matter. When everyone heard this, they also thought it made sense and turned to look at Chun Min. Noticing everyone's gaze, Chun Min looked up at Xiao Chen, hesitated for a few seconds, and slowly said, let Xiao Chen come. After hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say. I have one more request. Seeing that no one had any objection, Xiao Chen turned to look at Boss Chun and said, can you sell me this pearl oyster? As long as you save my son's hand, I'll give you this pearl oyster. Boss Chen was only thinking about saving his son's hand at the moment and had no time to think about these things, so he spoke quickly. That won't work. Xiao Chen shook his head. I'll charge you the market price, 40 yuan. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Such a large pearl oyster would only be sold for 20 or 30 yuan at most, and the price Xiao Chen offered was 40 yuan, which was already a sky-high price. They originally thought that Xiao Chen was going to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't expect that Xiao Chen really intended to buy it at the market price. Boss Chen was so eager to save his son at the moment that he did not think much about the high price Xiao Chen paid to buy his pearl oysters. He only wanted Xiao Chen to pry open the clamshell quickly and save his son's hand. Xiao Chen's request without hesitation. Sell it at your price. Xiao Chen later. Xiao Chen immediately took out 40 yuan and handed it to Boss Chun, and then began to prepare for the clam prying work. Chapter 50. Get the pearl for your wife. Xiao Chen didn't have many tools to pry the clamshells, just a pry knife, a handful of sea salt, a spoonful of white vinegar, and a spoonful of soy sauce mixed together. When everyone saw Xiao Chen walking towards Chun Min with a bowl of seasoning, they all showed a look of surprise on their faces. Aren't you trying to save people? Why does this look like they're making raw marinated seafood? At this moment, many villagers in Dashi heard about Chun Min being trapped by a clam and came to watch the fun. Even Xiao Luoxue and Zhao Qing came to the dock, and when they saw Xiao Chen in the center of the crowd, a strange look appeared on their faces. Xiao Qing, when did your brother learn to pry open clamshells? Xiao Luoxue asked in surprise. Zhao Qing shook her head and said, I don't know either. It might be a little painful in a moment. Bear with it. While the two girls were curious, Xiao Chen had already come to Chun Min with a bowl of seasoning and said lightly. Seeing the bowl of seasoning in Xiao Chen's hand, Chun Min's mouth twitched slightly, but things had come to this point, he could only choose to trust Xiao Chen. Good. Xiao Chen didn't waste any time. He picked up the seasoning bowl and poured it into the gap between Chun Min's arm and the clamshell. This seasoning bowl looks a bit ridiculous, but really works. A large amount of sea salt will make the clams open their shells on their own. A bowl of seasoning was poured into the clams. Chun Min, who was the first to be touched, felt a sharp pain in his wound from the saltiness. He could not help but scream out in pain. Fortunately, Sangu and his companions were well prepared and held down Chun Min's body in advance to prevent him from struggling wildly and scaring the pearl oysters. Xiao Chen, why hasn't this clam shell opened yet? Boss Chen was very worried when he saw this scene. He came up to Xiao Chen and asked, just a few minutes longer. Xiao Chen said calmly. Xiao Chen, Uncle Chen only has this one son, so you better take it easy. Seeing Xiao Chen's confident and calm appearance, Boss Chen's nervousness subsided a little, and he said in a deep voice, Uncle Chen, don't worry. Although this is my first time opening clams, I have seen others do it at least 10 times. Xiao Chen smiled. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Chen's first time to open clams, Boss Chen's forehead twitched. It turned out that this guy was also a novice. Why would I hand over my son's hand to a novice? Boss Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Look, the clam is open. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted that. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to look. All I saw were the decades-old pearl oysters, which seemed unable to bear the saltiness of the sea salt and slowly opened their shells. Quick, gently pull Chin Min's arm out. Don't scare the clam. When a village chief Chun Jiangwo saw this scene, he made a prompt decision and gave orders. Several fishing boat guys finally reacted and quickly grabbed Chan Min's hand and slowly pulled it out, moving very slowly so as not to disturb the clam. Chun Min also knew the importance of the matter. Even though his arm was pulled out and the wound was very painful, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. After seeing Chun Min's arm finally pulled out, Boss Chen suddenly let go of the breath he had been holding and hurried to Chin Min. Son, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. How come you're okay? Come on, let's go to the hospital. Boss Chen said anxiously. Dad, I'm really fine. The clam didn't break my hand. I just need to go back and bandage the wound. Chun Min waved his uninjured hand. Boss Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his son say this. He turned around and looked at Xiao Chen and said gratefully, Xiao Chen, thanks to you today, otherwise my son's arm would not be saved. As he spoke, he stuffed the 40 yuan back into Xiao Chen's hand. Uncle Chen, what do you mean by this? You're not going to regret not selling this pearl oyster to me, are you? Xiao Chen quickly blocked Boss Chen's hand and said nervously, take the money back and take the pearl oyster. You saved my son's hand, and if I want this little money back from you, am I still a human being? Boss Chen said seriously. No, Uncle Chen, you take this money, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Xiao Chen said seriously. In his previous life, he and the boat people in the southern waters had learned a lot about collecting, identifying, and opening clams. There must be good things in the pearl oyster that Chun Min caught. If Boss Chen doesn't take his money and then changes his mind later, it will be difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen. Boss Chen still wanted to shirk his responsibility. Boss Chen, since Xiao Chen wants to buy your pearl oysters, you should just take the money. It's not easy for your fishing boat to go out to sea. If Xiao Chen finds some high-quality pearls in the oysters later, just don't regret it. It was the village chief Chun Jangwo who spoke. Village chief, who do you think I am, old Chun? I am not capable of doing such an immoral thing. Upon hearing this, Boss Chun spoke righteously. He looked at Xiao Chun, then at the villagers around him, and finally decided to accept Xiao Chun's money in front of everyone. He wanted to tell everyone that he was a man of his words and was definitely not someone who liked to go back on his word. Uncle Chun, you have already received the money. The whole village is watching. If I reveal the Emperor's pearl later, don't regret it. After seeing Boss Chun accept the money, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. You brat, even if you take out the heavenly maiden pearl, I won't say a word. Everyone laughed when they heard the conversation between the two. Immediately, curiosity showed on everyone's face, and they all looked at the pearl oyster. It is not easy to find pearl oysters that are decades old. There must be pearls of good quality inside them, but it depends on luck whether you can tell the quality of the pearls. Opening clams to get pearls is somewhat similar to gambling on stones. Although the former is not as profitable as the latter, and one cut can make you rich or poor, it is very common to make a small profit if you get good pearls. Brother, open the clams quickly. If you get good beads, you can make jewelry for Sister Luo Shui. Zhao Qing said impatiently. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers around looked at Xia Luoxue with smiles on their faces. Xia Luoxue's face turned red, and she patted Zhao Qing's hand. Xiao Qing, don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I talking about? You're going to be my sister-in-law soon. Isn't it normal for my brother to give you some jewelry? My brother will definitely agree, right, brother? You still say that. Sister, stop teasing your sister Luo Shui. But if you find something good, you can make a piece of jewelry for your sister Luo Shui. Seeing Xia Luoxue blushing, Zhao Chun said to Zhao Qing. When the villagers around heard this, they all started to make a fuss. Sangu, Xiaobin, Huizai, and others were shouting loudly with great joy. When the village chief Chun Jangwo saw this, he smoked a pipe and sighed. It's great to be young. Zhao Chan walked up to the pearl oyster and prepared to use a pry knife to cut the ligaments of the pearl oyster to prevent it from having the strength to close its shell. But after a comparison, I found that the pearl oyster was too big. I had to use one knife to hold the open shell and another knife to cut the ligament to be safe. The reason why Chinmin's arm was pinched was because he failed to do this. Here, use it to open the clams. Just then, a pry knife stretched out from the side. Zhao Chun turned around and saw that the person who gave him the knife was Chun Min. Luo Shui is a good girl. I know that Luo Shui refused to agree to my marriage proposal because the person she has a crush on is you. Chun Min had already bandaged the wound and handed the pry tool to Zhao Chun, speaking seriously. In the past, you lived in a daze every day, relying only on your parents for support. I look down on you, but now you have changed a lot. Luo Shui should be happy with you. You should treat her well. Chun Min's voice was not loud, but he did not hide it from others, so the villagers around him could hear it. They seemed to have heard some gossip and became excited. I will make her the happiest woman in the world. Zhao Chun took the pry knife from Chun Min and chuckled. When Xia Luoxue heard what Zhao Chun said, her beautiful eyes became a little dazed. Zhao Chun is now many times better than before. He seems to know everything. He is completely different from the boy who only knew how to get by. He would make breakfast for himself, go out to set up a stall to make money, and find ways to sell wild vegetables that no one in the village wanted. Not only did he know Captain Lee from the county bureau, but he also knew two friends who were very generous with him, and they gave her valuable jade jewelry. The current Zhao Chun is becoming increasingly difficult for her to understand. But such an outstanding and mysterious man is about to become her husband and will express his love to her in front of so many people. He truly loves himself. Xia Luoxue felt that being able to marry Zhao Chun was a blessing she had earned in her previous life. Chapter 51 Shipment, Emperor Pearl. At this time, Zhao Chun had already pried open the clamshell and cut the clam's ligaments, making it impossible for the shell to clamp shut. After he opened the clamshell, villagers from all around gathered around, wanting to see how the clam produced pearls. Wow! Seeing this, everyone was shocked. As expected of an old clam, the number of pearls it produces is too many, isn't it? There are at least 40 or 50 of them, but I don't know what their quality is. Even if it's the worst quality white pearl, it can still be sold for $5 or $6 a piece. With such a large quantity, it's not a problem to sell it for more than $200. Xiao Chun is so lucky. The discussions around him reached Xiao Chen's ears, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The worst white pearl? You really underestimated his vision. I saw him casually dig out a pearl with a prying knife in his hand. When he took it in his hand, he saw that the pearl was round, half black and half gray, and a bright, rich purple, which was shocking. This, this is the Emperor's pearl. Several elderly people who had been dealing with clams for many years saw this scene and took a deep breath and exclaimed in shock. I never thought that after living for most of our lives, we would still have the chance to encounter the Emperor Pearl. Oh my God, I thought the Emperor's Pearl was just a legend. Village Chief Chen Jiangwo took a long drag on his pipe and suppressed his shock. Xiao Chen is such a lucky kid. Sengo asked curiously, Village Chief, aren't pearls all the same? What are the different types? Dashi Village is surrounded by mountains and the sea. Our ancestors have relied on the mountains and the sea for their livelihoods. You country kids don't even know this. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Village Chief Chen Jiangwo shook his head, sighed, and explained. Only the pearls produced by freshwater pearl oysters are white. The color of the pearls produced by deep-sea pearl oysters often changes. And the change in the color of the beads will actually increase the value of the beads to a higher level. Above freshwater white pearls, there are purple pearls, blueberry pearls, gold pearls, black pearls, etc., and their value increases in that order. When Sangu and the others heard this, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that pearl had so many tricks. Village Chief, is the bead in Brother Chun's hand the black bead you mentioned? Huizi pointed at the black and gray beads in Xiao Chen's hand and asked curiously. The villagers around were also curious. No, the bead in Xiao Chen's hand is of higher quality than the black bead. It can even be said to be the best among pearls and is called the Emperor's bead. Village Chief Chun Jiangwo shook his head and said seriously. Among the top-grade pearls, the only ones that can be compared with the Emperor Pearl are the Demon Child Pearl and the Heavenly Maiden Pearl. But the probability of opening the beads of those two qualities is one in hundreds of thousands. Xiao and Zhao Qing were both shocked by the village chief's words. Zhao Chen casually opened turnout to be a top-quality pearl? Village chief, how much can one of these imperial beads sell for? Zhao Qing asked curiously. Village chief Chun Jiangwo looked thoughtful. At least $100 apiece, right? Wow. When everyone heard this, there was another round of shock and uproar. Hundreds of dollars each? Their monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan. Zhao Chen opened. Would that be enough to pay for their hard work for a month? Xiao Chen, I'll give you 150 yuan for each of your imperial pearls. Sell them all to me. Boss Chun said to Xiao Chen with a serious look on his face. He happened to have a friend who wanted this kind of high-quality beads and asked him many times to keep an eye out for it. But as the owner of a fishing boat, Boss Chun has gone out to sea to fish and collect clams countless times. But the quality of the deep-water pearls he has harvested can only be considered good. I didn't expect that Zhao Chen could see the imperial pearl when he opened the clam for the first time. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. 150 per piece. Sangu and others were shocked. There are at least 50 imperial pearls in this clam. Doesn't that mean Brother Chun spent 40 yuan to buy this pearl clam and made 7,500 yuan by just reselling it? A full 200 times profit. They looked at Zhao Chen with shock in their eyes. Brother Chun is awesome. Not for sale. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen shook his head when he heard this. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why? Xiao Chen, do you think the price is too low? How about you name a price? Boss Chen said, a little nervously. No, I just said that if I find high-quality beads, I will use them to make jewelry for my wife. Zhao Chen shook his head and told about his plan. Xiao already had the jade bracelet given by Lu Ying on her hand. Although she wore a jade Buddha around her neck, it could only be used as an ornament like a talisman. He also wanted to get Charlotte a pearl necklace and a ring. Xiao Chen, 20 beads are enough to make a pearl necklace and a ring. Can you sell the remaining imperial beads to Uncle Chun? Hearing what Zhao Chen meant, Boss Chen pondered for a few seconds and said. His attitude was sincere and his tone contained a hint of pleading. Boss Chen, we really need these high-quality deep-sea pearls. Okay then, I'll do as you say. Zhao Chen had already taken out all the beads, a total of 70 beads. You can keep 20 for yourself and sell 50. After all, the clam was sold to him by Boss Chen, and the price he offered was higher than the market price, so he just regarded it as a favor. Zhao Chen with envy. This is a profit of 7,500 yuan, which is really enviable. Okay, you all don't have Xiao Chen's luck. Stop watching and go home to cook. If you go back later, your wives will be mad. Seeing this, the village chief Chen Jiangwo waved his hand and said, When everyone heard this, they all laughed and dispersed. Before leaving, Boss Chun asked the villagers to pick some seafood to cook at home in order to thank them for their help. Boss Chun still needed to check the harvest of the fishing boat this time. He turned around and saw that Xiao Chen had not left. He was stunned. Xiao Chen, what else do you want? Boss Chun, I want to discuss a business deal with you. Talk about business? I'm just a fisherman. What business can we talk about? Boss Chun was stunned and asked curiously. Nowadays, few young people are willing to do the fishing boat business. Each time they go out to sea, they have to spend more than half a month. They cannot take care of their family, and their wives may easily run away with others. Although I can make some money, every time I come back, I smell like fish, and I will get rheumatism when I get older. If Chen Min was not his only son, he would not be willing to bring Chen Min to follow in his father's footsteps. Do you catch many pearl oysters in your fishing boat's pond? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. I want to buy a batch of clams. Xiao Chen, do you still want to gamble on pearls? Uncle has to advise you. Not all pearls are sold after opening the clams, and even if they are sold, the quality is not high, and you may not even be able to get back the cost of buying the clams. Boss Chen said with some caution. Xiao Chen is from the same village and a younger generation. Although he wants to make money, he can't do anything to cheat the younger generation. Uncle Chun, you misunderstood. I don't gamble with pearls. I just take them to the county town to sell. Xiao Chen said with a smile. These pearl oysters won't sell for much. Are you sure you won't buy a batch? Hearing that Xiao Chen was not planning to gamble, Boss Chun breathed a sigh of relief, but still said, generally, when they salvage pearl oysters, they open the oysters to take out the pearls and sell the valuable pearls to the owners of jade jewelry stores. The remaining clam meat is dried and shipped to the dried seafood market, making money on both ends. Uncle Chun, I'm sure. Okay, I have about 100 deep-sea pearl oysters on my boat. I'll give you 100 of them, 10 yuan each. How about that? Before Xiao Chen could speak, Zhao Qing beside him exclaimed, 10 yuan each, so expensive? Xiao Chen was not surprised at all. In this era, ordinary beef, mutton, and pork were already very common on people's tables, and wealthy people began to pursue delicacies from land and sea. Seafood like shark fins and sea cucumbers are all very expensive. Okay, I'll take them all, but I don't have a water tank. Put them on your fishing boat first, and I'll come get them tomorrow. Okay, I'll prepare a water tank for you. Just return it when you're done. After the discussion, Zhao Chun paid half of the deposit to Boss Chun, and then left with Xiao Luoxue and Zhao Qing. This Xiao Chen has really grown up. He is mature and steady, and he is also experienced in doing things. In the future, he will be the richest man in Dashi village. Boss Chen looked at Zhao Chun's departing back and turned to Chen Min. You can't compete with Luo Shui, so I'll find you another good girl. After hearing his father's words, Chen Min looked in the direction where Zhao Chun left with a complicated expression. Chapter 52, Principal Li, your forehead is black. When we got home, Zhao Shan and his wife had already prepared dinner. I heard that Boss Chen's child was trapped in a clam shell. How is it? Has he been rescued? Li Tsuehua asked after seeing Zhao Chen coming back. They rescued him, and I made a lot of money. Before Zhao Chen could speak, Zhao Qing spoke excitedly. Xiao Chen, you kid, you want to help someone, but you actually charge them money? They're all from our village. Return the money to them quickly. Mom, this is not the money I earn. If it's not this money, then what else could it be? Return it quickly. Zhao Qing stepped forward and chuckled. Mom, my brother really didn't get paid for helping me. He earned money by opening clams and taking pearls. She simply told Zhao Shan and Li Tsuehua that Zhao Chun had spent money to buy the clam that had clamped Chen Min's hand. After hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if I don't help collect the money. Li Tsuehua said. Zhao Shan took a puff of his pipe and asked in confusion, have you opened the clams to get the goods? How many pearls have been opened? Dad, you have to ask what quality of beads you opened. Zhao Qing chuckled. Girl, you're still keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. I heard from the village chief that the pearls I opened were the best, the emperor pearls, and each one could be sold for 150 yuan. I opened 50 pearls and made 7,500 yuan. Hiss. When these words came out, Zhao Shan and his wife both took a deep breath. What? The emperor's pearls were actually opened, and 50 of them. 7,500 yuan, my goodness. Our entire family savings don't have that much. To be exact, 70 of them were opened, and I kept 20 of them to make a necklace and a ring for Luo Shui. Seeing his parents' surprised expressions, Zhao Chun raised the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Li Tsuehua nodded and said, Luo Shui will be marrying into our family soon, so we should prepare jewelry for her. Xiao Qing looked envious. Brother, I want jewelry too. Girl, you are so young. What kind of jewelry do you want? When you grow up, your brother will prepare it for you. Xiao Shan said unhappily. Xiao Qing pouted. Next time I find some good beads, I'll make you some jewelry. Seeing his sister lost, Xiao Chen comforted her. Xiao Qing heard this. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Finally, Xiao Chan said, Dad, I have already made an appointment with the county engineering company. They will come down tomorrow to survey and design the blueprints, and then we will build the house. Xiao Chen, Dad has always forgotten to ask you how high and how big your house is going to be. Your land is nearly half an acre. Xiao Shan asked. The ordinary families in the village only build houses on 100 square meters of land, leaving an aisle in front of the door. If they had 2 or 3 floors, they are considered wealthy. But Xiao Chen asked him to buy half an acre of land. I really don't know what kind of house Xiao Chen plans to build. Dad, I plan to build a big villa, 3 floors, and leave 100 square meters to enclose a small yard. The yard should have a fish pond, a pavilion, a rockery, and a gravel road. Xiao Chen gave a brief description of the kind of house he wanted. Xiao Shan heard this. He was surprised and said, Xiao Chen, no one in the village can do what you asked. We really need to find an engineering company in the county. But if possible, let the villagers help as well. Dad, don't worry. I have arranged everything. If anyone is willing to help, I will pay 10% above the market price and invite them to come. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Xiao Shan nodded with satisfaction. My son has grown up and is very thoughtful, so I don't need to say anything more. The next morning, Xiao Chen rushed to the county town with prepared student meals and wild vegetables. After arriving at the cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school, the 3,000 breakfasts on the truck were unloaded. Boss Xiao, you are amazing. I was worried that you wouldn't come so soon to order another 1,000 breakfasts. Principal Li Ping said to Xiao Chen with a smile. At this time, many students walked by and greeted him respectfully. Li Ping nodded to them one by one and asked them to prepare for breakfast. Principal Li, it seems that you have a good relationship with the students. Xiao Chen chuckled. These students are all very cute. I really hope they can get into a good university and live up to their parents' expectations of the school. Li Ping chuckled. Xiao Chen heard this. The smile on his face froze slightly, as if he remembered something. Boss Xiao, am I wrong? Noticing the change in Xiao Chen's expression, Li Ping couldn't help but ask. Principal Li, do the students have a lot of homework? Xiao Chen looked directly at Li Ping and asked. Many students in our school come from ordinary families, and studying is their only way out, so they usually set high standards for themselves. Even if we teachers don't say anything, they will add more homework to themselves. Li Ping was stunned, not knowing why Xiao Chen asked this, but he still answered. In your school, are there any students who come from poor families but study hard? Now that you've mentioned that, I remember a female student in the 3rd year of high school named Xinyali. She studied very hard. She got up at 5 o'clock every day to read in the playground. After breakfast, she went back to class and prepared for her lessons an hour in advance. She would not return to the dormitory until the lights were turned off every night. Li Ping heard this, thought for a few seconds, and said, and her family seems to be in financial difficulty. She has 2 younger brothers who are in junior high school, and her parents are somewhat biased toward boys. Hearing this, Xiao Chen already had the answer in his mind. He stared at Li Ping and asked, Principal Li, do you believe in fortune-telling and face reading? Xiao Chen, so weird today. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, I only believe 30%. I think if people want to change their destiny, they have to rely on their own efforts. Xiao Chen was not surprised to hear Li Ping's words. It was the best if he was half believing and half disbelieving like Li Ping. Principal Li, I know a little bit about face reading. I just looked at your face and saw that your forehead is dark. You may get into some bad trouble in the near future. You may even be fired from your position as principal. Boss Xiao, are you kidding me? What bad things will happen to me? Li Ping's face was startled. The secret cannot be revealed. I can only tell you that this matter implies a bloody disaster. Avoid going up high buildings. All doors leading to the rooftops of buildings in the school should be locked. In addition, you should organize more student psychological counseling activities and campus activities, such as sports meets, to relieve students' study pressure. Having said this, Xiao Chen paused, as if hinting at something. Also, if you pay more attention to those students who come from poor families but study hard and keep abreast of their mental states, you might be able to avoid this disaster. Xiao Chen said that the secret cannot be revealed. He had actually hinted it clearly. As long as Li Ping was not stupid, he should understand what he meant. Sure enough, after listening to Xiao Chen's words, Li Ping showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Chen suddenly. Boss Xiao, are you talking about Chunya? Principal Li, it won't work if you tell to others. You should think about it carefully. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Xiao Chen remembered that in his previous life, around these few days, a major event occurred in the county's #1 middle school, which not only alarmed the county's education bureau, but also the city's education bureau. There was a female student from a poor family in the county's #1 middle school who committed suicide by jumping off a building the night before the college entrance examination. After investigation, it was found that this female student studied very hard and dreamed of being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University and changing her destiny. But her parents were very patriarchal and bluntly said that even if she got into university, they would not let her go to school. They asked her to go out to work after graduating from high school to pay for the tuition of her 2 younger brothers. In addition, the girl's failure in the last mock exam before the college entrance examination became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She was so depressed that she chose to end her life. After this incident happened, it resonated with many students in the school, and they were depressed. Many students who originally had good grades performed poorly in the college entrance examination. The reputation of the county's #1 middle school plummeted instantly, and school leaders, such as Li Ping, were demoted to the lowest position because of this incident. Xiao Chen thought of this incident at this moment and reminded Li Ping, firstly, to protect Li Ping's position and his own business, and secondly, to save the life of a young girl. Boss Xiao, I remember what you said. Regardless of whether your photo is real or fake, I will organize some psychological counseling activities and campus activities to help students relieve stress. Xiao Chen seriously and said. Xiao Chen nodded without saying anything else. After paying the bill for the student meal, he drove out of the campus. Boss Xiao's words reminded me that I can't just care about students' grades and ignore their mental health issues. Watching Xiao Chen's figure disappear, Li Ping thought for a few seconds and murmured in a low voice. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the school cafeteria. At this time, Chinyali should be having breakfast. Chapter 53 Li Aigua patrols the eastern scenic area. Xiao Chen arrived at the Jixiang tea house. He brought down the bean sprout rice noodle rolls and wild vegetables. Now the daily supply of Jixiang tea house has become stable, with 500 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and 700 kilograms of wild vegetables, for a total profit of 3,800 yuan. Luing didn't even need to show up, as the manager of Jixiang Tea House paid the bill to Xiao Chen. Boss Xiao, our boss is in the tea house lobby. He has told you to go in and find her after the scale is weighed. Xiao Chen nodded, said thank you, and walked into the Jixiang Tea House. From a distance, he saw Luing sitting around the tea table and chatting with a few people. Brother Xiao Chen, you are here. Luing saw Xiao Chen. She called him over and immediately introduced him to the others. Xiao, I told you about my brother. Please pay more attention to the house construction. Boss Lu, what are you talking about? This is our job. Luing turned around and introduced them to Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, these are the friends I found for you who run a construction company. They're all top university students who graduated from a serious architecture major. Xiao Chen immediately nodded to the people in front of him. After the introduction, Xiao Chen also got to know these people. The boss of this engineering company was surnamed Li, who was in charge of architectural design, while the one who was responsible for all engineering matters was surnamed Wang. After both parties sat down, they began to talk. Boss Xiao, can you tell me your specific requirements for the house? Mr. Li asked with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded and briefly explained his ideas and designs. Mr. Li was indeed a professional and understood his meaning instantly. The two sides continued to talk, and some of the novel designs proposed by Xiao Chen even amazed Mr. Li. Boss Xiao, if Boss Lu hadn't told us that you were going out to start a business after graduating from high school, I would have thought you were a top student who studied architecture in college. I didn't even learn some of your design theories in college. Xiao Chen in surprise and praised him. Mr. Li, you are overpraising me. I just read some extra books in my spare time. Xiao Chen said modestly. He lived 20 years longer in his previous life and had seen a world far larger than these people. Just a few of his superficial remarks were enough to astonish them. It's not that he is excellent, but that the motherland is excellent. In the next 20 years, with the rapid development of our motherland, too many new things will emerge that they could not have imagined 20 years ago. Luing smiled complacently and said to Mr. Li, Mr. Li, I told you a long time ago that my brother is a capable person. Do you believe it now? Mr. Li nodded. Mr. Li, Mr. Xiao, we have roughly understood the design of the villa, but I think we still need to conduct an on-site survey and measure the details before we can finalize it. Engineer Wang at the side hesitated for a few seconds and then spoke. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement with Mr. Wang. After having morning tea, several people drove to Dashi village to prepare for an on-site investigation. The gate of the county office. Li Aigua changed into his patrol uniform and prepared to go out on patrol. Captain Li, is there a major case that requires you to go out on patrol in person? When several subordinates saw this scene, they all showed a look of surprise on their faces and asked in unison. Nothing. I'm tired of reading documents in the bureau. I'm going out for some patrol. Do any of you want to go with me? Li Aigua waved his hand and said lightly. Captain Li, the patrol is handled by the colleagues on duty. We still have a lot of documents to sort out, so we won't go out. Upon hearing that no case had occurred, several subordinates looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Yes, go out and get some fresh air. After saying that, they turned and ran away. Li Aigua didn't say anything when he saw this. Normally, these subordinates followed him through fire and water, and the black scrap steel case had prevented them from having a good rest for several months. Some people even gave up their vacation time to come back and help. Now that they have some free time, it's time to let them take a break. Captain Li, I'll go with you. At this time, a young figure smiled at Li Aigua. Dan Yu, you just came to the county bureau not long ago. You can first familiarize yourself with the documents in the bureau. Patrolling is quite hard. Li Aigua looked at Tang Yu and said with some doting. Tang Yu is a new recruit who graduated from the police academy. He works very hard, but most of the work he does is clerical work. She has a lively personality, and the old men in the bureau are very fond of this little sister. They all plan to let her take charge of clerical work and not let her, a girl, do any frontline work. Captain Li, I'm almost bored to death organizing documents in the bureau every day. Just take me out on patrol. I promise not to cause any trouble for you. Tang Yu said coquettishly. Seeing this, Li Aigua said helplessly, Well, go put on the bulletproof vest, and I'll let you go. Bulletproof vest? Captain Li, didn't you say there were no major cases? Why are you still wearing this? I'll wear it if you're told to. Do you still want to go? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu had no choice but to agree. After putting on her equipment, she got into Li Aigua's car. Captain Li, which area are we patrolling now? Xiao Chen's reminder yesterday thought for a few seconds and said, Let's go to the eastern scenic area. The patrol there is relatively weak, so we will focus on patrolling that side. Patrolling the scenic area? Great. Tang Yu was at an age when he loved to play, and he was overjoyed when he heard that he could patrol and visit the scenic area at the same time. The two of them quickly arrived at the scenic spot. Today happened to be Friday, so there were quite a few people visiting the scenic spot. Tang Yu followed Li Aigua on patrol for a long time. He saw many beautiful mountains and rivers, and his face was full of smiles. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Could it be that he miscalculated? Li Aigua looked puzzled and murmured in a low voice. Captain Li, what's wrong? What are you talking about? Tang Yu asked curiously. Nothing. You must be tired after walking around for so long. I'll buy you some water. Li Aigua said casually. Ugh. The two of them chose a chair in front of a convenience store in the scenic area, sat down, bought 2 bottles of ice water, and drank them in big gulps. It was a hot summer morning, and they were already sweating profusely after patrolling for a while. I'm finally recovered. No wonder my brothers never let me go out on patrol. It turns out patrolling is so tiring. After Tang Yu finished drinking the water, he let out a long breath and said, If you're tired, you can go back first. I will patrol alone. Li Aigua asked with concern. Captain Li, you seem to be very persistent in patrolling this scenic area. Have you heard any rumors? Why don't you tell me? I'm very tight-lipped. Tang Yu asked tentatively. She also noticed that Li Aigua seemed a little absent-minded the whole morning and seemed to be worried about something. At this point, she added, Just treat it as a casual conversation. After listening to it, I will forget it. Li Aigua shook his head and chuckled. Nothing much. A friend told me that if I want to get promoted, I should come here more often. After I got up today, I felt a little uneasy, so I came here for a walk. Captain Li, do you actually believe this kind of charlatan talk? Tang Yu glanced at Li Aigua and said in surprise, I can't say I believe it, but I just had nothing else to do, so I came here to take a look. Li Aigua chocolat. He regretted saying this to Tang Yu. Young people today are more convinced of atheism than he was before. Anyway, I don't believe in these things. If we could really tell where a case will happen and where the criminal is just by counting on our fingers, our archives wouldn't have so many unsolved cases piled up. Tang Yu pouted and muttered. But at this time, Li Aigwa seemed not to hear her words. He looked straight in one direction with a serious look. Captain Li, what are you looking at? Noticing Li Aigwa's gaze, Tang Yu looked puzzled and followed his gaze. When she saw this, she was completely stunned. Chapter 54. Enlightening Students, the Future Female Billionaire. In the cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school, a simply dressed female student with twin ponytails had just washed her lunchbox and was preparing to go back to the classroom to study. Her face was full of fatigue and her eyes were red, as if she had just cried last night. Chinyali, wait a moment. As she walked out of the school cafeteria, a voice called her from behind. Chinyali looked back and saw Li Ping, with a look of respect on her face. Principal, you're looking for me? Don't be nervous. The principal wants to have a brief chat with you. Is that okay? Noticing that Chinyali's eyes were red, Li Ping immediately guessed something and spoke in a gentle tone. Okay. Chinyali was a little nervous, but still nodded. Li Ping noticed that there were people coming and going at the entrance of the school cafeteria, so he asked Chinyali to chat with him while they walked to the teaching building. Have you been under a lot of pressure from studying recently? Li Ping asked. No, not big. Chinyali gritted her teeth and shook her head. Really? It's not nice to lie to the principal. Chinyali lowered her head. If you have something on your mind, why not talk to the principal? Maybe the principal can help you, whether it's study or life. Li Ping encouragea. Perhaps it was because she hadn't confided in anyone for a long time, or perhaps Li Ping's words made her feel at ease. Chinyali hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. Principal, I want to study, I want to go to college. I don't want to get married right after graduation. The world is so big. I haven't seen enough. I don't want to go back to the village and marry someone I don't know. Get married after graduation? You haven't reached the legal age for marriage yet. Who dares to let you get married? Li Ping looked surprised. My parents said that no matter how my college entrance examination results were, they would not support me to go to college. After graduation, I would go to a family in the next village and become someone else's daughter-in-law. I would wait a few years before getting the marriage certificate. Chinyali's voice was choked with sobs, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. I originally thought that after the mock exam is out, I would take the transcript back to show them so that they would know that my grades were very good and maybe I could convince them. But during the days before my exam, I had my period and couldn't concentrate on the exam. I knew I had failed and I had no chance to study anymore. Principal, I really don't want to get married so early. I'd rather die than do that. Hearing this, Li Ping's heart was suddenly in an uproar. He had paid attention to Chinyali's grades, and she had always been ranked among the top 5 in the school. As long as she performed normally in the college entrance examination, it would not be a problem for her to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. He was somewhat glad that he listened carefully to Xiao Chen's words and paid attention to the student's mental health issues. Otherwise, given Chinyali's current mental state, after the mock exam results come out, she will probably do something impulsive because she can't bear the failure of the exam and the pressure from her family. Thinking back to what Xiao Chen had asked him to do to lock the rooftop doors of all the school buildings, he couldn't help but shudder and felt a little scared. Student Chinyali, don't worry. As long as you want to study, the principal will support you unconditionally. Just focus on your studies and don't worry about the results of this mock exam. Just focus on the college entrance examination. With your grades, it will definitely not be difficult for you to get into an ideal university. Li Ping looked at Chinyali seriously and counseled her. As for your parents, I will talk to them. If they don't agree or are unwilling to support you to go to college, then the principal will give you a guarantee. As long as you get into college, the principal will pay for your tuition. For a girl of 18 or 19, Li Ping's words were undoubtedly a ray of light in the darkness and a life-saving rope that pulled her out of the abyss. Chinyali could no longer control herself. Tears flowed out, and she threw herself into Li Ping's arms, crying loudly. It's okay. Everything will be fine. The principal is here. Li Ping patted Chinyali on the back, very gentlemanly, and comforted her like an elder. Although his salary was not high, it was not a problem for him to sponsor several poor students to go to college. Seeing that his students have books to read, learn knowledge, and serve the motherland in the future, he feels that his job as principal is not in vain. Seeing Chinyali crying, Li Ping felt relieved. It seemed that this girl would not commit suicide. He secretly decided to hold a teachers' meeting today to mobilize all teachers to carry out psychological counseling activities for students. Although the college entrance examination is coming soon, we still hold a school sports meet 1 week in advance to allow the senior students to relax and combine work and rest. Principal Lee, I will pay you back for your university tuition when I start working. I will never forget the favor I owe you. After a while, Qinyali stopped crying and got up from Li Ping's arms. She choked and said, "The principal doesn't want anything in return from you. When you finish college and go out to work, if you have a promising future, just help others as much as you can within your ability." Li Ping shook his head and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qinyali nodded thoughtfully. Li Ping didn't know that because of his help and a casual remark, many years later, a female student who was only 30 years old would be on a national rich list. The year before he retired, this female student returned to her alma mater and donated a new campus. Because of this relationship, he was promoted to a higher level before his retirement. In his later years, during his free time, the female student would often visit him and treated him like a father. Dashi Village, in front of Xiao Chen's newly purchased residential land. Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were measuring with tools and discussing the design of the new villa from time to time. Xiao Chen stood aside and did not interrupt. He has already told Mr. Li, Engineer Wang, and others about his idea of the house he wants. The specific design will depend on these professionals. Xiao Chen was reborn. He is not omnipotent. Boss Xiao, the survey and measurement of this land have been completed. We need to go back and draw the specific design plan and drawings. I will show you the design drawings when the time comes. If there are no problems, we will start construction. How about that? Mr. Li came up to Xiao Chen and said. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. Then I'll trouble Mr. Li and Engineer Wang. I believe in your professional ability. Brother Xiao, your Dashi village is really a beautiful place with mountains and rivers. It is close to the mountains and the sea. I want to buy a piece of land here and build a villa to live in. Lu Ying smiled at Xiao Chen. Sister Lu wants to come to Dashi village to build a house. I welcome you, of course. I'm just worried that you won't be used to living in this rural area. Xiao Chen smiled. What's there to be uncomfortable about? I've always dreamed of living in the countryside with fields, insects chirping, and rice smelling fragrant. Lu Ying said. Sister Lu, how about giving me your money and I'll give you my house? Let's exchange. Xiao Chen teased. I would like to give you the money, but you won't eat my free food. Xiao Chen charmingly and spoke with a slightly resentful tone. Xiao Chen coughed to divert the embarrassment. Chapter 55. Go to the engineering team for a seafood dinner. Seeing this, Mr. Li and Engineer Wang on the side turned their heads and looked in other directions. Brother Xiao, it's almost noon. It's a rare opportunity for us to come to the beach. Why don't you treat us to a seafood dinner? Seeing Xiao Chen pretending to be stupid, Lu Ying bit her teeth and said, Well, since you guys are coming to Dashi Village, I will naturally treat you well. You guys can go sit at my house first, and I'll go get some seafood. Xiao Chen smiled. After saying that, he took Lu Ying, Mr. Li, Engineer Wang, and others back to the Zhao family yard. At this time, Xiao Shan and his wife were in the yard, helping Xiao Luoxue plant soybeans and some vegetables. Xiao Chen steamed rice rolls with bean sprouts in the morning. They don't have much to do every day. When they have nothing to do, they help their future daughter-in-law grow soybeans to pass the time. Xiao Chen, who are these people? Seeing Lu Ying and others, Li Suihua asked curiously. Mom, this is Sister Lu, the owner of the Jishan tea house in the county town. She is the one who collects wild vegetables from our family. Xiao Chen pointed at Lu Ying, Mr. Li, Engineer Wang, and others, and explained to Xiao Shan and his wife. These people are from the county construction company. They are helping me build a new house. When they heard the origins of Lu Ying, Mr. Li, and others, Mr. Xiao Shan and his wife became serious and hurriedly moved tables and chairs and poured tea. Xiao Chen told Xiao Luoxue that he would get some seafood and invite Lu Ying and the others to have lunch. He asked her to help entertain them and then went out. Sister Luo Shui, I won't disturb you, will I? Lu Ying took Xiao Luoxue's hand and asked with a smile. Don't bother. I can't say welcome enough. Xiao Luoxue and Lu Ying met each other. They got along very well and started chatting quickly. The atmosphere in the yard was harmonious for a while. After Xiao Chen went out, he went straight to the dock. Chun Min was cleaning the cabin of his own fishing boat. It seemed that most of the seafood that was caught had been sold. Xiao Chen. He saw Xiao Chen. Chun Min showed a look of surprise on his face. Are you here to get the pearl oysters? I'll get the pearl oysters later. Do you have any better seafood here? Sell me some. Xiao Chen said. Chun Min groaned and said, Yes, there are some, but not many. You can choose for yourself. He led Xiao Chen to the fishing boat's pool. Xiao Chen glanced over and saw that there were not many seafood in the pond. He picked out some oysters, clams, crabs, 2 lobsters, and other seafood, paid the bill with Chun Min, and went back to the village. When they returned to the yard, Xiao was learning some business knowledge with Lu Ying, while Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were discussing some details of building the house with Xiao Shan. Xiao Chan said hello and went back to the kitchen to cook. He had a lot of seafood, and the crabs were steamed directly to preserve their original flavor. Lobster porridge will be very sweet. Oysters steamed with minced garlic powder are absolutely delicious. Leech clams, commonly known as finger mules, are stir-fried with green peppers and some fermented black beans, and are simply a delicacy. In addition, Xiao Chun fried a plate of bacon and some vegetables. Everyone sat around the dinner table, looking at the 7 or 8 delicious dishes on the table, and their mouths were watered. I didn't expect Boss Xiao's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. He is really multi-talented. Mr. Wang sighed. The aroma of this dish is in no way inferior to that of the chef at Boss Lu's tea house. Mr. Li also praised it. My brother's cooking skills are really amazing. As Lu Ying spoke, she picked up a piece of leech scallop and started eating the leech meat inside. The leech meat melts in the mouth, and the spicy sauce, the fragrance of fermented black beans, mixed with the taste of seafood bloom in the mouth, and her face can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. Sister Luo Shui, you will be blessed to marry my brother. After eating, Lu Ying did not forget to tease Xiao Luoxue, who was standing beside her. Xiao Luoxue blushed and said shyly, "No way, Sister Lu. Please stop laughing at me." When everyone saw this, they all burst into laughter. Soon, everyone couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks, picking up dishes and tasting them. After lunch, everyone had a full stomach and burped from time to time. This dish is so delicious. I don't know what to do if I can't eat such delicious food again. Mr. Wang sighed. Just for this meal with Boss Xiao, I'm willing to spend 500 yuan. Mr. Li exclaimed. Mr. Li, my brother is a capable man. He makes money every day at an unknown speed. Your 500 yuan can't buy him a meal. Lu Ying chuckled. I'm sorry for being so abrupt, Boss Xiao. Mr. Li apologized. Xiao Chun waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. He remembered that 20 years later in his previous life, the private cooking industry was popular and many wealthy people wanted to invite chefs to their homes to cook for them. There are also farm stays, which only began to emerge in the 21st century. It seemed that we can also do this after Dashi Village's economy develops. After dinner, Mr. Li and Engineer Wang went back to design the blueprints of the villa. Brother Xiao, I'm leaving first. When your wedding room is ready and you have your wedding, please invite me to the wedding banquet. Lu Ying waved at Xiao Chun and prepared to drive away in her Volkswagen Santana. As soon as her Volkswagen Santana appeared in the village, it attracted the attention of many villagers. This car could be said to be a king bomb in the countryside of this era. The sky-high price of 200,000 yuan is a fortune that many people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Sister Lu, can you lend your phone so I can call Brother Zhonglong? Xiao Chen said. Lu Ying was stunned. Why are you looking for him? Talk about a business deal. Talking about business, don't you count me in? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying pretended to be angry. It's just a small business, but you have a share, Sister Lu. Xiao Chen chuckled. Oh, what business? Lu Ying's eyes lit up and she asked curiously. What kind of business it is? It's kept secret for now, but at least it can increase the customer flow of the tea house and restaurant market by 30%. Xiao Chen said. When Lu Ying heard this, she was surprised. Without saying a word, she took out her cell phone and helped Xiao Chun call Zhonglong. Xiao Chen finished the call and returned the phone to Lu Ying. He said, Sister Lu, please go back to the Jixiang tea house first. I will come to find you later. Seeing Xiao Chan's mysterious look, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes turned strange, but she didn't ask any more questions and drove away. Just at this moment, Boss Chun came over with a few of his men, carrying a few water tanks. Xiao Chun, I have delivered the pearl oysters and water tanks you requested. Remember to return them to me after use. Boss Chun said. Boss Chun, please be a good person and help me put on the back of the tricycle. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly. When did you become so smart? Boss Chun looked helpless and waved his hand to ask his men to move the goods. Xiao Chun thanked them repeatedly. After Boss Chun and others left, Xiao Shan and his wife and Xiao Luoxue also noticed the things in the back of the tricycle. Xiao Chun, why did you buy so many pearl oysters? Li Tsuehua asked in confusion. Mom, don't ask so many questions. I can only tell you that this batch of pearl oysters can make me at least $1,000. Xiao Chen chuckled. Xiao Shan and his wife and Xiao were all surprised when they heard this. After saying goodbye to his parents and Xiao Chen drove to the Jixiang tea house in the county town. Chapter 56. Open the clams and gamble for pearls. Let's get rich together. At this time, Lu Ying and Zhang Long were already waiting at the door. The latter looked excited, with an expectant smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, what did Xiao Chen tell you? Why are you so happy as if you made hundreds of thousands of dollars? Lu Ying asked curiously. Boss Lu, didn't Xiao Chen tell you about the pearl oysters? Zhang Long asked doubtfully. No, he just told me to wait here and said he could help me increase the customer flow of the restaurant. Lu Ying shook her head. Then I can't tell you. Let's wait for him to come and explain it to you in person. Seeing that Zhang Long also started to be mysterious, Lu Ying just felt itchy in her heart. Xiao Chen was seen driving over from not far away, and the car was parked steadily beside the gate of Jixiang Tea House. That location is the seafood selection area of the tea house and restaurant, with many glass tanks for customers to choose their favorite seafood. Brother Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Can you tell me now? Lu Ying walked up to Xiao Chen and asked. Sister Lu, if you believe what I say, don't ask any more questions. You will know in a moment. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Ask the tea house guy to help me move the water tank down. Lu Ying's beautiful eyes swept towards the water tank at the back of Xiao Chen's tricycle. When she saw that it was full of pearl oysters, she looked puzzled, but still did as she was told. Soon, Xiao Chen had several water tanks in front of him. He was wearing rubber gloves and holding a prying knife, sitting next to the door of the Jixiang Tea House. There was a sign next to the water tanks that read, Deep Sea Pearl Oysters. There's a chance to produce priceless pearls. 20 yuan per mussel. No cheating. Is this the idea that Brother Xiao Chen came up with to increase the flow of customers to the tea house? This doesn't seem very smart. When Lu Ying saw the sign, she was stunned. Boss Lu, I admire your business acumen, but this time, you may have made a mistake. Xiao Chen's idea can definitely help you and me. Zhang Long's face was all smiles. Half an hour ago, he received a call from Xiao Chen. When he heard Xiao Chen's plan, he was stunned for a few seconds. But soon, he felt that Xiao Chen's plan was absolutely feasible. Customers spend money to buy clams, and Xiao Chen is responsible for opening the clams and taking out the pearls. If pearls are found, Zhang Long is responsible for purchasing them. The open clam meat can be taken to the tea house for processing on the spot and served to the customers as a side dish. All three links here can be profitable. Xiao Chen can make a profit by selling pearl oysters. Zhang Long purchases high-quality beads, makes them into pearl jewelry, and sells them in jade shops. Or they can help customers process pearl jewelry at a low price or even for free. Once customers enter the jade and gold shop and see the jewelry all over the shop, they will inevitably be tempted to buy one or two pieces to match the pearl jewelry in their hands. No matter which one it is, Zhang Long can make a profit. Customers are reluctant to throw away the open clam meat and will definitely choose to have the tea house process it. Once they enter a tea house, can one dish satisfy their appetite? Once they sit down and order a few more dishes in the tea house, Lu Ying will also make a profit. After listening to Zhang Long's analysis, Lu Ying still had doubts. But the question is, who would open a pearl oyster for 20 yuan? In this era, 20 yuan is equivalent to 2 days' salary for many people. Boss Lu, you don't understand human nature. Whenever there is an opportunity to make money, there will be people willing to try. Zhang Long chuckled. Opening clams to get pearls is very similar to gambling on stones, both of which offer the opportunity to make high returns. The only difference is that gambling on stones can only be played by wealthy people, but opening clams to get pearls is a game that everyone can participate in. He had gambled on stones before, and on a whim, he lost half a year's income. Now, there are plenty of people who would play with just 1 or 2 days' salary. As they were talking, some passers-by had already noticed the strangeness here and gathered around. After seeing clearly what was written on Xiao Chen's sign, they were all shocked. It costs 20 yuan to open a clam. Isn't that too expensive? Boss, you are so cruel. This is not the way to make money. That's it. Xiao Chen didn't get angry when he heard this and explained, Brothers and sisters, I don't agree with what you said. This event is a big reward for the first anniversary of the opening of Jixiang Tea House, and it's a benefit for everyone. My water tank is full of deep-sea pearl oysters. They have a low yield and are widely distributed, making them extremely difficult to catch. I buy them from fishing boat owners for 15 yuan each. They are almost 100% pearl producing. If you can get even one ordinary white pearl, you can make your money back. If you are lucky enough to get a purple bead of good quality, it can be sold at a high price of more than 50, and you can make double the money directly. When the pedestrians around heard this, their eyes lit up slightly, but they still said with some doubt, "Can you really sell good beads for money? Why would I lie to you?" Xiao Chen immediately pulled Zhang Long over and introduced him. "This is the boss of Zhang Liufu Jewelry Store. I personally brought him over to buy the beads on the spot." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Long. "That's right. As long as the beads are of good quality, I will buy them at a high price. Even if they are of poor quality or not round in shape, I will buy them at 5 yuan each, or I will process them into jewelry for you for free." Noticing everyone's gaze, Zhang Long nodded quickly. "Not only that, the clam meat you open will be processed in a special stir-fried clam meat by Jixiang Tea House for free, and white rice will be provided. You can take it away or eat it in the tea house. We will definitely not let you waste a penny." Xiao Chen added. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became excited. This activity is not only fun, but also provides the opportunity to make money. Even if you don't make any money, at least you can earn some food to eat, so it's a good deal. Immediately, a beautifully dressed lady came out with her male companion and said, "We want to play. Give me 5. My dear, isn't this too much? What if no beads are found?" The male companion beside him looked embarrassed when he heard this. "Why? I've been with you for so many years, and you've never given me a piece of jewelry. I'm opening clams to get pearls now. If the pearls are good, they can help you make money. If they're bad, I can make jewelry myself and treat it as a gift from you. Isn't that okay?" Upon hearing this, the lady said with some dissatisfaction, "You don't even want to spend this little money. Do you not love me?" When the male partner heard this, he thought about it carefully and felt that what his partner said made sense. He hadn't bought jewelry for his wife in many years, so this time he would just spend several days' salary to buy jewelry for his wife. "Okay, we want 5. Xiao Chen pointed to the water tank beside him and said, "Pick 5 for yourselves, and I'll help you open them." The lady and her male companion found it interesting and immediately picked out 5 deep-sea pearl oysters. After seeing the other party choose the pearl oyster, Xiao Chen quickly scooped it up. After settling the bill, he picked up the pry knife and prepared to open the clam. Chapter 57 Liewu Encuentros Kidnapping. His hands were so fast that he opened 3 in a row. The first and second ones each had only one pale white pearl, not very round in shape, and were worth 5 yuan each. The lady and her companion lost 30 yuan. The third one produced a pure white bead with a round shape and good color. Zhang Long offered a purchase price of 25 yuan. In the end, the lady and her male companion still lost 25 yuan. When the people around saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. "I told you this thing won't make any money. I opened 3 and still lost 25 bucks. It's fun, but it's impossible to make money. The 2 pearl oysters at the back will probably only produce white pearls at best." The lady and her male companion heard the discussions around them, and a look of nervousness appeared on their faces. As he spoke, Xiao Chen had already opened the 4th pearl oyster. There was only one pearl inside, hidden in the clam meat. As soon as he took out the bead, a ray of purple light flashed before everyone's eyes, and it seemed to be a purple pearl. Zhang Long's expression changed slightly, and he said in amazement, This is a purple bead, round in shape, and has a good luster. I'm so lucky." Upon hearing this, the lady asked nervously, "How much can this purple pearl be sold for? If I buy it, I can give you 100 yuan. Zhang Long thought for a few seconds and said, "Wow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The lady and her companion lost 25 yuan from the 3 pearl oysters in front of them. Once this purple pearl came out, they could make 35 yuan in addition to the money they spent on the 4th and 5th pearl oysters. The 5th pearl oyster will make money even if it opens a pearl at random. Xiao Chen ignored the sound around him and opened the 5th pearl oyster. As soon as this was opened, there was another uproar all around. I saw that in the 5th pearl oyster, there were a total of 12 pale white beads, each of which was not small. These 12 pale white beads have a bad shape and are not of good quality, but if sold individually, they could be sold for 5 yuan each, so 12 beads would be 60 yuan. Do you plan to sell them or make them into pearl jewelry? Zhang Long asked. Not for sale, but for jewelry. The lady spoke without thinking. After saying this, she did not forget to look at her male companion proudly, as if she wanted to say how rational her decision was. People around were looking at the lady and her male companion with envy. They spent 100 yuan to open 5 pearl oysters. Not only did they break even, they also earned 35 yuan and a string of pearl jewelry worth 60 yuan, which was equivalent to many days' hard-earned wages. It was a small fortune. Many people secretly thought that if others could produce good beads, why couldn't they? Boss, we want to open clams too. I'll open 5. I'll open 5 too. I want to open 10. For a moment, Xiao Chen's stall was crowded with people, all vying to open the clams and take out the pearls. Lu Ying looked at this scene, her eyes full of shock. At this time, the young couple who had made a fortune just now had already entered the tea house with the clam meat, ordered a few main dishes, and wanted to have a big meal. She could foresee that these passers-by would become customers of her tea house. Not only Xiao Chen is going to get rich, she's going to get rich too. An hour later, there was no one in front of Xiao Chen's stall. The pearl oysters in the water tank had been emptied, and the tea house behind him was full of people. He leaned back in his chair and counted the money leisurely. He opened 120 pearl oysters today. The purchase price was 10 yuan each, and he sold them for 20 yuan each, with a gross profit of 2,400 yuan. Zhang Long, who was standing aside, also had a big smile on his face. His waist bag was filled with purple beads. When he took them back and processed them into jewelry, he could make at least 3 times the money. Brother Zhao, you have a lot of ideas for making money. In just 1 hour, you have earned thousands of dollars. I can hardly catch up with your speed of making money. Zhang Long gave a thumbs up and said to Xiao Chen, Brother Zhang, these purple beads in your waist bag can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan, right? I am far behind you. Xiao Chen said. Zhang Long smiled awkwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. I earn a little hard-earned money from processing, but I can't compare to you, Brother Zhao. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at the two of them and said unhappily, You two should stop bragging to each other. It's too hypocritical. Zhang Long laughed when he heard this. Brother Xiao Chen, you set up a stall in front of my tea house and use the tea house's resources to process clam meat for customers. Don't you have to pay me some hard work? Lu Ying turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen and said, Sister Lu, I'm doing this to bring customers to the tea house. Look at how many people are there now. You can't just finish fasting and then give up being a monk. Xiao Chen smiled. Look at my hands. I've got calluses from opening clams. As a shareholder, there aren't many who work as hard as I do, right? Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, All right, you're pretending to be pitiful again. Sister Lu, can you assign a chef who can handle seafood ingredients to me from the tea house? Xiao Chen said. What do you want to do? Lu Ying said vigilantly. You still want to take advantage of my tea house? How can that be possible? Find me a clam opener. I'll pay him 30 yuan a day. He will be responsible for opening clams for me. After that, he can choose to go back to the tea house to work or go home. Xiao Chen smiled. He found that hard work like opening clams was not suitable for him. In the past, I had no money, so I had to do everything myself. Now that I have money, I have to hire people to do the work for me, right? 30 yuan a day? You're still willing to pay for it. Okay, I'll find you one. Lu Ying agreed. After discussing some details, Xiao Chen left the Jixiang tea house. When he was ready to go back, he agreed with Boss Chun on the quantity of pearl oysters to be provided every day and asked Boss Chun to deliver them directly to the Jixiang tea house in the county town. Lu Ying would advance the money for the pearl oysters for him, and then deduct it from the money earned from selling and opening the oysters. Xiao Chen believed that as his daily quota of pearl oysters exceeded 100, Boss Chun would not refuse his request to deliver the goods. After thinking about this, Xiao Chen drove to the telephone office. After what happened in the past few days, Xiao Chen realized that he couldn't live without a phone call. He planned to install a landline phone at home so that it would be more convenient to contact Lu Ying, Zhang Long, and others in the future. Nowadays, if you want to install a landline phone, you must first go to the telephone bureau to register and then wait for the installer to come. It costs 3,000 yuan to install a landline phone. Nowadays, in Dashi village, except for the village chief's family and Boss Chen's family, few families have landline phones. In the past, Xiao Chen had no money in his pocket, so he had never thought of installing a landline phone. Now that he has money, he naturally has no hesitation. At this time, in the eastern scenic area, Li Aigua and Tang Yu bent over and quickly shuttled through the bushes. Not far from them, a couple with strange faces and stiff bodies were walking forward. Behind them stood 2 men in black with scars on their faces, so their appearance could not be seen clearly. Their right hands seemed to be wrapped with something, which was pressed against the backs of the couple, and they kept urging them to hurry up. Captain Li, there seems to be something wrong with these passengers. Should we go up and question them? Tang Yu said, the couple in front are being held hostage, and the two people behind them may have guns. We must not act rashly. Li Aigua, who is experienced, shook his head and said, being held hostage? Kidnapping. Tang Yu was surprised when she heard that. Did she encounter such a serious case on her first patrol? Captain Li, what should we do now? Go back and gather the brothers in the bureau. I will track them down and leave marks along the way. No, this is deep in the scenic area. By the time I go back and bring people here, the flowers will be cold, and it will be dangerous for you to be alone. Captain Li, why don't we find an opportunity together and find a way to rescue the couple? Tang Yu shook his head and said, no, it's too dangerous. Li Aigua was about to scold. Tang Yu interrupted first. Captain Li, when I was in school, I was a fighting champion. I can protect myself. You have to trust your comrades. Seeing Tang Yu's determined look, Li Aigua knew that no matter how much he persuaded him, he could not change the other party's mind. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said, okay, but you have to listen to me for the next actions. Yes, Captain Li. Chapter 58. Xiao Jun's Wild Vegetable Business. Xiao Chen returned to Dashi village. It was already evening and many villagers were coming in and out of the yard. The villagers who came out all had satisfied smiles on their faces and patted their pocket from time to time. Obviously, they were paid for picking wild vegetables. Xiao Chen saw this scene. He couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, his sister Xiao Qing hasn't finished school yet, so someone is helping him collect wild vegetables. Xiao Chen, you are such a lucky kid. You haven't even married her yet, but she's already busy running around for your affairs. Luo Shui is such a good girl. Xiao Chen heard this. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. After he walked in the yard, he saw Xiao Shui weighing the wild vegetables and recording the weight. Xiao Shan was holding a stack of money to help with the bill. Luo Shui, what are you doing? Xiao Chen walked over and asked curiously. Seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao Shui was a little nervous and explained, I saw that everyone was waiting anxiously, and you haven't come back yet, so I wanted to help you. Another point is that she has learned a lot about business, financial management, and accounting from Lu Ying in the past 2 days, so she wants to put it into practice. Seeing that Xiao Chen was becoming more and more outstanding, she didn't want others to think that she married Xiao Chen just because of his face. Especially after seeing that Lu Ying was not only beautiful but also capable, she secretly set Lu Ying as her target. When she saves enough money, she also wants to start a small business. She wants to be independent. It's getting dark. Even if you're helping me, you should put on more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Xiao Chen took off his coat, covered Xiao Luoxue with it, and said with a smile. He knew Xiao Luoxue's character. She was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. She looked weak, but she was actually very tough on the inside. Her progress during this period may have brought pressure to Xiao Luoxue, so she started to try to manage accounts and keep records, wanting to make herself better. On this point, Xiao Luoxue and Chen Mei are fundamentally different. In her previous life, after he made more and more money, Chen Mei didn't think about making herself better, but asked Xiao Chen to transfer all his assets to her name under the pretext of needing a sense of security. Chen Mei would only be satisfied if he had no money at all. In his previous life, Xiao Chen was obsessed with Chen Mei and agreed to her many unreasonable requests without hesitation. It was precisely because he transferred all his assets to Chen Mei's name that several times, when he encountered opportunities to make money and wanted to increase his investment, he was rejected by Chen Mei, and he missed the chance to double his assets. In the end, Chen Mei cheated on him and betrayed him, and he committed suicide by jumping off a building in anger. And when Xiao Luoxue discovered that Xiao Chen had become outstanding, what she did was to keep making herself better and catch up with Xiao Chen, and the two of them made progress together. Xiao Chen could foresee that after marrying Xiao Luoxue, the couple would definitely be able to work hard together, make progress together, and continuously accumulate capital. When everyone heard what Xiao Chen said, they all smiled, and even the younger villagers started to make a fuss. Sister Luo Shui, our brother Chen is very considerate. Marrying our brother Chen is absolutely right. The 3 dogs and their companions were the loudest in making a fuss. Hearing the booing around her, Xiao Luoxue blushed and glared at Xiao Chen. This glance of charm made Xiao Chen's heart beat fast. I was really blind before. I ignored such a beautiful girl and chased after a girl like Chen Mei who supported her brother. After harvesting the wild vegetables, the villagers left one after another, leaving only the ginseng in the hands of Sangu and his men, which was the last to be harvested. Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen discussed the price of purchasing ginseng. They went out and walked towards the dock. He also had to talk to Boss Chun about the business of purchasing pearl oysters in bulk. Xiao Chun didn't know was that after he went out, Zhao Jun had been secretly observing the Zhao family's yard under a big tree not far away. Zhao Jun has figured it out these days. The reason why Zhao Chan had the confidence to break off the engagement with their family and dump his sister was because Zhao Chen made money. He's been wandering around Dashi village these days and has found out a lot of information. Zhao Chen used to make some money by setting up a stall outside, selling bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls. Then he started buying wild vegetables and selling them in tea houses in the county town. Although it is not known how much Zhao Chun sold it to the tea house, it was definitely higher than the purchase price he paid to the villagers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to buy a refrigerator, a three-wheeled motorcycle, and even build a house in such a short period of time. Zhao Jun thought, if Zhao Chun could make a fortune by purchasing wild vegetables, why couldn't he? There are wild vegetables on the mountains of Dashi village, and there are also wild vegetables on the mountains of Qinjia village. After he decided to go back, he asked his villagers to go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Not only that, he also wants to suppress Zhao Chun. If Zhao Chun wanted to buy it for $1, he would buy it for $1.50. On the way back to Qinjia village, Zhao Jun's face was full of secret smiles. He could already imagine the scene where everyone in the village would call him Mr. Chun after tomorrow. He would no longer be a little punk in the village, but would be respected by all the villagers. However, purchasing wild vegetables requires capital, which I don't have, so I can only ask my sister for it. Zhao Chen alone gave her 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Zhao Jun returned to Chen's house. He met his sister Chen, coming back from outside. Zhao Jun turned his head and looked outside, and saw a figure riding away on a motorcycle. Sister, do you have a new boyfriend? Does he have money? Does he have a house? Zhao Jun's eyes lit up, and he asked Chen Mei. He's just my former high school classmate. Zhao Chen also knows him. We're just ordinary friends. There's nothing wrong with us. Chen Mei glanced at Zhao Jun and said casually. Although she had drunken sex with Li Shang yesterday, she had taken medicine afterwards. If you took the medicine, it doesn't count as having sex. This guy has a motorcycle and should have some money. Sister, you can actually consider it. Zhao Jun said with a smile. Although his house is in the county town, it is too old. Chen Mei shook her head and said, I still want to give Zhao Chen a chance. As long as he is willing to change his mind, I can forgive him for what happened in the past. Sister, you are so soft-hearted. Isn't Zhao Chen just a little bit of money? Soon, I will make more money than him. Zhao Jun said with an arrogant look on his face. My son wants to make money. That's great, son. What do you want to do? Mom supports you. Chen's mother Fong came out of the house and happened to hear Zhao Jun's words and encourage him. Chen Mei's father was skeptical. What can he do? I've never seen him work. You damn old man. Your son has finally come to his senses and wants to make money, but you don't even bother helping him, but you're also throwing cold water on him? Are you still his biological father? Fong scolded with an angry look on her face. Is it okay if I'm wrong? Zhao Jun with puzzled eyes and asked, Brother, what do you want to do? Mom, sister, there are a lot of wild vegetables in the back mountain of our Qinjia village. I've asked around and found out that people in the county town love to eat them. We can just ask people to pick them and sell them in the county town. We can definitely make a lot of money. Zhao Jun said excitedly. Son, you mean we sell wild vegetables? Is that possible? A look of hesitation appeared on Fong's face. Of course you can. Zhao Chun made his fortune by selling wild vegetables in tea houses in the county. If he can make a fortune, why can't I? Zhao Jun patted his chest and said seriously. Isn't Zhao Chun that brat so arrogant? He thinks he can look down on our family just because he's made some money. Wait until I take over his wild vegetable business, and I'll see how he can still act arrogantly. When Fong heard Zhao Chun's name, a hint of anger appeared on her face. Okay, son, I support you. Mom, there's a problem now. If you want to buy wild vegetables, you need capital, and I'm a little short of money. Seeing that his mother agreed with his idea, Zhao Jun smiled awkwardly and said, It's easy. Just ask your sister. Fong said disapprovingly. Chapter 59. Former brother-in-law steals wild vegetable business. You want me? Chen Mei showed a look of astonishment on her face. You are the elder sister. Now your younger brother wants to do some business. If it's not you who gives, should I give? Fong looked as if it was a matter of course. As a girl, it's useless to keep so much money. You will marry someone else sooner or later. As long as you marry into a rich family, What don't you have? At this point, Feng Fong said with a sad face, Your brother is different. He is not good at studying, and our family doesn't have much money. If he doesn't do some small business and make some money, he won't even be able to find a wife in the future. As a sister, you should help your brother. Mom, I understand. No need to say more. Chun Mei bit her red lips and said, I've given you the principal. How much do you need? Zhao Jun thought about it. Xiao Chen seemed to collect 700 kilograms of wild vegetables every day. If he wanted to surpass him, he would need to collect at least 1,000 kilograms. At least 1,500. He gave a number immediately. So much. Chun Mei frowned slightly. Although many men gave her money over the years, she spent it lavishly and still had more than 2,000 yuan left in her hands. Sis, you said you would support me. Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly. Chun Mei had no choice but to go back to her room and take out more than 1,000 yuan. She told Zhao Jun, When you make money, return the principal to me. Don't worry, sister. When I make money, I will give you and my parents some dividends. Zhao Jun said sweetly. The two old men were immediately delighted when they heard this. Immediately, Feng Fong went out to help her son promote the collection of wild vegetables. According to Zhao Jun's request, 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables must be harvested before noon tomorrow. Chen's father took a knife for digging wild vegetables and went to the foot of the back mountain. He dug up more than 10 or 20 kilograms of wild vegetables and came back with them, preparing to take them to the county town to sell for Zhao Junming as soon as possible. After everything was ready, a look of pride appeared on Zhao Jun's face. He was about to become a well-known boss in Qinjia village, and those villagers who used to look down on him would now have to beg him for food. And those girls who looked down on him before will definitely throw themselves into his arms and flirt with him. Just thinking about it, Zhao Jun felt his blood boiling. At the Dashi village dock, Boss Chen looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Xiao Chen, are you serious? Do you really want to take so much cargo in one day? It's no wonder that he was so surprised. As soon as Xiao Chen returned the water tank he lent him, he said he wanted to discuss a business deal with him. Right from the start, we placed an order for at least 100 deep-sea pearl oysters per day. You know, based on the purchase price of 10 yuan per deep-sea pearl oyster, Xiao Chen has orders worth thousands of yuan with him every day. That's 30,000 yuan a month. He has several fishing boats under his control and goes out to sea every day, so ensuring the quantity is not a problem. All he had to do was to ensure that the goods were delivered to the Jixiang tea house in the county town at noon every day. In the past, when he went out to sea to fish, he would sell the seafood he caught on the dock to seafood merchants who came to pick up the goods. Not only was the price low, but the seafood was also easily picked out. The ones that were left over that no one wanted had to be given to his colleagues, relatives, and friends. It's rare that someone places a special order for seafood. Xiao Chen can be said to be a stable income for him. Uncle Chen, we are all from the same village. If there is money to be made, we will definitely take care of our own people first, don't you think? Xiao Chen said with a smile. Xiao Chen, since you've taken such good care of me, I won't let you suffer any loss. From now on, I'll buy 10 and get 1 free for every item you get. Boss Chen was very pleased to hear this and made the decision immediately. Uncle Chen, thank you very much. Xiao Chen didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Buy 10 and get 1 free. He wholesales 100 units every day, so that means he gets 10 free. At 10 yuan each, Boss Chen gave him pearl oysters worth 100 yuan more. After the two discussed some details of the cooperation, Xiao Chen left first. Looking at Xiao Chen as departing back, Boss Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. The Zhao family's ancestral grave is really smoking, having given birth to a promising child. As he was talking, Chen Min came out with a bowl of fried rice. When he saw his father, he asked if he wanted to eat something. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Look at Xiao Chen. His ability to make money is almost catching up with your father. How can you still eat? Boss Chen slapped his hand and said something stupid. Dad, even if we want to make money, we still have to eat enough. Chen Min said with a look of grievance. No matter how he said it before, he was the son of Boss Chen, who was envied by everyone in the village. He could make a lot of money by going out to sea with his father. How come after returning from this trip to sea, I became Xiao Chen's negative example? The next day, Xiao Chen got up early and steamed 500 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts together with his parents, Luo Shui and others, and then let them rest. Today is Saturday, and the county's #1 middle school is on holiday, so they are not required to provide meals for the students. After loading 500 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and wild vegetables into the car, Xiao Chen drove to the county town. Not long after he left the village, a motorcycle secretly followed him from behind. Xiao Jun looked serious, staring at Xiao Chen's tricycle, not daring to lose Xiao Chen for a moment. If he wanted to steal Xiao Chen's business, he had to know which tea house Xiao Chen sold his wild vegetables to. Soon, he followed Xiao Chen to the back of the Jixiang tea house. From a distance, he saw the waiters of the tea house unloading bean sprouts, rice noodle rolls, and wild vegetables from the car. After the wild vegetables were weighed, the manager of the tea house gave Xiao Chen a stack of money, which stunned Xiao Jun. He didn't expect that selling wild vegetables could be so profitable. Manager, did you just collect Xiao Chen's wild vegetables? After Xiao Chen left, Xiao Jun hurried to the back door of Jixiang Tea House and asked the manager of Jixiang Tea House, "Who are you? Do you know Boss Xiao?" Upon hearing this, the manager of Jixiang Tea House glanced at Xiao Jun and asked in confusion, "He knows him? Of course he knows him. He is my future brother-in-law." Seeing the way the manager of Jixiang Tea House addressed Xiao Chen, Xiao Jun felt extremely envious and smiled awkwardly. Hearing that Xiao Jun was Xiao Chen's brother-in-law, the alertness on the face of the manager of Jixiang Tea House faded a little. "So you are Boss Xiao's brother-in-law. What can I do for you? How much is 1 pound of wild vegetables you bought from Xiao Chen?" Xiao Yun asked curiously. $4 a pound. What's wrong?" When Xiao Jun heard this, he was shocked. Xiao Chen collected wild vegetables in the village for only 1 yuan per caddy, but when he sold them in the county town, it was 4 yuan per caddy, which was almost the same price as pork. Xiao Chen collects 700 kilograms of wild vegetables in the village every day. Doesn't that mean he can earn 2,800 yuan a day? No wonder Xiao Chen has been so proud recently. It turns out he has become more confident. Xiao Jun thought again. He now has 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables on hand for yuan per kilogram. If he resells them, wouldn't he be able to make 4,000 yuan a day? This is so much money. Not to mention him, even his parents can't earn it in a year. If he really made so much money and went back, wouldn't he be able to marry any girl he wanted in the village? Even my sister has to look up to him. "Manager, I also have some wild vegetables here. The quality is no worse than Xiao Chen's. Would you like to take a look?" Xiao Jun smiled widely, took out a bag of wild vegetables, and opened it to show the manager. The manager of the Jixiang Tea House looked strange when he heard this and looked at Xiao Jun. "Brother-in-law, we have already cooperated with your brother-in-law. I'm afraid we can't buy your wild vegetables." "Why not? Isn't the purpose of your tea house opening its doors to do business to make money? You need wild vegetables, and I happen to have some. Why can't I accept them?" Xiao Jun said. "Besides, my brother-in-law's money is my money. We are all family. It's the same if you collect my wild vegetables." This, seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give in, Xiao Jun gritted his teeth. "How about this? You guys buy Xiao Chen's wild vegetables at 4 yuan a pound, and I'll sell them to you at 3.5 yuan a pound. I still have 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables, so my supply is even higher than Xiao Chen's." After hearing this, the manager of Jixiang Tea House thought for a few seconds and said, "I need to ask the boss about this matter. Please wait here for a moment." Okay, go now." Xiao Jun heard this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke. After the tea house manager came in, Xiao Jun raised a sly smile. Xiao Chen, your wild vegetable business is about to be taken away by me. You don't deserve to earn $3,000 or $4,000 a day from this business, so let me spend it for you." Chapter 60, Installing the Telephone. How many wives did you marry?